Need a data center. In my neighborhood, I want a data. I need a data center in my neighborhood. I want a data center in my town. Please put a data center in my neighborhood. That way, my rent might actually go down. I don't care about the noise. I'm out here getting hearing damage with the boys. Maybe I could get lung damage too. Just so you can ask Brock, is this true? I don't need electricity. My bill going up isn't scary to me, not at all. No, my biggest fear is losing ChatGPT. I don't need my water to be clean. Line goes up when I look at my screen. Rent goes up like year after year, every year. Hey, data center, get over here. I need a data center in my neighborhood. I want a data center in my town. Please put a data center in my neighborhood. That way, my rent might actually go down. I don't care about the noise. I'm out here getting hearing damage with the boys. Maybe I could get lung damage too. Just so you can ask Brock, is this true? I don't need electricity. My bill going up isn't scary to me, not at all. No, my biggest fear is losing ChatGPT. I don't need my water to be clean. Line goes up when I look at my screen. Rent goes up like year after year, every year. Hey, data center, get over here. I need a data center in my neighborhood. I want a data center in my town. Please put a data center in my neighborhood. That way, my rent might actually go down. I don't care about the noise. I'm out here getting hearing damage with the boys. Maybe I could get lung damage too. Just so you can ask Brock, is this true?
What's up, everybody? That's the David Crowley introduction song. Welcome back to the HasanAbi broadcast. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. It is August 12th, 2026, and it is Wednesday. It's time to unify. It's time to show our love and support for data centers all around Wisconsin. I would like it in every neighborhood, personally. Milwaukee, Madison, Ashwagandha, or whatever the fuck some of those other counties are called. Okay, Oshkosh, Bagosh, Ashwagandha, a data center in every goddamn neighborhood. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we're live and alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. I'm delivering to you the only electable message in the United States of America. But yes, you'll be hearing that song. I'll be playing that song a lot more frequently, probably. But in any case, we're alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today's a fantastic day. Today is yet another day. It's Wednesday. And it's Wednesday. And I'm your host, coming to you live from sunny Los Angeles, California, on stolen Tongva territory. This is the headquarters of Woke 1, Woke 2, and possibly Woke 3. Folks, lots to talk about today, but before I get into it, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, but I'm a chud-ass loser. You already know I didn't do shit, okay? Let's be real. I didn't do shit. I ended the broadcast after 10 hours of having a somewhat sexual journey with Steve Kornacki alongside all of you. It was a journey of love, admiration, respect, courage, tumultuous, real barn burner primary. And yes, I was a little turned on by Steve Kornacki at times. It's fine. Parasocial relationships were developed in the process. Sometimes you got to get sexual style with the elections. Anyway, folks, what did I do afterwards? I went to sleep. I gathered my thoughts. I collected my thoughts, and I went to sleep. I woke up early in the morning thinking I was going to be able to work out, but unfortunately I had to do an instead hit on Vox. And therefore, wait, I didn't know he was gay. Steve Kornacki is gay? I was an all-American kid who idealized the family man I grew up with. Around 32, I can admit I am different. Oh my God. The coming out story I never thought I'd write. Oh my God. Wow. That's cool. I didn't know that. No, I didn't know he was gay. He's one of those one of those numbers autists that I feel like his sexuality is autism, where like he transcends gay, straight. Like I've never thought about him as I was just joking when I said it got sexual last night. He's just a numbers guy for me. You know what I mean? He's the numbers pervert, and I'm the numbers pervert. So you know. You, Steve, and PBD. Anyway. Yeah, start pumping TRT and Reddit. You're slacking, Unc. What do you mean? What the fuck? Anyway, so lots to talk about. Lots going on in the world. Lots going on in the universe. A lot of thoughts. A lot of takes. What's the take factory? You already know if you are, I'm gonna give you all the takes, okay? I'm gonna give you all the takes, but let's play one more.
Build more data centers. They bring jobs to the community. The bigger they are, the better. We need to keep up with China. Business needs them to function. Without data centers, society would collapse. I was born in a data center. The server farms nourished my soul and
Finally,
taught me
someone speaking
kindness
to my
and
core.
love. You can go a few days without water to help a thirsty data center in the Sun Belt. But if they don't drink enough, the servers will overheat, disrupting crucial business functions, resulting in downtime and decreased client satisfaction. This is why we asked our local officials to give tax breaks, use eminent domain, and clear acres of useless land to create these beautiful masterpieces and permanently stimulate our economy.
I'm stimulated. Oh my God. Call me a Wisconsin electability primary voter because I am stimulated like our economy. I love it being globally competitive against China, our foreign adversary, China. I love commerce. I love business. And let me tell you what I love. I love data centers. Eclipse is nearing totality. Yeah, I don't care. All right. Sorry. Yeah, it happens all the time. Who gives a shit? Whatever. It's the sun. Who cares? Okay. Folks, lots to talk about. Speaking like an international shipping magnet, I hope you understand I'm not just an international shipping magnet, but after last night's unfortunate defeat for our girl Francesca Hong, it is no longer Hong Dynasty. We are now fully in the pocket of data centers. I need you to understand how much I love data. I love tabulating. I love data. I'm no longer a numbers pervert. I'm the data pervert now. The data center pervert. I will center the data, AI, ChatGPT. I'm going to grok it. I'm going to ChatGPT it. I am the data pervert. Okay? The data center pervert. I'm the data guy. I know you like the number. I like the number. I like the data. We got to compete against China. We got to do the data. ChatGPT, Sam Altman, you can have my firstborn. Okay? Put my firstborn in the data factory. Directly download the data. Make sure it is an AI child. I know you like the number. Anyway. So, where was I? What was I talking about? Oh yeah. So there isn't much else going on in my life. I didn't work out this morning, so I don't know why I'm in a good mood, regardless of not working out this morning. Usually I'm in a bad mood when I don't work out in the morning, but it's the Take Factory. It's time. It's time to get to the take mines. Ladies and gentlemen, bust out your pickaxes. Let's blast off and let's get right into it. It's time for the Take Factory, folks. Time to suit up, boot up, and get into the take mines, okay? Thank you, Themasius, for the playlist. As always, wonderful playlist. As always, we're going to be talking about all of it and more. Do we have a blast off meme, by the way? I don't want to utilize my newfound appreciation for AI and data centers to make my own blast off meme. Okay, we got a couple in here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we are live. We're alive. Hong loses. Primary Take Factory. USS Lincoln on the verge of revolt. Strait is still closed. Kushner purchases the Lakers. And Aisha Wahab interview later. Okay. Noah Colwyn on as well. www.twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Someone said, fuck your backyard pool, replace it with a data center. Pronto. Excuse me, will be happening instantly. Okay. Are you kidding me? What makes you think I haven't already designed a data center? Anyway, Tel Aviv Lakers, Sag. Stop. Anyway, also opt out of Twitch AI training. Okay, calm down, everybody. I already did it. Okay, I already fucking did it. Okay, chill out. Chill out, Luddites. Okay, we are pro data center now. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? We are pro data center now. Okay, here it is. Here are the memes. Hong loses. Make AI slop then. I love AI slop. I will die for AI slop. It is my favorite thing. Yesterday, Fox was running with the narrative that you sat this race out. Now, curious how they'll blame you now. You already know their whole goal is they're single-minded in this. They're gonna say, oh, he lost, he cost her the race. Like she would have won without him. That's what they're gonna say. You know, this is what already happened with Nithya Raman. This is literally what happened with Nithya Raman. They were like, oh, Nithya Raman lost because of Hasan. And then she didn't actually lose. She won in the runoff, and it doesn't even matter. Hasan Piker on National Support for Hong. I should never be the biggest surrogate of a campaign. Seems a bit too easy to try and blame Hong's loss on Piker. The reality is, for most of the campaign, he was the biggest voice boosting her efforts on the left, raising thousands of dollars, doing long-form policy-focused interviews. The difference was, unlike with Al Sayed, those efforts didn't happen alongside the backing of other, more national voices of the movement, seems mostly out of fear of what a general election loss could mean. But you could easily chalk up some of Hong's better days on the campaign pre-Thanksgiving date to days she was either live with Piker raising over $50K in a single stream, or when he was campaigning with her. Yeah. So we'll get to that. It's the Take Factory. We got the endorsement tracker. I already posted it on here as well, obviously. Past 2 weeks of HasanAbi coverage is a psyop. They stopped talking about you immediately today. Wait, really? Oh my God. So they blasted my ass into oblivion to attack Francesca Hong, to attack Abdul El Sayed. And as soon as the races are over, they're like, okay, we're done. No, they didn't. No, that would be shocking. I'm surprised that they haven't like found a way to blame me for this shit already. No, Fox is still chirping about you. Start reading. Dude, this is such a crazy fucking thing. Look at this. Jesus Christ. No, Fox News is still chirping about you. CJ Pearson blasts far left Democrats over ties to controversial streamer Hasan Piker, anti-Americana. Yeah. So, yeah, we're going to talk about the spectacular feat here, the spectacular achievements, the unbelievable accomplishment. Bro, you called it. It happened precisely as you feared. Look at what you said at 1:27:40. What is this? Fox News, breaking news alert. We should kill this guy, Hasan Piker. How would you guys feel if we just killed him? Pretty good idea, am I right? Fox News alert. Steve Kornacki proving that? That's what. Low-key a good take. Anyway, we'll cover all of that and more. So, In that CJ Pearson piece, they low-key did that. Wait, really? They're just like, we should kill this Hasan guy. He's a dangerous radical.
Bring us together. Critics are highlighting resurfaced comments like this from Michigan Democrat Senate candidate Abdul El Sayed.
Football is very much associated with a particularly masculine and oftentimes toxically masculine culture, and so much of it was about you wanted to be able to get back up and play for your team, and you really aren't allowed.
Yeah, I don't even want to fucking hear it. It's going to be the tweet meta. Yeah, I don't even want to see it. All right, so we're gonna start. We're gonna start with Crowley winning the Wisconsin primary. Obviously, that's a a minor upset, a minor bump, I would say, a minor bump in the road for democratic socialism through the electoral route here in the United States of America. I still believe in my heart of hearts that the People's Republic of Wisconsin is very much alive, is very much a reality. And I think last night's results actually showed that. This is not copium. This is not spin. I'm going to be, very sober. I'm going to be very sober in my assessment, in my analysis. Okay? There's going to be some critiques here, some of which I just, held close to the chest. I say sober analysis and assessment because Neera Tanden is incapable of delivering that because she's never sober. We lose, we organize, we win. Yeah. So, first and foremost, let's get started. Francesca Hong was able to draw immense turnout. And she was able to do this without any national endorsements, any local major endorsements, no Mark Pecan endorsement, no Bernie endorsement, no AOC endorsement. I was the de facto largest surrogate for the candidate. Okay? The fact that she was able to, alongside the local DSA chapters, the fact that this campaign was able to bring this much turnout is incredible. Okay? It is fucking credible. Do not let anybody discourage you. Do not let anybody try to undermine that accomplishment. Because the media will try to do it, right? The media is going to try to do this. They're going to say, oh, dude, the DSA, it's over. I guess, Abdul El Sayed wins by one point. That's basically the same as a defeat for DSA-aligned candidates, even though Abdul's not a part of the Democratic Socialists of America. David Crowley, the establishment candidate, ekes out a victory by even a smaller margin. And they go, the establishment bulwark is alive and well. The democratic socialism momentum is over. We've done it. And it's very funny. They're not even hiding their biases at this point. I think it's important to show that contradiction. It's important to show that hypocrisy. It's important to stress how much these guys are biased in the direction of establishment candidates. I'm sorry. There are a lot of people that get consulting gigs with these corporate lobbies that then also moonlight as commentators on CNN, MS Now, that spend less time doing real journalism and more time backseat quarterbacking, specifically at the behest of the corporate influence, right? Here it is. Politico. Progressives didn't get the big election night they wanted. The razor-thin margin only deepens divisions over the future of the Democratic Party. The far left hits a wall. The movement had been riding high off a string of primary victories this cycle, but Francesca Hong's loss Wednesday led to an immediate round of finger-pointing. It's very obvious what's going on. It's very obvious what's going on. I hope people see it. I think people have the capacity to see through it, but there are obviously very important factors in this race that must be addressed, right? So let's just break it down piece by piece. Okay? Let's just break it down piece by piece. First of all, so many roses, so many flowers must be delivered to the Wisconsin DSA chapters. You guys did the damn thing. Francesca Hong's campaign was great as well, all things considered. Okay? The only reason why this seems like a major, spectacular upset is because pollsters had no way of interpreting the correct data and where people were at. It's just the reality. You're leading by 20 points all the time. You're the front runner the entire time, and then all of a sudden you lose by 3,000 votes. That's an upset. But if you adjust it to a different timeline, if you look back 2 years ago at where Democratic Socialists would be at, I mean, this is a spectacular victory. This is a spectacular movement, okay? The very fact that we are capable of launching the candidacies and the campaigns of people who were state legislators that had no name recognition whatsoever and be competitive and draw historic records, historic record turnout in a statewide swing state gubernatorial run, that is immense. That is incredible. That is impossible to ignore or impossible to discount, just so you understand. And to be able to do that without national prog endorsements, it's all the better. So remember, when people try to discourage you in this moment, be like, okay, sure. Okay, it seems like you're very mad for some reason. For something that is utterly immaterial, you seem very upset. If we are to be ignored, why do you spend such a good deal of time worrying about what we're doing? So yeah, the battle might be lost, but the war is not over, and we will win. So let's talk about some of the problems in the campaign, okay? From the jump, Francesca Hong was far too pleasant and far too kind, okay? I thought maybe Wisconsin really expected that and really enjoyed that and really liked it. Perhaps part of the reason why I thought that they liked it a lot was because I was looking at the same polls everyone else was, right? And the reality is, when you are in a contentious national media environment, when your race is becoming nationalized, you have to be ready for the spotlight. The lights can't get too bright. And unfortunately for Francesca, her responses left a lot to be desired, left a lot on the table. The Thanksgiving gate and all this stuff, they were utterly immaterial in the grand scheme of things, especially when weighed against the power of the Tony Evers endorsement, which was far more consequential than the Gretchen Whitmer endorsement in the Michigan race, and the consolidation of support amongst establishment Democrats. But the earned media that was genuinely negative up and down every TV station for the primary electorate that is still singularly focused on the electability narratives, it hurt. It certainly hurt. But the only reason why it did is because there was no adequate jujitsu. There was no moment of reframing the conversation. I do truly believe that if Francesca Hong, this is a coulda, woulda, shoulda moment, but I do believe that if her comms were a little bit tighter and she turned around and said, look, I love Thanksgiving. You know who's canceling Thanksgiving this year? Donald Trump. You know who loves Donald Trump? Tom Tiffany. That's what we're trying to fix here. The affordability crisis is what's canceling Thanksgiving. Okay? That moment if she was capable of taking the national attention and flipping it back to the issues, that probably would have helped her out, because we're talking about very slim margins here, right? We're talking about super, super narrow margins, you know? So that's important. That's important to understand. That's important to address, right? You got to take every attack, every moment in the spotlight, and be able to turn it back to your policies, back to what you believe in. And unfortunately, she wasn't able to do that. Now, the bigger issue, I would say, is the fundraiser problem. The campaign had money, but they didn't have damn near enough money to run linear TV ads. A lot of conversations are taking place on election Twitter from knowledgeable parties that don't fully understand the dynamics of this race. And they're like, why wouldn't they buy TV ads? I myself have talked about the importance of linear TV ads. It is important. But a part of the reason why they weren't capable of purchasing linear TV ads is because it's very expensive. There's no outside expenditures coming into the race. There's no $3 million being dumped into TV ad expenditure from an outside spender like David Crowley got. And we know it's true. We know that not running linear television ads is a major issue. It's a major issue. Okay? Because we saw Francesca Hong perform in rural markets where some of the rural districts, the counties that were not in the Wisconsin television market, actually went to Francesca Hong. Those are the markets where Crowley's team did not spend any money on linear TV. But I do think, all things considered, I do think that a lot of people are making much more hay over the way that she communicated herself on Thanksgiving Gate. I don't think it's as consequential as people think it is. It's just not good to get national attention with a ton of earned media that's negative. But that was going to happen regardless, right? That was going to happen regardless. It wasn't about, it wasn't necessarily about her position or inconsistency on Thanksgiving or anything like that. It was more so that she couldn't reframe that, because that's always going to happen. This is a contentious media environment. Corporate media is always going to attack us. Corporate media is always going to attack our candidates until we become such an undeniable force in American politics that they have to play ball, that they feel the necessity to play ball, to actually, make nice. Okay? And we've seen this take place in different races as well, and we've been able to out-organize these sorts of attacks. But the reality of Thanksgiving Gate is overstated. I think people greatly dismissed Francesca Hong and that momentum and that movement in Wisconsin to a major degree, okay? And when I say people dismissed it, I'm talking not just the electability perverts on the establishment Democratic Party's consultant side. I'm not talking about the corporate media. I'm talking about left-adjacent social Democrat election understanders, okay? There were a lot of people who were like, she's a dog shit candidate. Fuck you. The fuck are you talking about? She's a dog shit candidate. Have you brought out 300,000 voters in a fucking swing state? Suck my cock. She's a dog shit candidate. The fuck have you done? 300,000 votes with no national endorsement. She's a dog shit candidate. Who the fuck are you? Seriously. I was very frustrated with a lot of like DSA, even DSA affiliated people, even DSA accounts on the timeline getting baited by the media narrative. Now, one point that I will make on, and this dovetails into woke 1, woke 2 discourse. A lot of people who think they are critical of corporate media and the way certain things get covered were baited all the same. They were baited all the same. Okay? Why were they so baited? Why did they get their notes from the Caitlin Collins interview? Is that the appropriate way to frame an issue? If you are, if you are with this movement, is that the appropriate way to analyze and interpret? You think our candidates are not going to get fucking attacked? Have some backbone. You think establishment Democrats give a shit when they have weak candidates with bad TV moments? You think they go, oh no, David Crowley had a bad TV moment. What will we do? No, they've locked the fuck in and they push and they push and they push until they win. Sometimes you guys have to do that as well. That's number one. And I'll give you the perfect example. I'll tell you why. Francesca Hong's attitude on Thanksgiving, using the term folks with an X, all this silliness, it's woke 1.0. It's annoying. It's academic. It's too woke. It's not appropriate for the masses. It's not great. It's not tailor-made to win an election. Sure, I agree. Okay? I don't disagree with you on that. But you know who else was also deploying woke 1.0 techniques? David Crowley was. David Crowley came out last week and said, calling me the establishment is a slur as a black man. That's also woke 1.0. Did anybody fucking bring that up? Did anybody talk about it? Did many of you hear that? Maybe some of you in this community did because I covered it. But did CNN bring that up? He said it's racist to call me a black man establishment. Is that not also woke 1.0? And he did that last week. Francesca Hong's tweets are from 2020. What did we cover? What did we talk about extensively? Here's the problem. Here's the issue. People who think they're above being sheep still behave in sheep-like ways. You still got your notes. You still got geared. You still got negatively polarized by a candidate with a great platform. Okay? That's it. And many of my good friends did this as well. Many of the people that I like also got duped. Do you understand? So we have to be a little bit more disciplined. We have to be a little bit more organized. And we have to, we have to rally the troops at times. Because if we are divided in any way, shape, or form, it's open season at that point. I mean, look, Fox News immediately covering every single thing that I say on this broadcast. Yeah, I think a lot of people have grown accustomed to the way that Zoran carries himself or the way that Abdul carries himself. Not all of our candidates are going to be like that. All of those problems are solvable. With a good comms team and airtight messaging, you can solve those problems. Francesca, unfortunately, got cooked a little bit on that aspect. But here's the thing. Make no mistake. If we are adjusting the weight of different forces at play here, if I were to rank what the top force here was, it was Tony Evers, a very popular governor. Tony Evers knows ball. Establishment Democrats know ball. They know their voters. They know how they can whip them back into shape. That's it. That's it. We must not grow accustomed to success because of the sequence of victories that we have been able to eke out. Okay? It is good for them to underestimate us. It is not good for us to underestimate them. There's a reason why the establishment is the established center of power. Because the electability argument in the primaries and the harm reduction argument in the general is certainly successful enough to ensure that the Democrats continue winning against the Republicans and certainly against their left flank at times. Okay? I think more than anything, the Han campaign proved that you need to be conducting a campaign that's moving at 100% all the way up until the very end. Mamdani's campaign knew this, and I think Han's campaign was leaving gaps open at the final hour, which the establishment took advantage of. I can't speak for their ground game. I'm not familiar with what happened in the last week. I wasn't here. Okay? I wasn't there, sorry. I wasn't in Wisconsin, so I don't know. So, you have to remember that. Now, that can turn, and it has turned. How can the electability argument flip on the establishment? When you got respectable national backers who have won their races. This is where AOC comes in. This is where Bernie Sanders comes in. Now, I don't fault them for staying out of it. I wish they didn't. They made their own calculations. They look at it as a governor's race. It's not as significant to build caucus. It's not as significant. But the electability argument can flip on its head when you have Bernie Sanders endorsing you, right? It's not the end all be all. It's a coalition of different forces coming together and consolidating their support against their support for a particular candidate. But that is what it is. Because I am not going to be able to instill confidence in the necessary demographics that the candidate I'm backing is electable. Bernie will. My role, my responsibility, the way I see it, our community's job is to bring turnout and excitement from the under 45 base. And we did that. We did that with as many numbers as we possibly could, right? We did that with the Abdul race. We did that in Wisconsin, okay? Our community's goal is to mobilize. Our community's goal is to put boots on the ground. And we did that. We did our job. But we are not the persuasive force for electability. Okay? Now, the other side of the story for a national Prague endorsement that is very important is fundraising. Because a lot of talk has revolved around the importance of linear TV ads. And I still think that there's an importance for linear TV ads. I've told this to other campaigns that I've, worked with. I've told them directly. I've told them in private, and I've told them publicly as well. You don't have to reinvent the wheel entirely, right? You have to still go and work with consultants, like the traditional consultants. They know what the fuck they're talking about, right? You just have to be consistent on your message. You shouldn't allow the consultants to tailor your policies, to tailor your agenda, right? But there is a good balance that you have to strike. Zoran did that very well. Perhaps maybe a little bit too far. Maybe he leaned a little bit too much to the centrist Democratic Party consulting class a little bit, especially towards the end there, but it doesn't matter. He won. Okay? If you want to win elections, you got to go with winners. These guys know how to win. These guys have won elections before. And like I said, you don't have to reinvent the wheel. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. But you can't fundraise enough by just, coming on the HasanAbi broadcast, by going on Michael from Pennsylvania's broadcast. You have to get that national endorsement. You have to get the excitement. One Bernie Sanders email can overnight bring in $100,000. That's huge. that's as consequential as one media hit that you do or two media hits that you do with someone like myself. We raised like $57,000 in a couple hours, right? So the Bernie endorsement not only gives you credibility and actually flips the electability argument in your favor, but it also fundraises for you in a very meaningful manner. Okay? It fundraises for you, and then it opens up new opportunities. You can do defensive TV ads. You don't have to just be everywhere all at once, but it's good to also block out certain, certain time, certain ad markets. It's good. It's good to play a defensive posture there. It's good to be everywhere all at once. So that's the thing. And also, it's becoming increasingly clear to me that if you don't have those big national prog endorsers, then that becomes a story in and of itself. This was a huge problem with the Shoykot race, if you recall. That actually played a major role in cooking Shoykot Chakrabarty because he played his hand. He said, look, I work with AOC. And then people started asking AOC, why aren't you endorsing him? And that played a big role. That played a major role. So that's also important. So when Bernard is asked about endorsing certain candidates and he says, oh, I haven't paid attention to it, the media is going to turn that into a point of controversy, right? So I think our national progressives also have to be a little bit more careful, not careless, in how they talk about certain candidates. I think establishment Democrats do this very well. Elisa Slotkin is a great example of this. She very famously didn't endorse in the race. She didn't endorse Haley Stevens. She didn't endorse Abdul Al-Sayed. And she also played around that issue very well. Our side needs to be able to do that. And I think sometimes we don't do that. AOC did do that, where she defended Francesca Hong. I don't think Bernie necessarily did it as well. But ultimately, it would have been far better if they had endorsed her. I mean, she would have won. But I assume that ironically, the numbers in the general were a toss-up for Francesca, and they were terrified of that, of what kind of blow that might deliver to the socialist movement broadly, the insurgent movement broadly. You know? So, I can't speak to what kind of decisions were made, what kind of decisions were made in not endorsing Francesca. Okay. But yes, they made their decisions. At the end of the day, I still think that it would have really eradicated some of the electability concerns for a lot of sympathizers who are diligent election watchers. This is the Democratic Party's base of support. There are a lot of people who love candidates, love policies, and will refuse to vote for them because they think these candidates are simply not electable because they heard on TV that they're not electable. That's exactly what happened. Here's one great example that bricks my brain. A number of late deciding Democratic primary voters who spoke to NBC News in Madison Tuesday ended up voting for Crowley. One of them, Ali Plummer, said of Hong, I really back a lot of what she's saying. The DSA label doesn't shy me away at all. In fact, I probably would lean more towards that. But Plummer said she was concerned that Wisconsin as a whole might not want to back a Democratic socialist. I voted for Crowley because I'm a risk-averse person. And I was reading a lot about who has the chance to beat Tom Tiffany in the larger election. Plummer said, adding, we have to beat Tom Tiffany. So I voted for David Crowley. That voter would not have even questioned voting for Francesca Hong if there was a Bernie endorsement. Right? Yeah, stunning primary loss. Stunning. Impactful. A lot of people in Wisconsin, Reddit also flipped. I'm not saying I don't think this is the outcome, but this race hasn't been officially called yet. What's the poly market Kalshi? I will say, as a Hong supporter, I was mighty. It was mighty impressive to see Crowley drop out, restart his campaign in a week. Despite not being my personal choice, I'll be giving my full support. I voted for Hong to help spread excitement and shake things up, but a safe candidate like Crowley isn't a bad thing. I mean, these are normal assessments. This is correct. That's largely my position as well. That is largely my position as well. My cope is that I feel like the governorship rarely affects those outside their states that much, especially moderate milquetoast Dems like Crowley. Yeah, no, for sure. That's the major calculation, because what we are talking about here is a very different race. That's why I kept stressing the reality that, you know, red states vote for blue governors, blue states vote for red governors. The governor is a much more intimate role. It takes a much closer role in people's lives inside of the state. It's an interstate situation. It has nothing to do with like the broader movement overall, even though it is significant because it shows that like socialists can win statewide office even in a you know, swing state. That's why it's consequential. But the way that people view the role of governor is like, I'm voting for a person that, you know, is going to deliver the trifecta. That was the primary concern of Wisconsin voters, and that's why Crowley won. Why do you say Crowley's a non-offensive and safe choice? He's pro-data center and pro-Israel. It's the exact same role flipped on its head. Francesca Hong was a safe vote because it's a D+7 race, and it's only getting worse for Republicans as we come closer to the general election. That's it. That's it. It matters not what the Democrat is pushing for unless they are like openly and aggressively leaning into a certain stance, which I don't think David Crowley will lean into in the general. That would be electoral poison for him. I hope he doesn't do that, because he will actually snatch defeat from the jaws of victory that time around. But I think Tony Evers would probably stop him from doing that. Right? Tony Evers didn't back this guy in a last-ditch effort, only to have him fuck up all chances in the midterms and fuck up the trifecta. It's not going to happen. I have too much confidence in at least the Wisconsin Democratic Party, maybe not the National Party, but the Wisconsin Democratic Party nonetheless, to not fuck that up. I think Francesca Hong will campaign with Crowley to make sure that, you know, our demands are heard and to make sure that our side still comes out and votes. You understand? I think there's still a crisis in confidence, and that's why these electoral victories matter a lot. There's still a crisis in confidence for the left flank. We still haven't proven our legitimacy. It's going to take time, but I'm confident we will be able to achieve it. That's why Zoran's governance, the association of good governance and democratic socialism, matter quite a bit. You know? That's why it's very important that Zoran succeed. It's very important that Abdul win his race. It's very important that these newcomers are dynamic. They're exciting, and people pay close attention to them, and their constituent services are great as well. Our job continues. It doesn't end once they, you know, get carried across the finish line. David Crowley gives a shout out to Francesca Hong and her campaign during his acceptance speech. I especially want to thank Francesca Hong. Her campaign reminded people across Wisconsin that there are no long shots when it comes to believing in a better future and fighting to expand opportunities to every family. The real opponent has always been Tom Tiffany. Sometimes election stories rhyme. Francesca Hong did lose, but she has a future if she navigates things well. You know what other young progressive candidate ran for governor who was very awkward in their first attempt and got crushed by the establishment machine? Abdul El-Sayed. True. True.
Thank you. I was a high school linebacker, Nolan. You know, I brought my Constitution with me, and I know I'm not allowed to use a prop, but the Constitution is not a prop. Fact is that this Constitution protects my right to pray as I choose to pray, and also protects my right to aspire to the highest ideal of citizenship. And every time we hear this, it speaks to a long history of people who look a little bit different than the senator, trying to do something that is perfectly within their rights and then having their very Americanness questioned. We've seen this before. But to be frank, it's a distraction, because at the end of the day, the kind of exclusionary language that we're hearing is exactly what's locking people out all over the state. An education system that's failed our kids in Detroit. The fact that we can't even give people water in that city. The fact that Flint got poor.
I mean, it's not that cringe. He's literally hitting the same notes. He's literally hitting the same notes. I think you guys are trying to be, I mean, obviously the optics matter, aesthetics matter. It's kind of crazy. I mean, clavicular wasn't wrong. You know what I mean?
Poisoned 9,000 kids, and we're still worried about clean water. That kind of exclusionary thinking is exactly what's run government for too long. It's exactly what I'm standing up for. And as an American.
So yeah, in any case, yeah. I mean, look, there was a lot of greenness in the Hong campaign for sure. Yeah, what I'm saying is Francesca Hong needs to get fucking jacked. Okay, just jacked to the gills. She needs to become a bodybuilder. But yeah, I don't feel as discouraged as some others are. Maybe there's a lot of people in Wisconsin that, you know, tirelessly knocked on as many doors as possible. And now you feel like, what did that amount to? Nothing. Do not feel discouraged. Do not feel discouraged. Think about where you were 2 years ago and then think about where you are now. Okay? It is ridiculous. What is this? Yeah. Note on ads. The campaign was financially capable of purchasing cable ads, but they deliberately chose not to and rejected them as ineffective. Her campaign put out a statement that they were pursuing streamer ads to reach voters more efficiently and that they weren't running the campaign political consultants have run. Yeah, no, I know that. I know that. Like, part of it is money, but part of it is a deliberate attempt. They had some money. They could have done it. They didn't. They chose not to. I know. I know. Streamer ads are good, but not as effective as TV ads. No, the TV ads are just, even if it's for blocking, it's still important. Absolutely a lot of discouragement here today. It's disappointing. I'm hopeful for a more progressive future. Guys, you're being delusional and not in a good way. Sometimes it's good to be a little delusional, right? But you are fucking insane if you think that this isn't a major attempt. What are we talking about, dude? We had a fucking Democratic socialist run for a state seat, run for a statewide gubernatorial seat, and she came within like 3,000 votes. Historic levels of turnout. What are you talking about, man? 2 years ago, Zohran Mamdani was still considering running for mayor. 2 years ago, Zohran Mamdani was probably sitting around with a bunch of his fucking friends in New York City DSA going, should I do this? Do you think we have a shot? And his friends were like, no, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? And now, 2 years from that point, we had a Democratic socialist running for governor in a fucking swing state. It's not a real swing state, but it doesn't matter. What are you talking about? Wake up. You cannot behave like newcomers. If you are a newcomer, Hopefully you learn from the broader experience of where this movement is from 2 years ago, where this movement is from 10 years ago when it was non-existent. Okay? Some of you come in here and you go, all right, well, what the fuck? I started getting excited about DSA when I saw the sequence of victories. And that's my expectation. Are you kidding me? Why do I always say being a leftist is about taking L's? You got to take L's. You got to learn how to take L's. You got to learn important lessons from why we took those L's. And we got to grow. People always look at the successes and they fail to consider the sequence of losses that led to the success. Whether it be Abdul al-Sayed in 2018 or whether it be Bernie Sanders in 2016 and 2020. We just got to keep doing the work. And we also have to reframe it. We also have to reframe it within the larger context. You did not fall from a coconut tree. Okay? We live within the context of everything that came before it. And everything that came before the Francesca Hong run was unbelievably consequential. And everything that will come after in the lead up, everything that will come after in the midterms will also build on this movement. Yeah, look at Francesca Hong's national endorsements, Ro Khanna, Ilhan Omar. Look at Peggy's national endorsements. And obviously, that's not a good comparison because the Minnesota race was 100% an anti-ICE race. It was a lock. It didn't look like a lock in the polls, but it was a lock nonetheless. You understand? Yeah. Francesca Hong, at the end of the day, got 85,000 more votes than Tony Evers. Okay. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? But this momentum, 313,000 for Crowley, 310,000 for Hong, proves the point I was making that Wisconsin is not a swing state. Wisconsin is not a fucking swing state at all. That's what I've been saying. So it would be a major mistake for the establishment Democrats if they don't lean in to the momentum that Francesca Hong and the DSA brought in. Okay? Sure, she lost by an ass hair. But that's a lot of fucking voters. And they weren't voting for electability. They were voting for policy. That's the difference between Crowley and Hong as well, because Crowley voters were electability voters. So you have to listen to the base's demands, and I hope they do. I hope they don't fuck this up. But ultimately, you look at this turnout, you look at these numbers, not very good for the Republican side. If I'm Tom Tiffany, I'm shitting my pants, okay? I'm pissing, shitting, and farting in my diaper. If I'm Tom Tiffany, I'm looking at this and going, uh-oh, not a great time to be a Republican. Not a great time at all to be a Republican. Okay? Very discouraging results for the Republican side. Not even close. Why is nobody bringing up the fact that only male DSA candidates seem to be winning? What are you talking about? Maylok Kuros, Daria Lisa, Claire, you're wrong. No one is bringing that fact up because it's not a fact. It's fiction. Most of our slate this time around has been women of color. Now, yeah, new governor poll on Wisconsin shows Crowley at 47 to Tom Tiffany's 44. That's wrong. It's going to be even higher margins than that, I think. But it's also entirely dependent on how Crowley, hugs and kisses the left flank here. Okay. But yeah, this is not even, I mean, this is such an encouraging moment, not a discouraging one. I don't know. I'm usually a very pessimistic guy. As you guys know, I'm a realistic guy. I'm a pessimist. I'm a realist, whatever. This is a very encouraging moment for our movement. I gotta pee.
Wave and a surprise victory for the party establishment. Democratic Socialist Francesca Hong narrowly defeated by the establishment-backed David Crowley. Crowley posting overnight, "Wisconsin, let's get to work," and the state party chair calling for Democrats to come together, writing, "Tonight, Wisconsinites made their choice, and tomorrow, Democrats will unite around David Crowley." The primary was a nail-biter, Crowley only beating Hong by a few thousand votes, even as polls showed Hong with a comfortable lead. But many of the country's top progressives distanced themselves from Hong, who previously called to defund the police, and in a 2020 since-deleted social media post wrote, "Cancel Thanksgiving," saying it promoted colonialism. She's since said her views have changed.
Thanksgiving is also a time that's incredibly painful for many people in our communities. And so I think I wanted to make sure that people understood that there are multiple views, but views can evolve.
Crowley, the Milwaukee County executive, will now face off against Republican Congressman Tom Tiffany, endorsed by President Trump. Meanwhile, in neighboring Minnesota, the progressive candidate Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan capturing the Democratic nomination for Senate, a victory for the party's left wing heading into the midterms. And overnight in South Carolina, in a test of the power of Trump's endorsement, Darlene Graham, the sister of the late Senator Lindsey Graham, failed to win more than 50% of the vote in the Republican primary to replace her brother on the November ballot, despite the complete and total support of the president.
I've been accused of not being a politician, guilty as charged. I will spend the next 2 weeks of this runoff meeting with voters and, unlike some politicians, listening to their concerns.
ABC News now projecting Graham will advance to a runoff against Republican Congressman Ralph Norman.
So multiple tests overnight, but it's all really going to come down to who goes to the polls in November. And one more state where the president's endorsement came up short last night was Minnesota in the Republican race for governor. Mike Lindell, a close ally of...
No, not my goat. Not my goat. Not my goat. Hold up. Hold up. We're still riding with Michael Pillow. Let's just say he has not conceded. Okay? So that's not a defeat. We know the Republicans stole the Republican election from the Republican Michael Pillow, who was endorsed by Donald Trump. The rest of the Republicans stole the election from Michael Pillow. Michael Pillow, please continue pushing. Please continue fighting the good fight. Stop the steal. Stop the steal. He's in it to win it. He is conceded. He has not conceded. Excuse me, conceded. More like he's honest. He's a brave warrior. Mike will rise again. Mr. Pillow, sir, we ride with you. We ride into battle with you, Mr. Pillow. We love you. This is perhaps an even more devastating moment than the Toby Durden moment. Okay, as you guys know, South Dakota, Turby Derby, running for governor of South Dakota. Larry Roden stole that from him. And it's very clear that Michael Pillow's election was stolen from under his watchful gaze.
President Trump's, who backed his baseless claims of election fraud, losing in the Republican primary overnight to the state Speaker of the House, Lisa Demuth. That was the Republican primary for governor. What?
All right, G. O'Brien for us. We appreciate it.
The headline.
But yeah, so I think I went up and down my analysis on this election, on the Crowley stuff, on Francesca Hong, what this defeat means, where we're at. Now, of course, the take machine at the take factory continues. Neera Tanden says this guy was Hong's biggest surrogate. As I've said, campaigning with Piker is a death trap, possibly in a primary, but certainly in the general election. To which I said, yes, this is part of why we came close to a victory, but ultimately lost. I should never be the biggest surrogate of a campaign. Pecan or national progs would have alleviated some of the electability concerns of Hong, which were overstated and outright weaponized in the last week blitz. Tightening comms is an easy fix for the general. Ultimately, the platform was good and brought historic turnout. There won't be a Republican in the governor mansion, and I'm happy for that. Now, this is actually much kinder than what Smira Tandon or Bira Tandon deserves. But, you know, we got to be graceful. We got to teach some of these fucking assholes in D.C. how to behave when you actually lose. Okay? It's very important that they learn this lesson from a 35-year-old loudmouth Twitch streamer. Okay? Remember, this is a person who's worked in the Clinton administration, in the Biden administration. Well, she kind of worked in the Biden administration, and also the Obama one. And yet she behaves like a drunken moron on the timeline all the fucking time. Okay? With regular frequency. We don't have to behave like that. We don't have to do that. Possibly because we're not barred out like she is. You know? I guess the Democrats needed their own Jeanine Pirro, you know? So, yeah. But as I was saying, a lot of thoughts, a lot of takes. I don't, like I said, I don't think the Thanksgiving gate was as big of a problem as the electability concerns were. The electability concerns are still a primary motivator for the Democratic Party. And I will say this, here's the other truth. Okay. One, electability in the primaries and harm reduction in the general still carry lots of boomers when it's paired with a barrage of negative earned media, no defensive TV ads, no linear TV ads, no national prog endorsements that actually alleviate some of the concern of electability in the eyes of, you know, sympathetic voters in the primaries. All in all, an unbelievably impressive showing for Democratic Socialists of America in Wisconsin. Their ground game was incredible. Okay, so do not be discouraged. The other side of the story goes as follows. I think the Democrats are lazy. I think the establishment Democrats are fucking lazy. They're unbelievably lazy for this reason, because they know they can hit that button over and over again and keep this shit airtight until recently, until these insurgent candidacies started winning races. Okay? That's also part of the reason why they have no vision, no policy whatsoever, because from their perspective, all they care about is winning those races and occupying those seats. They don't give a shit about governing. They don't give a shit about a legislative agenda. They don't care. They just want to win the fucking race. They literally look at it as follows. It's like, yep, however I win this race, if I can occupy this seat and maybe even defend it against Republicans, it's fine. It's still better than a Republican occupying it, and everyone will shut the fuck up. They run to win. They don't run to govern. They don't run to legislate. They don't care. They don't have a legislative agenda. Okay? And this is why. This has made them lazy. Because if you can hit the electability button in the primaries and then hit the harm reduction button in the general, and sometimes you lose, but usually you win, then that's fine. That's how they operate. That's how they fucking operate. It's unbelievable. But this is why they will lose to us. And then we will defeat the Republicans. We will have a much more resilient movement. And we will deliver results for the masses. Okay? That's it. No wonder Neera feels so comfortable appearing on camera cross-faded. Yeah, of course. Bold of you to assume that Democrats want to win. Yeah, I mean, they do. It's their job. It's their job. They like winning the races. They're fine with losing too sometimes. If it's, the rest of the party losing, or if it's Bernie losing, they'd be probably fine with that. They could eat that loss. But ultimately, yeah, of course they want to win. It's the fucking job. It's the you don't want to lose your job at the end of the day. That's also the reason why they fucking hate me. That's also the reason why they hate us. That's also the reason why they hate this movement, right? Because we threaten their seats. We threaten their positions of power. We threaten their influence. If democracy thrives, well, their job gets more difficult. They now have to be responsive to the masses. They no longer can just rely on corporate donations to carry them into victory over and over again. From the great Tony Benn is apt here. There is no final victory, as there is no final defeat. There is just the same battle to be fought over and over again. So toughen up. Bloody toughen up. Yes. It's true. So that's it. But once again, we can use the electability argument to our advantage, but we just have to prove it. We have to prove it. It's that simple. We have to prove it. We have to prove it to the base. And then we have to prove that we can govern. Do you understand? We have to first prove that we are the electable ones, and we have to win and make sure that Republicans don't win these races to prove that to the base. But then after that, we have to prove that we can govern. We have to prove that we can push for the agenda that we promised and fight like hell for that. It's a long road, but I think we can accomplish it.
Absolutely is Wisconsin. We'll go back to the governor's race there because this was an upset. This is something that has given the establishment a sigh of relief this morning. Let's get right to Jeff Zeleny, who is live in Madison, Wisconsin. And Jeff, you and I have covered a lot of races, but we keep seeing things we've really never seen before. This was a huge come from behind victory, and this was close all night long.
John, good morning. We have never seen anything like this before. 1 month ago, David Crowley was out of this race. He suspended his campaign on July 8th for 10 days. But what happened in that 10-day period would obviously change the race. The lieutenant governor of Wisconsin, Sarah Rodriguez, dropped out of this campaign. Mandela Barnes, a former lieutenant governor, dropped out as well. Crowley got back in and roared back to a remarkable comeback last evening. As you were showing those results, there's no doubt that Francesca Hong was very strong in some college areas, a lot of those cities across Wisconsin. However, here in Dane County, in Madison, she also won this county, but David Crowley was also quite strong. That contributed to his victory as well. And as we talked to so many voters as they were casting their ballots, they liked Francesca Hong. They liked her call for change and this progressive strain of politics that has run through Wisconsin Democrats for years and years, more than a century, going back to fighting Bob LaFollette. But there was also deep concern about whether she could.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. It worked. It worked. Guys, shut the fuck up. Stop saying cattle. Okay? Sorry. It doesn't matter. You got to work with the base you have, not with the base you wish you had. You can't just say they're cattle and move on. Okay? We do not get the benefit of doing that in the way that establishment Democrats do. You want to win or you want to fucking complain? That's it. That's it. You can't just go, oh, they're cattle. What do you do? And then feel disappointed. I never did that for Bernie Sanders as well. I talked about the problems of the Bernie Sanders campaign and the candidacy as well at the time. If they're cattle right now, then bust out the fucking prods. Wake them up. It's your job. It's our job. It's that simple. We have to be convincing. If electability is the message, is the salient message that works, we have to do everything we can. Okay? It's crazy. But yeah, this is the final moment of discouragement. This is what I know is always happening in these races. This is also the encouraging aspect of this is that people still want these policies. So it's important for David Crowley to push for them. I think the fact that she seriously underperformed highly educated counties and college towns compared to Abdul next door is proof that pro-Hong voters split for Crowley over electability. Yes. Yes. 100%. And that electability concern came entirely from the concocted establishment narrative. And at least in this race, they could point to data. They could say, look, Crowley's not a toss-up. Hong is. Okay? I'm not going to place a lot of emphasis on the polls. You want to know why? Because they did the opposite with Abdul, where the polls showed Abdul outperforming Haley Stevens against the Mike Rogers matchup. And the media still said Abdul is less electable. Abdul is less electable than Haley Stevens. So we know that it's not like they're relying on empirical evidence. It's not like they're relying on data every single time. They say the same thing every time. And we see this with Abdul's margin of victory being higher than David Crowley's margin of victory. And yet Abdul's margin of victory was a disappointing show out. A disappointing show for the left flank. David Crowley's much slimmer margin of victory was the establishment bulwark securing victory once again. It's over. The left movement is over. It only goes in one direction. It's the same with even someone like myself. My appearance is required for establishment Democrats. It's make it or break it. How dare Hasan not endorse Kamala Harris? How dare Hasan not go out and door knock for Kamala Harris? But then when I actually go out and door knock for candidates, they go, Hasan Piker is the reason why these candidates are losing. It only goes in one direction. It's propaganda. That's it. Wake up. Just do the fucking work. It's that simple. Why do you think the same people that are like, how dare you refuse to endorse Kamala Harris? You could have been the make it or break it person. You should have done everything in your power to then turn around and say, what are you doing? Why are you involved in these elections? You should stay away from these elections. Okay? They will do everything they can. Establishment Democrats will do everything they fucking can to drive home that narrative. Because they don't have policies that motivate the base. They know.
Could win in November. The question.
Look at this guy. This is the type of guy that unironically falls for the propaganda. Evoking Mao with the outfit doesn't help in the eyes of normie voters. Normie voters don't give a fuck. They don't know who I am, you stupid idiot. Shut the fuck up. There is not more than 10 voters that voted in the direction of one candidate over the other because they saw that I was wearing a Zhongshan suit at the College Democrats National Convention. What are you, fucking stupid? Shut the fuck up. That is the least relevant part of this. If you are in any way, shape, or form sympathetic to the progressive cause, not even the Democratic Socialists of America, you have to be smarter than this. You have to be smarter than this. Please, I beg you. The average voter does not give a shit about this stuff. Okay? Ridiculous. I'd go so far as to say, you'll see, by the end of this midterm season, people will be negatively polarized from all the fucking coverage on Fox News. They're going to be like, enough. Why are we hearing about this Hasan guy? Talk about the cost of living crisis. Talk about the endless wars, please. The cope is crazy. Yes, dude, I'm the one who's coping. I'm the one who's coping. You're right. I'm the most salient election message, dude. You're right. Please take off your fucking horse blinders. I beg you. Please lock the fuck in. You just heard the CNN anchor literally mention what the primary concern was, but so many of you cannot rid yourself of the derangement that you have poisoned yourself with. Okay? There's never been a moment where I have overestimated my impact. Okay? It is you who have designed your worldview around what motivates me. That's your primary driver. You have invented this insane reality where you literally think, oh, how will this make Hasan feel? Will this make Hasan sad? If the answer is yes, I'm excited. Will this make Hasan excited? If the answer is yes, I hate it. It's crazy. Please, I urge you to live in reality, okay? Please live in the reality. You think she would have blamed you for Kamala's loss if you'd endorsed her? Her hypocrisy is confusing as hell for even her own followers. Yeah. Here's you and June saying you aren't a kingmaker. Hasan the Hun explains that he isn't a kingmaker and that his endorsement, which, while helpful on its own, works best in tandem with key factors within the campaigns. This is all the way back in June. Not that anybody ever fucking listens to me. Wait, oh God, this clip is not working because it's all the thing. Here's the thing, okay? There's a perfect, harmonious relationship between my community, myself, and also the local organizations, specifically Democratic Socialists of America, okay? And there are other orgs as well. You know, Sunrise Movement is another great one that's all over and it's very active. But what's interesting about this is it doesn't work on my, like, I'm not a kingmaker. I will never be able to like make or break a candidacy. I can give them a boost, a necessary boost. I can give them, additional media coverage. I can get them volunteers and door knockers. But the reality of the matter is the goals have to align. Okay. So they have to have the fundamentals first and foremost. They have to have the background. They have to have the organizing work, or at least the advocacy work that they can point to beyond just like running, right? Beyond just running for office and then deciding on a whim that these are issues that you know will get you attention, right? So like their goals have to align with our goals. That's number one. Number two, they have to have the solid fundamentals. They have to have the ground game. They have to have people that are knocking on doors. They have to have real excitement behind them. And in that situation, if the policies align, if the goals align, then yes, we can have a perfect, harmonious relationship. And therefore, especially with a sequence of other like higher profile endorsements coming from Bernie Sanders or AOC, or in New York, obviously Zohran Mamdani, then we'll see what happens. But I think then that's the magic spot, right? It doesn't, no one is capable of winning or losing elections. It doesn't work that way. And I've never said it works that way. As a matter of fact, I've said the exact opposite. And yet, for some strange reason, these guys never seem to listen to me. Yeah, the mainstream media narrative is always heads I win, tails you lose. That's it. That's it. So it's very important for people who are sympathetic to our cause or already loyal soldiers of our cause to not fucking lean into this kind of idiotic narrative. Like you have every opportunity not to fall for this kind of very overt, very obvious propaganda that is supposed to work to discourage you. Okay? And yeah, the reaction was predictable. That's why I predicted it last night. I said, this is exactly how it's going to go. So yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
Questions of electability here, John, were more pronounced than I have ever heard them. So we do know now that David Crowley will be accepting this victory in a speech in Milwaukee in just a couple hours. But the governor of the state of Wisconsin, Governor Tony Evers, he campaigned at Crowley's side.
I know exactly
and
what
warned
tweet
Democrats
this is.
to not squander.
This is Shapiro's greatest take of all time. We're watching enormous misread of the results here in Wisconsin. The dumb take is that the DSA has reached its ceiling and the establishment is fighting back. That's totally wrong. The normie Dems are simply negotiating the terms of their surrender. Those terms are obvious. Democratic Party will ingest and mirror the key precepts of the DSA, and they won't go whole hog against DSA candidates who don't totally say the quiet part out loud. This is why Slotkin didn't endorse Stevens against Al Sayed in Michigan. It's why Schumer's and Jeffries didn't endorse Cuomo against Mamdani in New York City. In return, DSA's most important figures will refrain from endorsing the very worst candidates. This is why Bernie and AOC didn't endorse Hong. If they had, she would have won. The goal of the pact is obvious. Candidates who are DSA in all but name, who receive unified Democratic support after the primaries, and who still have a shot at winning the general election. So don't be fooled. DSA is driving the car, choosing the direction. The normie Dems are just negotiating over the speed. So it's actually not the worst take from Ben, but it's also not completely correct. DSA is not driving the fucking seat. The DSA is not driving the car. That's ridiculous. I wish that was the case, and hopefully one day it will be the case, but we are not there yet. Okay, so they are like the establishment Democrats are absolutely doing their very best to put a fucking stop to this, but they also are not stupid or at least crazy enough to just like let it fall apart to drive home the message that like the left can't win elections. So they have actually performed better than my expectations in that regard. I thought that they would be far more cynical, but Michael LaRosa is far from the common perspective in DC. Okay. Like Shannon Watts, Neera Tanden, these guys, I think, are going to lose a lot of prestige and, ironically enough, lose their comfortable sinecures that they are trying to defend right now when the midterms come around, if they keep up this fucking narrative that they're constantly left bashing. That's what I think. And we saw this. We saw this with Abdul. He won the race. Immediately, the party consolidated support behind him. It was a little bit unexpected. I will admit I was very worried about Abdul's chance in the general if the Democratic Party didn't actually lend its support, because it's absolutely it's an absolute necessity. Guys like this will inevitably be cast aside. They'll be fucking considered Republicans because they are Republicans, because they're endorsing Republicans. You endorse a Republican, it's over for you. It should be over for you. It's completely unacceptable. Get the fuck out of here.
The Democrats to win. I think they're going to win the Senate. I think they're going to win the House. I want Chuck Schumer and Brian Schatz to be the next majority leaders. I want to do it without Al Sayed. And that can be done. But this isn't what I signed up for. Totenkopf and SS and defending it and then defending. And Hasan Piker is just not the leader of my party. And it's okay for Democrats to say that. My old boss, Chris Matthews, was on TV this morning saying Democrats just need to do the hard part for politicians, which is sometimes standing up to your friends.
Yeah, no, this is an irredeemable statement. And I promise you, behind closed doors, I'm certain that even establishment Democrats are probably like, that guy doesn't represent anything. You should probably shut the fuck up. Okay? There's no shot, because I've seen the consolidation behind Abdul. This man is alone. He is sticking his neck out for donors, and he's probably trying to pivot to the right. Okay? He's trying to pivot to the right. He's already working with like the United Arab Emirates and stuff. His consulting firm is. It's not, it's guys like that, they're on the chopping block. I don't think they realize it, and it's great that they don't fucking realize it. Okay? For the first time in my life, props to Chuck Schumer and Haley Stevens. Abdul explicitly says he will not vote for Schumer, but he's sending the DSCC for him anyway. Abdul says Stevens was dumb, AIPAC, rubber stamp in a suit, and she went all out for him. Credit where credit is due. Yes, because these guys are locking in. It's important. Because they care more about the Senate majority At the end of the day, when push comes to shove, it's very clear that these people care more about the Senate majority than they do about fucking advancing petty grievances. So those who are advancing petty grievances, like Neera Tanden and all of these other people, they will be inevitably cast aside. Okay? They will be on the chopping block. I care about the Senate majority. Of course I care about the Senate majority. I don't want to go to fucking prison. I don't want my friends to go to prison. Like, what are we talking about? I don't think people who fancy themselves to be like these hard-headed radicals understand the amount of damage that Donald Trump has already caused and the amount of damage that he will continue to cause if there is no pushback, if there is no legislative hurdle that people can present in front of his, lame duck period. Neera won't be cast aside, be real. You're probably not wrong about that. As if Dems are difflam out. Guys, stop. Please. Please. Okay? Please. This is where the marginal differences make dramatically, massively consequential outcomes, okay? You're being ridiculous. That's why I literally fucking openly say I voted for Adam Schiff. You know what I mean? Come on. Successfully rage baited Hasan Piker. They call me the fucking goat. I don't know, man. Brother, I'm going to keep it $150. Your life is literally meaningless if this is your ultimate goal, okay? I'm sorry. Please get better goals in your life. I promise you will live a happier and healthier life. Just dream bigger, okay? Dream big, King. Dream big. I love you. I want what's best for you, okay? Dream big. That's fucking loser behavior. No one worth talking about calls you goat, big dog. Okay. Anyway. Contrarian take, this was the best possible result for DSA. Hong coming out with a fingernail proves the appeal of DSA-style politics and mod establishment's declining power. Had she won and likely gone on to lose? No, this is stupid. I just disagree. I disagree with the notion that Francesca Hong was going to lose in the general. I completely disagree with that. And it's the same principle as to why I think David Crowley is not going to lose in the general either, as long as he just like shuts the fuck up about data centers and stuff. Okay? It is a national +7 Dem environment, and it's only getting worse every single fucking day. Okay? It's only getting worse for Republicans every single day. Everyone is being delusional about this. Okay? The electability argument from the establishment Democrats was a way to weaponize turnout against Francesca Hong, and it worked. Okay? It worked. The idea that we're leaning into the same establishment narrative of electability is so dumb. Okay? It's so dumb. You're crazy. You're crazy. I don't think anyone is looking at the broader swings here. Oh, it's fucking nutty. It's nutty. Normies hate the Republican Party right now. Okay? They are in charge. Everything sucks. Dog shit. You're being delusional. Yes, Caroline, leave it as out. We'll talk about it. What do you mean an endorsement from Sanders, Warren, AOC matters more than support from Hasan Piker and Michael from Pennsylvania? Shannon Watts brings up a point that I have made a million times over as though it's contentious. I don't know why. Do you think Fox will ask Trump if he disavows Hasan Piker like they do with every other politician? Trump will be like, well, I don't know him, but he looks right out of central casting. He has a lot of followers, you say. Wow. Turns out cancel Thanksgiving is not a winning message. Oh, shut the fuck up, Richie Torres.
under all their gains here. So that certainly was a big.
How can you overcome the electability argument? Winning. That's it. Winning. I don't know if you've seen this blatant defamation against you by the RNC. There needs to be a correction issued. RNC national spokesperson Natalie Baldessari responded to Piker's remarks in a statement Fox News Digital on Wednesday, calling on Democrats to disavow the controversial streamer. Hasan Piker is a Hamas-hugging radical with a long history of threatening rape and violence against those he disagrees with. Democrats would do right to disavow him, but they'll continue to bend to his will like spineless, useful idiots. What the fuck? Bro, they're getting extra insane. I don't know how to deal with something like this. I actually have no idea what to do here. Hasan Piker warns that knives will be out after socialist Francesca Hong falls in Wisconsin upset. Far-left streamer warned Tuesday night that the knives will be out for the socialist left after Wisconsin state rep Francesca Hong lost the gubernatorial primary to Milwaukee County Executive David Crowley. Piker argued during his live stream that Democratic establishment figures will work harder to stop insurgent candidates because they no longer underestimate the progressive movement. Piker, who appeared alongside Representative Ilhan Omar at an August campaign rally, portrayed the loss as a warning for socialists seeking to build on recent primary victories. It will be more difficult, though, because the establishment will not underestimate us. It will continue to undermine us, but they will not underestimate us, Piker said. So the knives will be out. RNC national spokesperson Natalie Baldessari responded to Piker in remarks to Fox News Digital. Hasan Piker is a Hamas-hugging radical with a long history of threatening rape and violence against those he disagrees with. What the fuck is this person saying? The Wisconsin primary became a contest between the party's socialist left and its more traditional coalition. Hong, a Democratic Socialists of America member, was backed by Representatives Ilhan Omar, Ro Khanna, former Ohio State Senator Nina Turner, and Wisconsin-based DSA chapters. After initially leaving the race, Crowley re-entered in the contest with the endorsement of retiring Governor Tony Evers and accumulated support from the professional firefighters of Wisconsin, Wisconsin Labor's District Council, IBEV, Wisconsin. Hong previously sought to put distance between herself and Piker after appearing on his live stream for a campaign fundraiser, saying in July, MS Now reports interview that sharing a platform with someone did not mean she endorsed everything the host has said. Wait, what? Former Los Angeles... Oh, God. Beetlejuice Bob isn't take the Hong loss well, Pratt said on X. The DSA are freaking out that everyone is realizing Emperor Mao has no clothes. Piker said Crowley's victory was far from the worst result and predicted the Democrat would defeat Republican Representative Tom Tiffany in November. Crowley still, if he wins, is going to defeat Tom Tiffany, and that's a good thing, okay? I stand on that, Piker said. The Wisconsin Democratic gubernatorial primary was not called until early Wednesday after Milwaukee election officials said human error delayed the county's vote count. 5 of the 9 member states, the rest is just like describing what happened. This is Natalie Baldessari. Jesus Christ. That's terrifying. What is going on with the Laura Loomer clones in the Republican Party? What the heliante, my man? What the hell? What the hell? Wait, Fox News kind of did justice to that quote, right? I was expecting them to say it was a violence type quote. No, they're not. They're quoting me accurately. Caroline Leavitt is leaving. Yes, we're going to talk about that later.
But there is no question that there's some unifying to be done. That starts this morning with an eye on November, John.
And again, as you point out, Francesca Hong was divisive. Bernie Sanders, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, they did not endorse her as they had endorsed Abdul al-Sayed in the Michigan Senate Democratic primary there. I want to say I've been on cable the last few days a lot. It's where I work, and I've heard a lot of Republicans with talking points. They were loaded for bear on Francesca Hong. Francesca Hong was the candidate they were focused on. They were already trying to nationalize her, what they saw as her imminent victory in Wisconsin. How surprised are Republicans this morning?
John, they are very surprised. Not only were they talking about this campaign and how they would effectively used some of her comments, they were trying to prop her up at the same time. A remarkable play here. The Republican Governors Association was spending more than $4 million running ads showing that she's a strong progressive. Well, that was seen as a way to effectively meddle in this race. So Republicans were hoping to run against her. That did not happen. So this race is an example of the establishment striking back. But John, I'm also thinking back to an interview I had with David Crowley on Sunday evening. I asked him about that establishment thing. He said, look, I'm established, but I am not a member of the establishment. If he would win, he would be the first African-American governor right here in Wisconsin.
I want to start with you, Nicholas. What did you see in this, what do we call it, the Rust Belt, the Blue Wall? Like, what are we learning from last night?
You know, I'll put my Midwesterner hat on.
They love when we do that, by the way. Yeah, they're excited. They're excited. We know you want this.
Yeah. I mean, I think, like, what we saw last night was Democratic primary voters really picking electability when it mattered in the state. Like, in Wisconsin, we saw them pick the candidate who, by all accounts, is the more centrist one, maybe would fare better in a general election. But the counterpoint to that is Minnesota, where voters there picked the more progressive Senate candidate, right, Peggy Flanagan, over Angie Craig, the more centrist House member who was running for Senate. But that's a much bluer state, so perhaps the electability argument just didn't work as well.
Exactly. One of the things that I'm interested in, Josh, because you've worked for both Kamala Harris, like a person who is known for being maybe too cautious, right? Like not known necessarily for their retail politics and style, and then also Bernie Sanders, who is still out there now at this point trying to play kingmaker. What do you make of how voters are talking about this?
I think that what we're seeing is progressive candidates winning when they are strong candidates, when they're running strong races, and when they take on power. And I think we saw that with Peggy Flanagan. I think we saw it in Michigan with Abdul El-Sayed. And I think, frankly, we're going to see it with Brian Poindexter in his race against Max Miller, because it's, when we run working people who are taking on the powers that be, that are taking on corporate greed, I think Democrats and progressives do very well.
Yeah, and then Bernie Sanders didn't back Francesca Hong, and Democrats have been squawking left and right. One operative telling Politico she just doesn't have the Zoran ability to sort of laugh it off or pitch it.
I'm beginning to get really fucking annoyed with this analysis as well. Even if truthful, it's just like, even if there's like legitimacy to the take, I don't like it. Okay, I don't like it. It's just so goddamn annoying, especially because like Zoran is very gifted, very talented, right? He's very charismatic. And what's been frustrating about this is that because it's usually from like left sympathetic figures, it's usually from figures outside of the movement, like the social democrats or the people who are usually like, well, I don't think Zoran, people who said, I don't think Zoran is electable before he became electable, before he won the election. Now they do the same thing to Francesca Hong. Now, and they were the same people who were doing it to Daria Liza, right? It's just very fucking annoying. At the end of the day, no, it's not misogynistic. I mean, I'm sure misogyny plays a role in this, but it's not the end all be all. I don't like it because they forget how important Zoran's policy platform was. They forget the importance of the movement. They forget the importance of the policy platform. Francesca Hong had that, okay? Guys, let's talk about Hong Dynasty. Go, 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 Francesca. It's the Jews. It was Israel. Guy who made a DSA supporter sock account to make it seem like this would be our interpretation did realize that this is not something that I would ever say in this fucking particular race or ever at all. It's the Jews is a ridiculous assessment. And immediately goes, oh, well, since there isn't this kind of interpretation, this kind of analysis here, I'll just make it up on my own. Good one, dude. I'm serious. Listen, dude, listen. Shouldn't this be a wake-up call for you? If that's what you thought if that's what you thought today's events were going to unfold, like this kind of commentary for me, and it's not happening, shouldn't you just go, hey, maybe I misunderstood what this guy is about. Maybe I misunderstood that this guy is not this like vicious anti-Semite. Instead, you want to live out that dream. Instead, you want to live out the meme itself. How is this any different than what Steven Crowder does? How is it any different than what like Republicans do usually when they go, because I know that's a fucking dumbass liberal, right? It's one of those like centrist liberal, right-wing liberal guys who's trolling, right? This is exactly what Steven Crowder used to do when he was like, oh, transgenders are actually dressing up. It's men dressing up as women. And then when that doesn't happen, you just become that person, right? Like that's what Steven Crowder used to do all the time. We couldn't find a single person who was fake trans just to like win a weightlifting competition. So we became that person. It's very silly. It's very weird. I have big info on Brian. What?
Effectively, the former chairman of the Wisconsin Democratic Party saying this is not the year to test a Democratic Socialist. This isn't New York. And David Axelrod hitting her with El Sayed is a serious person. She is a font of zany liberal faculty lounge exotica. The word from David Axelrod. Yeah, we were talking about this during the break, which is it's one thing to be talking within your activist community and in your primary where this stuff actually, you get a lot of nods and snaps, right? Like she wasn't just sitting on a bench yelling stuff and suddenly ahead in the primary.
Yeah, and you saw, for example, in El Sayed and just in the neighboring state that he was trying to seem more moderate. He was running what felt like a tighter, more serious race.
He's also run a bunch of times, so he's had a couple more practice.
And ultimately, politics comes down to perception, so I do think gauging someone less on the very specifics of their policy and more on the way that they interface with voters and more on the way that they're perceived. It didn't help that she had some tremendous gaffes going into the last week of the race. Not liking Thanksgiving is not quite a popular
But you're right,
policy.
because the last week is what matters. That's when Democrats got their act together and said, hey, you who dropped out, you come back. You know what I mean? And there was this, like, it was described as chaotic, no?
Yeah, extremely chaotic. Like, you know, we saw the number up on the street, and this, you know, despite all of the noise, this was a race that was separated by 3,000 votes, which is, you know, an incredibly close margin, and speaks to how much this narrowed in the final days of the race, especially when, you know, polling, which by all accounts seems to have missed in a lot of Democratic primaries this season, had hung ahead by, you know, as double digits in some surveys.
There was this, some of the centrists who, with the welcome pack, they told Politico this week, many Democratic primary voters may want to touch the hot stove, but the independents who can vote.
Yeah, I'm going to say something about this, like, Don't Sippy Ashley account. I don't want you guys to, like, attack this person at all, but I do think there are some accounts out there, anonymous accounts, that present themselves as, like, progressive, that say very strange things at times. Very weird things. They're not from this movement. They're not a part of this movement. And I think that they're here as infiltrators. It does strike me as a plant from time to time. I will admit that there are some who used to be like super pro-Palestine. For example, there's like content creators on TikTok that used to be super pro-Palestine and now they're pro-Israel. That swap, that switch up is so severe and so glaringly obvious that it's like fairly easy to read it out as a plant for sure. The Twitter poster is utterly irrelevant, but it is interesting sometimes when people that don't have any, that just don't have any experience in this movement out of nowhere. They just come out of nowhere. They start having takes, and it's like some of the takes are good, some of them you agree with, and then all of a sudden you start seeing them pop up more and more, right? Like this kind of thing. I'll say something that will anger some leftists. If you're running in a purple or swing state, I don't think campaigning with Hasan Piker is worth the potential political risk. You don't need his support to win. Many leftists have won comfortably without it, and associating with them will invite negative media coverage, distract voters from your message, and force you to spend time defending controversies, yada, yada, yada. While candidates in deep blue cities may be able to withstand that kind of scrutiny with endorsement figures like AOC and Bernie Sanders or Zoran Mamdani, the political environment is very different in competitive states. This stuff is very strange. I don't know where it comes from. I don't know why, but I have noticed this account make this like significant turn right around the same time. Right around the same fucking time that some of these other accounts that used to be pro-Palestine objectively and openly become like pro-Israel out of nowhere. So just, you know, something to pay attention to. There are some paid accounts out there. I'll give you one example of this. Like one example of this that she hates you because of the Dari code. I don't think that's the reason. I think there's some other reason. I suspect that because it doesn't make sense. They like all of the same candidates that I like. They just hate my involvement personally. It's just weird. And it's coming right as here. This is what I was going to show you. Yeah, this woman is a grifter. Stay away from this account, this Caitlin Hennessy account. Here.
Has anyone else noticed this rise in shitlib content? Basically, all these influencers are coming on here trying to fight against the progressive movement in the Democratic Party by parroting these annoying liberal talking points. And here, I'll give you an example of one of these people who I've seen be doing this when it comes to the issue of Israel or Palestine and how they literally cannot pick a narrative, presumably because they got paid off to do so.
No one asked if Germany had a right to exist, nor do they ask if North Korea does, or Iran.
And yet the funny thing is, it's like, I scrolled through your page and just a couple months earlier, I saw that you were posting stuff like this.
I'm not seeing Americans talk about this yet, but the United Nations Human Rights Council has had to once again call out Israel for crimes against humanity. You know, we're going to lecture China on sending weapons to Iran to defend itself when we're giving weapons to Israel to commit genocide in Gaza. And whoa, you hope Hezbollah doesn't break the ceasefire. Where's the warning to the country that breaks ceasefires more than
Caitlin, you forgot to take the Palestine flag out while you're parroting all these Hasbara talking points. You should really probably take that out of your bio. I'm just saying, it's not a great. And this is going to happen again and again and again in the Democratic Party as long as the liberal establishment maintains.
Some of these guys are mercenaries, like for sure. For a lot of them, it's just about making money, right? And as a mercenary, I think the most charitable interpretation I have is like they tried to make a living and they tried to like generate a lot of attention for themselves by being pro-Palestine, and now they're being paid to do the opposite, right? Because that's much of a switch up. Like even fucking standing 10 toes down and like defending Hezbollah to then talking about like Israel in this way, it doesn't make any sense unless there's money involved. And there has to be a lot of money involved in this stuff, considering how much mainstream media attention is focused, and how these guys have also tailored their message directly at odds with their prior positions in accordance to the mainstream message. Okay?
Control. They'll talk nice, say what they need to garner votes and support, and then turn around and be political opportunists at the first given opportunity.
The most charitable, the least charitable interpretation, because that's the most charitable interpretation, the least charitable interpretation that they were always Hasbara operatives, but they wanted to win favor with the ranks of the pro-Palestine movement to then go around and start only criticizing people that are pro-Palestine. So they wanted to like have more of an impact. So they were literally Hasbara operatives from the start. That's the least charitable interpretation. The most charitable interpretation is that they just like thought that they could generate a lot of impact, generate a lot of like goodwill, and then, you know, continue being pro-Palestine and stuff. But it just didn't work out that way, and they got more money being pro-Israel.
Some of this is inevitable in politics. I'm not saying that that's, you know, a golden standard. Obviously, we've seen that like Mamdani and AOC and now Abdul al-Sayed have kind of started to fold themselves into the establishment, which for the record, I think is a good thing. I think trying to be cooperative in politics is a good thing. But being actively deceptive like this and portraying your viewpoints as one thing and then pivoting to another is just deceptive.
Yeah.
Anyway, those are just some of my thoughts about this. Caitlin, if you're watching this, I really hope that you're able to be a little bit more ethical and grow backbone. You know, say what you truly support. If you really support Israel, then say it with your chest. If you really support Palestine, then say it with your chest. But what you shouldn't do is play this game of political opportunism where you pander to both sides and hope that one will eventually give you a better offer. I mean,
yeah, many such cases, by the way. I mean, there are a lot of people like this. It's that one lady that is the Ethan Klein grifter, the fake demon who despises me, right? Like, she literally used to be a fan of mine. She used to be a fan of Taylor Lorenz. She used to be a fan and was like very critical of Kamala Harris. And then Ethan Klein literally hired her, and now she opposes every single viewpoint that she previously held. Like, it's crazy. Sometimes they're not fast enough in deleting their previous takes. Girl with a microphone, right? Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, a lot of these people are bought and sold. Some people get negatively polarized. I think that's a real thing. Like some people, some people see too much friction in their algorithm on their timeline if they spend a good deal of time on Twitter, and they just like lose sight of who they used to be, for sure. But yeah, I think there are people who just make that pivot because they just get paid, and this is about making money. You know what I mean? And that girl with a microphone lady is a great example of this. Going from being a loud and vociferous supporter of the pro-Palestine movement to basically shifting on all of their fucking policies. Yeah. Every few months, the third way new liberal centrist lobbyists shove an annoying youngish red shirt into the discourse for how you doing fellow kids purposes who disappears a few months later. Yeah. Yeah. The Yamizi, the former Biden White House official, is like one of the new, this is the more professional version of events. I'm just talking about the indie media side of things, right? Like girl with a microphone, this other lady that we're looking at, Caitlin Hennessy, like they are the less professional independent media actors. Okay. The former Biden staffer that is a third way advocate is the more professional version of this, right? So just remember that when you see a take that just like smells funny, when you see a take that looks funny, and you're just like, what the fuck is this person saying? When you see a take that is from like a aesthetically progressive person, you know, and they're just saying silly things. They're just attacking the left. They're attacking left media. They're attacking the left media. They're attacking the movement. They're attacking the campaigns. And they're like, oh, it's just that like I'm a reasonable, pragmatic, progressive. Like they're most likely either getting paid to do this or they've just been negatively polarized. Like if they don't have the experience, if they don't have the work to show their progressive background, then it could be a number of different reasons as to why they're doing this, right? Timothy Faust says, the policy director for Francesca Hong says, well, that was rough, but I've learned a few things. One, there's a movement in Wisconsin waiting to be tapped. If a campaign is actual policy platform, lots of people will engage with it. 85% of the analysis you see from people who don't live here are total bullshit. Got to assume number 3 is true for every campaign or election I've ever had an opinion on in my life. A good lesson for T-Bone. Also, I'm extremely proud of my policy team. We had 111 policies we researched and put forward, and you bet your ass people wanted to talk about every single one. Some of them shifted the entire race. Some of them were unprecedented in American state politics. Having good policies doesn't win elections on its own, but site analytics show that an astonishing number of people wanted to read our policy pages for 3+ minutes at a time. You got to respect people, and treating their lives with the seriousness they deserve requires work. I have no analysis because I know very little about Wisconsin. I was in Madison for a few days like 10 years ago. I think journalists like Dan Schaefer have done a much better job drawing the shape of the campaign than folks who want to jam into a heuristic about how they think everyone in America works. Yeah. I believe the ultras are sincere and moronic. This kind of thing is more suspicious to me. To clarify, are you saying the same thing about that Don't Sippy account? Because I disagree with that one take, but I haven't seen anything else that makes me think she's grifting her or whatever. I'm just very suspicious because it's an anonymous account. I don't know anything about them. I don't know who they are. I've never heard of them. I don't know when they popped up. She's also a Plattner dead ender, which was also a red flag in and of itself. It's just very suspicious. When you have an anonymous new account, it's always suspicious. Who are you? Are you AI? Like, where did you come from? Why are you still a Plattner dead ender? What is your organizational background? Have you done organizing? Are you a part of a movement? Are you a part of a group? Are you Sunrise Movement? Are you Gen Z for Change? These sorts of things actually, at least to a certain degree, show me like what your perspective looks like, why you're saying certain things. If I can't make sense of it, it just like weirds me out. Caitlin Hennessy is a much more cut and dry grifter, much more straightforward grifter, farmed as much eyeballs and attention as she possibly could by weaponizing the pro-Palestine movement and that momentum, only to then turn around and get the bag to flip entirely, right? But pro-Israelis become pro-Palestinian every day. Why can't you imagine the other way? Oh, great question. Momentum, organic momentum. Do you think Israel is getting more popular by the day or less popular by the day? Do you think it's more likely for people to go against a lifetime of propaganda and then recognize the truth of the matter? Or do you think it's the opposite? That's it. That's the reason why we say this. That's the reason why we say it's most likely money playing a role here. Yeah, the Don't Sippy account literally compared Graham Plattner's accuser to Emmett Till's accuser. It's fucking nutty. And I don't know where that came from. I don't know what kind of like movement that they were trying to tap into with that one. So yeah, there are a couple takes that I see from an account like that just rub me super, super weirdly. Okay. Rub me the wrong way. I just, it just doesn't pass my smell test. That's all I'm saying.
Vote in Democratic primaries can turn out in large enough numbers to slap their hand away. Who did the slapping?
Well, I just think generally in Wisconsin, races come down to often 1 percentage point, even less than one. So, again, it's really hard to win. I mean, not only with zany policies like not liking Thanksgiving, but what does permanent affordability mean?
Yeah.
This was a central claim.
Theory?
Yes,
Black
please.
voters, rural white voters. Right? This is what happens in Democratic primaries. This is how you get a Joe Biden coming out on top in South Carolina. Like, I think that Michael Crowley did benefit from an energized black vote. We'll see if the numbers bear that out. But there's been a lot of talk about whether this left flank is understanding who's in the coalition and how to expand it. Can I let you finish? I didn't mean to interrupt, but that's my theory, that there's some people who are out there who are like, chill, we're not doing that.
Absolutely, and when you have states with large rural populations too, polling has floundered in so many places across the country, so I think that's another issue.
Well, look, I think that there's going to be some finger wagging from the centrists here, thinking that their theory of the case was right all along. I would not put a lot of credence to that. I think that the candidates that show that they're really willing, ready, and able to take on power are doing very well, and the ones that voters perceive as not ready, willing, and able to take on power are not doing so well.
Well, here's what's different. I think, who did you mention who won over Angie?
Peggy Flanagan.
Peggy Flanagan. One of the things she was dealing with is the person she was competing against was actually took some hit on immigration in a state that's very much dealing with the issue. So it wasn't just saying like, oh, you're a moderate, we don't care.
Yeah, this is also precisely the reason why the comparison that even Edinger Mentum tried to make between Peggy Flanagan and Francesca Hong was a very silly one. I've been to both of these states. I know what the movements look like in both of these states. I've been on the ground, and I can tell you, very different environment, very different level of anger, very different experiences for the broader electorate. Okay? What did Angie Craig in was the Lake and Riley Act. Okay? Lake and Riley is a ticking time bomb for a lot of these candidates that tried to hide the fact that they were pro-ICE and now they're anti-ICE, especially in a place like Minnesota. Minnesota, due to Operation Metro Surge, straight up was occupied by the Trump administration. Okay? This is an anti-ICE and anti-Israel electorate broadly. So if you're AIPAC backed, people are not going to trust you. It's not going to go away. If you're pro-ICE at any point, especially after Trump won, especially after Trump won, when you like leaned into that shit, it's going to be tough for you. The only difference, the only exception I would make is John Ossoff, I think. Because John Ossoff is well, one, not opposed by anyone from his left flank. That's number one, like anyone with viability, as far as I know. And two, is a charismatic enough orator to be able to overcome those issues. But if there is a viable and robust left flank response, even in a state like Georgia, yes, Ossoff would be cooked. Bro, you still pushing this narrative? What? What narrative? What is the narrative? Explain what you mean. Yeah, 1-to-1 Flanagan Operation Metro Surge tweet. My voting precinct is located in the number 3 zip code for ICE abductions during Operation Metro Surge, and it went 85% for Peggy Flanagan. There you go. That's the point. Also, Peggy Flanagan did go beast mode against ICE. She said, we need to rip ICE apart and stop them from terrorizing our neighbors.
We need to rip ICE apart and stop them from terrorizing our neighbors. And I know that we can fix our broken immigration system, secure the border, and create a real pathway to citizenship that aligns with our values.
That was a great take from her, by the way. Why am I only learning about her now? I didn't really cover the Peggy Flanagan race all that much. That's probably why. You should get, you should have a more diverse media diet. Peggy is Minnesota from Wellstone. Craig is nothing. Peggy has been in since her teenage years. Yeah, no, she's great. Is she the most progressive? No, but it doesn't matter. She's great. She's a Bernie-crat. I will tell you what my attitude was to the Peggy Flanagan race. I've been in this state. I know that I have a lot of HasanAbi heads in the state. There are a lot of people in this state that were excited about Peggy. But here's an example of a candidate that I did not feel comfortable like openly associating with, not even from my calculation, but from the calculation of how they would be able to maneuver the negative media attention. I did worry that if I were to go and do a rally with Peggy, which, by the way, they didn't even ask for the record, full disclosure, right? But if I were to go out and stump for Peggy Flanagan, there would be a lot of negative attack ads against her. And I don't think that she would be able to overcome that negative association because she's not ride or die. You know what I mean? Like, she's more progressive. She's a Bernie-crat, but she's far from part of this movement overall, right? And also, she didn't even need it regardless at the end of the day. But she would not, she's a progressive. She's not a socialist. She's not even like Abdul as far as foreign policy goes. So I certainly was worried that an association of that sort would backfire because she would not be able to handle the comms. She would not be able to turn the narrative around to like make her to make this moment of the spotlight work in her favor, right? So she is definitely, even on the issue of Israel, far better than most Senate candidates and far better than most senators that are in office, right? And she is an ally, but I would not go so far as to say that she's like, an unbelievably progressive force. I mean, she's definitely far more progressive than the average Democratic senator, but still not like a person that I would feel confident would be able to actively take advantage of the extra media attention and flip it in her favor. So it would have been a negative. I think it would have been my association with her would have been negative. Like, I'm pretty open about this, right? I'm pretty open about like what could backfire, an association that could technically backfire. Stick a fork in it. Peggy Flanagan defeats Angie Craig in the Democratic primary. Pro-Flanagan outside groups were outspent 4.3 times by pro-Craig outside groups. Flanagan was endorsed by Sanders, Warren, Van Hollen, and other progressives. So she's somewhere in between a Warrenite and a Sandernista, right? You're acting like she's Kamala Harris, bro. She's well to the left of the average Democrat Congress. No, I'm not. I'm not saying she's a Kamala Harris style candidate. I'm not saying that at all. You were at the Peggy rally. What is this? It's just you and me, baby. Look deeply into my eyes. Watching all my lady sweeps and primaries on my preferred news network live at the Peggy Flanagan. That's funny. Yeah, I'm excited about her. I work in local Minnesota media. Some of these people would beat the America Deserve 9/11 dead horse for months. Yeah, that's not even what I'm talking about. That's ineffective. We've seen that is ineffective. It's more so effective if the campaign is not fully on board with being able to flip that negative attention into a positive one. Do you understand? Like the attack ads are they're not consequential unless you don't know how to handle them, okay? Do you understand? You can argue candidate tweets are more effective than your 9/11 moment. Yes, 100%. Like the 9/11 thing is an ineffective line of attack. It's probably more consequential for the candidates if they have. Are you saying you think she would have dropped the ball and disavow you if there was too much pressure? Yes. That's and that is that would give so much momentum to the actual effectiveness of those attack ads because it would make her look weak. Yeah, seemingly the winning political strategy in Democratic primaries is just to go in front of the media and be like, yeah, it's completely fucking over. We're all going to die for the entire week before the election. Yeah, Senator Bernie Sanders tells CBS Face the Nation he's not confident Peggy Flanagan will win the Democratic primary for the U.S. Senate in Minnesota? No, I'm not confident. I think it's going to be a very close race. She's being outspent 7-1. Yeah, for all the fucking Bernie is the election whisperer guys, remember this line? Yeah, he said that. He said that literally 2 days out from the election, and I guess it lit a fire under everyone's ass. That's what Tony Evers did too. That was literally the Tony Evers strategy. Funny enough, Flanagan was the only major Democrat in Minnesota to support the January 23 shutdown against ICE in the lead up to the shutdown rather than after it started, and supporting it was vaguely safe. Yeah. Only 4 articles of you today. East Coast Journal outlets are 1 hour away from end of day. Yeah, they got their one Crowley victory. That's it. So there's no more reason to cover HasanAbi Piker. The goal here is to do a disciplining operation.
About you. It was somebody who the voter had said, oh, you voted for the Lincoln-Riley Act. As Democrats, we are not into that, and they were punished for it, right? Is that different than the progressive winning?
Hasan, why are you the dumbest person on Twitch and think you can have it all your way? What you do is the right and what others do is wrong. I don't think that way.
More than the moderate being punished.
Yeah, I think so. And also, I feel like too often those of us in DC and those of us in politics think about these buckets or labels as centrist or lefty or Democrat or Republican. And I think people are much more in touch with how the political issues are touching their lives locally, and they go with a candidate who is more responsive to that.
For people that are trying to say that the DSA is the future of the Democratic Party, yeah, I don't think you're close. I think you need to go back to the last contested Democratic presidential contest, and you see that everybody mocked and ridiculed Joe Biden through Iowa, through New Hampshire, and then he got to South Carolina and he rolled up huge numbers.
We saw what happened.
And he won. Right.
Let's break it down.
God, this stale ass narrative. Really? Are we still doing this shit? That's crazy.
So Milwaukee County Executive David Crowley has secured the Democratic nomination for governor of Wisconsin over Democratic Socialist Francesca Hong. Crowley was ahead of Hong by roughly 3,200 votes when the race was called. And because Hong now has conceded, there will be no recount. Crowley's campaign manager wrote to supporters on social media, thanking the other candidates. It reads in part this: from day one, this campaign has been about what comes next for Wisconsin, making life more affordable, strengthening our schools, creating good-paying jobs, and making sure opportunity reaches every corner of our state. The tight margin was a surprise given Hong's wide lead in polling that prompted other candidates to drop out of the race early on, including Crowley, who recently re-entered the primary with the backing of outgoing Governor Tony Evers. Crowley will now face Trump-backed Republican Congressman Tom Tiffany, who is a member of the House Freedom Caucus and voted against.
Yeah, I mean, he's a huge scumbag. Like, it's not even a question between Crowley and Tom Tiffany. It's not even close, you know? Not only is it important for the trifecta, but it's just like, these guys need to get punished, okay? Guys like this especially need to get fucking punished. Like, there's no shot. Not even close. I'm sorry. Like, you know, that is, like, it doesn't matter that fucking Crowley was like, oh, I like AI data centers. We got to listen to the Republicans. It's like, it's crazy.
Certifying the 2020 election.
And for the record, I will say this over and over again. He's going to lose. Tom Tiffany is going to lose. Okay. So just like I was confident that Francesca Hong would defeat Tom Tiffany, I'm still confident that Crowley will defeat Tom Tiffany as well.
All right.
Here we go. Along with Joe, Willie, and me, we have the co-host of our 8 a.m. hour, staff writer at The Atlantic, Jonathan Lemire, co-host of The Rest is Politics podcast, the BBC's Katty Kay, former U.S. Senator, Emma's now political analyst, Claire McCaskill is with us, and conservative commentator and author.
What made you and Mike pushed to endorse Hong over Crowley. Wait, what? What a crazy question. What? Francesca Hong is a socialist. Francesca Hong had incredible policies. David Crowley is just like a cookie cutter establishment Democrat. What a question. Of course, I'm always going to push, and especially in the primaries, for someone who is a part of this movement as opposed to someone who is directly in opposition to it. What?
Author of the book, How the Right Lost Its Mind, Charlie Sykes is with us as well.
And Willie, just looking at this panel, when you talk about Wisconsin, it's obvious we want to go to Caddy K.
Yes.
Caddy K, tell us, as you get up to Oshkosh,
I mean,
we'll go to Willie
Why not?
for the first question. Why not?
Well, we did have a little bit of a Mount Rushmore up there, with all due respect to Caddy. I'm going to go to Charlie Sykes to kick things off here, Joe.
Yeah.
Let's just say how wild, Charlie, first this race was. Yeah. The man who is now the nominee, David Crowley, was not in this race. He dropped out in early July, kind of giving the field to the frontrunner, Democratic frontrunner, Sarah Rodriguez. She drops out of the race. He gets back in the race. He was supposed to actually be on vacation this week during the election, but was compelled to get back into the race. The polling, which now I think we can kind of throw to the side, over the last several weeks and months had hung up 20 points in some of the polls, and she loses by a very narrow margin last night, but still loses by about 3,000 votes. So, Charlie Sykes, what happened in Wisconsin last night?
Well, it turns out that we're not the crazy ones after all. Look, I'm looking at some of the local coverage here. You know, the words like, shocking, surreal, stunning, unheard of, comeback, Hail Mary play. And none of them are an exaggeration given what's happened here. But I think it's an indication that Democratic primary voters may be angry, but they're also focused on electability. And it's one thing to be angry, and want dramatic change. It's another thing to nominate somebody who might have turned the state over easily to a mega election denier. Again, this is one of those remarkable moments where, all of the spin and all of the hype about, the Democratic Socialists of America, I think that what you saw happen was, and I'm glad you played that clip about canceling Thanksgiving, that, some of these candidates, when the clear lights go on, they're not necessarily ready for prime time. Now, economic populism may work, but when you're out there with the kind of woo-woo woke, faculty lounge, stuff like that, I think it read as kind of strange, out of the norm. And so David Crowley, who is a substantial individual, was able to capture that. And so, in the end, Wisconsin voters voted for the normie candidate. And by the way, now sets up the possibility of Wisconsin getting its first African-American governor.
Yeah, and yeah, woo-woo woke. I think, Claire, AOC has now coined the term woke one. Yeah. I don't know if we're in woke 2 or woke 3 or whatever we're in, but whatever we're in, this is a pretty remarkable, stunning, as Charlie said, if you look at the Wisconsin papers, it's an absolutely stunning outcome, and it's a stunning outcome in part because it really was an anybody but election where you have a candidate dropping out, then he's pulled back in. You're supposed to be on vacation. He didn't even speak last night. A statement was released, but not even by him. It was by his campaign manager.
All of this literally feels like a flex. I don't know why. I just read it as a flex. It's like, look at what we are capable of doing. We can sleepwalk into a victory with no policies, with no discernible agenda, with no message for a better future, because that is what happened, right? It's interesting. It's actually interesting that is unironically what they're kind of saying here. I just wouldn't be so comfortable. I don't think it's good to be comfortable, especially in a moment like this. I'm of course far more confident in Abdul's chances of uniting the base and motivating people to turn out in the large enough numbers necessary to overcome great amounts of outside spending. But and I am still confident that Crowley will defeat Tom Tiffany, who is, you know, an awful candidate. But having said that, I think it's important for Democrats to, at the very least, attempt to consolidate the base here and lean into some of these objectively popular policies that clearly motivated a lot of people. Because if one side is simply leaning into electability as an argument and the other side is leaning into policies, that means the other side's base of support is turning out for something rather than against the Republicans. So you should not feel comfortable leaning into the electability argument in the general. You should not feel comfortable leaning into the harm reduction argument in the general. This is a big mistake that I think establishment Democrats don't understand. That's why our side, our movement, our goals or our opportunity to unite the base is far, far easier than their opportunity to unite the base is. If one side is demanding things and the other side is simply voting against the Republicans, then the side that's going to vote against the Republicans is going to vote against the Republicans no matter what. That's why it's easier for, I think, progressive candidates, left flank candidates, insurgent candidates to get the support necessary from the establishment, especially the money, right? And you know, be able to still get turnout from other parts of the base that normally would not turn out at all, and basically win these races against Republicans, especially populist Republicans, sloppulous Republicans. But it will be more difficult for Crowley, I think, to make sure that he secures the turnout necessary. Even then, though, I do think that they'll still win.
This shows you, again, just how they quickly pushed him back out there because they did not want this DSA candidate to win.
Yeah, it's interesting. Before I went to bed last night, I looked at the county by county results, and I had a sense that Crowley was going to win for one important reason: rural Wisconsin. If you look at the margins in rural Wisconsin, that's really what put him over. And I think it's something Democrats forget a lot. We talk a lot about big.
Yeah, the only rural Wisconsin counties that Francesca Hong overperformed in were outside of the Wisconsin TV markets. So, yeah, rural Wisconsin voted for the establishment candidate because they saw the ads. They saw the TV ads. They watch a lot of television. It worked.
Blue places, cities, even suburbs, sometimes ex-urban areas. And I think we don't talk about rural America enough. The margins in rural America are incredibly important for electability. And Crowley showed last night that he could pull it out in rural Wisconsin, which bodes well for November. Now, having said that, I think it's also very important that everybody be focused on uniting. It is hard when you have a race like this and a result for everybody to get back together again. But Wisconsin now has an opportunity to elect the first black governor ever elected in the Midwest. So I think it's exciting, and hopefully all the people that were for Hong will get on board and realize what's at stake is way more important than maybe some differences around the edges. On the main policy issues, these two factions of the Democratic Party agree.
And we have seen those public messages of unity last night in Wisconsin and Michigan last week and in Minnesota as well. We'll dig into Minnesota a little bit, John, but it is a state-by-state, race-by-race thing. In Minnesota, the progressive candidate won to become the next senator of the state of Minnesota.
Here, though,
Turning Point USA spokesperson Andrew Colvett joins me now. Andrew, Francesca Hong narrowly lost in Wisconsin. Penny Flanagan won really big in Minnesota. I don't think socialism's momentum has stalled. How about you?
No, I don't think so at all, Stu. And by the way, I just have to say, Charlie always loved coming on your show, Stu, and so it's an honor to be here with you. But yeah, I completely agree The Democrat Party unleashed this monster, and they can't put it back in the box so easily at all. What you saw in Wisconsin last night was sort of the establishment strikes back, right? We saw that with El Said. They did everything they could to undermine that campaign. We call it electioneering in the strongholds of Milwaukee and Detroit in that instance with El Sayed. But yeah, they unleashed this. They embraced third worldism. They embraced racial grievances. They embraced Hasan Piker. They fought against Bernie Sanders twice, and now they get Bernie Sanders on steroids all over the country. So the establishment Democrats made this problem a reality, and I don't think they can stop it anytime soon, Stu.
Far left streamer Hasan Piker, he's become a big part of the progressive movement. I want you to just listen to some of his past very controversial comments. Watch this, please.
If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would Rick Scott. Okay, I'm pro stealing from big corporations because, you know, they steal quite a bit more from their own workers.
Empires never die quietly, and we must end the American empire regardless. The fall of the USSR was one of the greatest catastrophes of the 20th century.
America deserved 9/11, dude. I'm saying it. I mean, banger after banger. What can you say?
This comes as Rolling Stone says Hasan Piker just wants people to listen to what he has to say. And look, if people embrace Piker, would this be the ultimate undoing for the Democrat Party?
I hope so.
I hope so. I don't think so, but I hope so.
I have no faith in that because their Achilles heel has always been they don't know when to stop. They don't know how far they've gone. But the country keeps changing, Stu. So we import a lot of people that bring in foreign ideologies. There's a larger and larger pool.
It's beautiful that immediately the reasonable Republican concern immediately turns to great replacement theory. Like, remember, this guy's supposed to be the moderate Republican, right? Turning Point USA, spiritual successor, not as ridiculous as like a Nick Fuentes type, right? And what is the difference? I mean, him and Nick Fuentes completely align on the great replacement. It's just he doesn't think Jews are responsible for the great replacement. Nick Fuentes thinks Jews are responsible for the great replacement. That's it. But they still agree that the great replacement is taking place, that the Democratic Party, like he would probably say George Soros is doing the third world migration into the United States. Nick Fuentes says it's all Jews. So even on that front, there's not like a big fundamental difference there, right? It's so strange that we act as though the Republicans are not the radical ones. It's actually like if you're a liberal and you lean in any way, shape, or form to the idea that like someone like myself represents a radical wing, a radical perspective. Meanwhile, these are the guys. These are the normal guys on Fox News. And this is the normal commentary coming from the normal Republican Party. I mean, you're out of your fucking mind, right? You're out of your dang mind. What are we talking about? It's completely ridiculous.
People that seem to lack good common sense and seem to respect the American way of life and the things that have made this country great. So I hope so. I hope that would be right, because even all of those clips, you've left out so many about how he's excited about impoverishing the white middle class, how he jokes about a better era when we go back to lynchings when it comes to black people.
Wait, what? They've lost their dang minds, I think. That one is what I don't even know what that is a reference to. Is that the one that like they put up as a hold on. That was Scott Jennings lied about it? What the fuck?
On top of these candidates,
what are they?
Choose to keep for company. Just listen to this. Hasan Piker in Cut 8.
I don't give a what black people care about. Oh, black people care about this. Black people care about that. Like, shut the up. That's not how politics works. Oh, well, Hasan, how dare you? Like it or not, black people care about this issue. The issue is literally a guy LARPing as a black person saying black people care about ICE. Okay? Random anonymous guy claiming, oh, black people care about the border. Black people care about ICE. You don't know what black people care about. Which is bullshit. That's not true. A chatter that wasn't even black, by the way. Just a person that was either LARPing as a black person or just claiming to speak for all black people. It's like, it's such a fucking stupid stance. Any other black folk want to engage in radical activist language in this fucking chat? This one is me responding to someone saying, all black people are voting for Eric Adams. Suck my yes, dude. It's because I'm racist. That's why. It's because I'm racist, dude. Go back to a better time when lynchings were happening. This is what I like as a black man. Are you always doing too much with black people? Leave them alone. I want to go back to lynching. Like, I get it, but relax. Man, shut the up, okay? Yeah, I'm reading someone's comment in that one. You got me, okay? You got me, because I'm a racist person.
You just heard campaigns all the time.
If anyone gets duped by this edit, I'm sorry. You are the biggest fucking moron of all time. Like, me reading a goddamn comment that I very clearly disagree with being turned into a genuine position that I have. Let's be real. If I actually believed those things that they're claiming I believe, you would straight up defend me, Scott Jennings. What are you talking about? When I say, yeah, I'm a racist, you got me, I'm being sarcastic. The fuck? 5 jump cuts in 10 seconds. What are we doing? Normie lives like my dad would get tricked. I mean, Normie lives like your dad probably also believe in AI videos too. This is the most insincere. This is the most insincere version of events. Clip chimping is too OP, please nerf. That's crazy. Seven 3-second clips sequenced together by the Republican Party. Nobody believes this shit, bro. Don't get too worked up about it. I know. I don't think the only people that are believing, quote unquote, believing this stuff are people who are motivated to make this an issue. It's like this is the equivalent of me going, I love black people. I hate when people hate black people. And then they clip the parts to make it seem like I'm saying I hate black people. Like to clip the different parts of the commentary to be like, see, he did it. It's incredible. The problem with this though is that this kind of narrative would have no partisan. This kind of narrative would immediately fall by the wayside for partisans. Like Democrats would look at this and go, what the fuck are you talking about? This dude is literally an advocate for Black Lives Matter from the start. You're out of your dang mind. Saying these are his positions is totally ridiculous. If these were actually his positions, you'd be in support of him. But the issue is CNN, MS Now, a lot of legacy publishers will not do that. A lot of legacy publishers are not going to go out and say, this is total partisan hackery. You've chopped up the things that he's saying in an effort to present him as like being anti-black, when it's very clear that's not the case. The problem is a lot of establishment media, a lot of mainstream media, a lot of conservative adjacent media also see me as a problem. They see me as a problem for other reasons. They don't see me as a problem because I speak out against police brutality. They see me as a problem because I'm a prominent critic of Israel. Okay? Let's be real. Scott Jennings is, by the way, directly paid by the pro-Israel Hasbara network. We know this to be the case. Former Trump administration campaign manager, former Trump staffer, I forget what his, Brad Parscale is his name. Brad Parscale got paid millions of dollars from the Israeli government, had to register as a foreign agent to specifically engage in this influence peddling operation. This is probably one aspect of said operation. Okay? He's going to bring this shit up on an Abby Phillip panel if you don't at least threaten to sue him over it. I don't know what opportunities we have for litigation, but it is one of the grossest clip chimps I've ever seen. But Scott Jennings is a part of Salem Media. Salem Media is the white nationalist, Christian nationalist network, right? And Salem Media got a lot of money from Brad Parscale, specifically to do pro-Israel commentary, to attack Israel's critics. So just remember that. When you think about this kind of thing, remember that there is a network of money and moneyed interest coming directly from the Israeli government to conduct this kind of narrative peddling. Happy to help form a litigation team for you to go after these clowns. I mean, I'll look at what options are available to me. Because yeah, this is completely out of control. I mean, it's such an unbelievable attempt to slander, to smear. I don't know if there is I don't know if this is correct or not. I mean, I don't know if there's an opportunity here. Not this is correct or not. I don't know if there's a opportunity here to pursue litigation. Probably. It's one of the it is one of the instances where it is very clear that they are chopping things down. I don't know what the legal avenues I have for defamation. Like, I don't know if there are other previous cases where someone has just been like clipped like this so blatantly to present the exact opposite of their position. They're testing how insane they can get before you hit them with a lawsuit. I'm warning you, they're testing what they can get away with. Stop saying that you won't do it. No, I'm not. I'm not saying I won't do it. I think this is consequential. This is clear-cut defamation. He's showing your clip. He's just showing your clips. How will you prove intent? Great question. Great question. I already gave you the example, right? If I were to say, I love black people and I hate when people hate black people, and they cut it down to make it seem like I was saying I hate black people, that's obviously defamation. It's not my position at all. They're trying to say that I'm racist. They're trying to say that I'm pro-lynching. That's insane. That's an insane assertion to make. The edit itself and the additional commentary surrounding the edit itself is totally ridiculous. They're now saying I'm pro-lynching on Fox News. It would be the equivalent of cutting me saying I'm pro-lynching on Fox News and just keep the I'm pro-lynching part to say he's pro-lynching. It doesn't work that way. That's not how language works. That's not how messaging works. Statement is actual malice standard of Times v. Sullivan. They made this statement either knowing it was false or with reckless disregard to the truth. Yeah. As a public figure, you'll have to prove actual malice, tough standard. I don't know if that's such a tough standard, because I think my advocacy in this space for the last 13 years actually proves, especially if there are especially if there's enough evidence of these guys in the past criticizing my commentary being too pro-black, right? And that probably isn't that hard to find because I've been around the block for a very long time. God, you suck at being clear with your positions, dude. You have to be better. It's not about suing because of how it affects you. It's bad because you know the edit deeply offends black people, which they are doing on purpose to traumatize their viewers, using you as a vehicle. Wait, what? Yeah, what? In any case, they've absolutely crossed the... Oh my God. Everyone loves me to say, like, I'm going to sue. And then at the moment that I say I will explore my legal options, they go, dude, shut the fuck up right now and start talking about, to a lawyer. Too much with black people, leave them alone. I want to go back to lynching. Like, I get it, but fucking relax. Man, shut the fuck up, okay? God damn. Yes, yeah, I'm literally reading a comment. And they clipped it in a way to make it seem like that's my own personal assessment, my own personal opinion. Okay? There it is. That's the OG. Actual malice is a term of art. It means you would need to prove that they knew it was false or had reckless disregard for the statement's veracity. You might be able to pursue false light if that's available. Talk to a lawyer for sure. Threatening to sue is no big deal. Like, look at all of the surrounding evidence that's readily available that's lost in the context here in the way that they cut this. I'm sorry. This is clear-cut, reckless disregard for the truth, especially considering that I'm reading someone else's comment and saying I disagree with it. There is 0% chance that the person who clipped it, the Republican NRSC account that clipped this and put it in a compilation, thought that this was a sincerely held belief of mine. Because if they did, they wouldn't have actually taken the time and effort to just zoom into my face. They wouldn't have taken the time and effort to clip just me reading the comment. This is ridiculous. It is basically the equivalent of them. It's basically the equivalent of them straight up clipping mid-sentence to make it seem like I'm saying the opposite thing that I'm saying with the hopes of frustrating people, specifically black people and people who care about criminal justice and people who care about white supremacy and its negative impact on the United States of America into believing that I am in favor of a heinous hate crime. It's ridiculous. Doesn't the Fox News commentator explicitly say that's your position? Yes, that is exactly what they're saying. And that's what Andrew Colvett is saying here as well. So we're now beginning to learn. Here's the thing: we're now beginning to learn the tactic that will be deployed by the Republican Party in the midterms. Right? They're not just going to say, "Oh, Hasan is a radical. This channels his viewpoint, but is like egregious." Right? He hates America because he said this or that. Like, there's a different standard, right? There's something you can say by using my 9/11 comments, even if it's untrue, is to say that, like, oh, I hate America. I think that that's like a more difficult case to prosecute, a more difficult defamation case to prosecute. But it's clear that they're not just doing that. They're going to turn around and not just say that, like, oh, Hasan is, Hasan is in favor of bad things for America. They're just going to straight up say things that are the opposite of what I believe. And they're going to, they're testing the waters right now. There's a precedence, a particularly relevant case of Virginia Citizens Defense League versus Keurig in the U.S. Fourth Circuit. They won $12 million.
I said that this DSA movement is motivated by a hatred of white America. Well, actually, it turns out they hate anything that gets in their way. Any group that doesn't get on and refuses the revolution, that's who's up against the DSA. And so Hasan Piker is a malignant, parasitical force in American politics, and I hope he's rejected as he should be.
So I just don't understand why more Democrats are not calling him out.
Perhaps it's because you guys have made up a fucking phenomena, and most people are of sound mind, and they recognize that you're insincerely launching this conquest.
Because they want the attention. They want to be, they believe that Hasan Piker has captured some base energy, some grassroots energy. They don't want to be outflanked on their left, so they embrace him, they put their arm around him, and they try and explain away all the crazy things he said. That is a very disastrous policy and approach for our country. It really could lead to disaster for them, but I think they're willing to take that risk right now if it means they can win a primary, and that's a real cowardly place to be.
This Friday, the Democratic Socialists of America throw a Y2K-themed prom in Los Angeles. They're charging people for tickets, the money going towards the group's political campaigns. Well, can you tell me why they would have a Y2K theme?
I think they think it's retro and cool. I think it's cringe. All
Wait,
right.
What? What the fuck does this have to do with anything? How is this? What the fuck are they doing, man? What does that mean? Like, are you scared of Y2K happening? It's so confusing.
It's going to be a masked celebration, if you would even call it that, of a bunch of people that are hypochondriacs with purple and green hair and asking for points of personal privilege. I cannot imagine a worse place to be. But that does sort of capture the ethos of the younger wing of the DSA party. And so, unfortunately, I'm sure it'll be well attended.
I like your use of the word hypochondriacs. I shall use it myself. I'm going to steal it from you, okay? Andrew, it was a real pleasure. Thanks for being on the show.
Good.
Thank you very much.
Democrats look to regain control of Congress. Twitch streamer Hasan Piker has emerged as a lightning rod within the party.
The fuck? Who's Hasan Piker, prominent streamer dividing the Democratic Party? KATV? What the fuck?
Progressives embracing his young male audience, while moderate Democrats have pushed back.
This aired on local Sinclair media in the country? What the fuck? Now local Sinclair media is up my ass too? Holy moly. Oof. Rupert Murdoch is obviously put the crosshairs on me, and now we got Sinclair on top of it too. Jesus Christ.
Against his inflammatory rhetoric.
I do legitimately think these guys are trying to get me fucking killed. I will say it. I mean, it doesn't feel great to be in this situation, but it is it's obvious that the narrative is set in where the goal here is to just basically say, like, this is the most nefarious, most toxic force in American politics. Someone has to do something.
The National News Desk, Jeff Harris joining us. We know Piker has been campaigning with multiple Democrats this primary season, including Michigan Senate candidate Abdul El-Sayed. Tell us more about this controversial streamer.
So a 35-year-old Twitch streamer born in New Jersey, Piker has quickly emerged as an influential figure within the Democratic Party. His digital following reaching millions and millions each and every month, but his comments, both past and present, have caused some division, specifically on U.S. foreign policy, terrorist organizations, and geopolitical conflicts.
I love Lenin, I love Fidel Castro, and I love Che Guevara. They are genuinely heroes.
From praising Marxist and anti-capitalist ideology to denying sexual...
Yeah, I mean, I stand on that. There's not, that's crazy.
Violence committed by Hamas.
Bro, what rapes did Hamas do? What are you talking about?
And praising foreign terrorist organization Hezbollah.
What, my favorite flag?
Yeah.
Hezbollah. Look it up.
Oh.
I'm not even kidding. It's actually a dope flag.
Hasan Piker, who began Twitch streaming in 2018 and once said America deserved 9/11, has emerged as one of the most recognized and influential voices on the American political left, specifically among younger Americans. His Twitch account, 3 million followers, Instagram and YouTube, 1.9 million each, plus X, 1.7 million. With our research showing over 14 million every month watch his monthly live Twitch streams.
If October 7 was a genocide, I can't even do it. I'm sorry. That's so stupid.
A Democratic socialist.
I mean, October 7 was not a genocide. It's, again,
long-standing ties to the DSA. As his reach grew, Piker started to become more vocal politically around 2025, ramping up those efforts in 2026, endorsing Democratic Progressive Michigan Senate candidate Abdul El-Sayed.
The party bosses are mad that they can't control the will of the masses anymore. They can't dupe people into voting for their hand-selected pick.
Plus, Wisconsin gubernatorial candidate Francesca Hung, a DSA member who supports abolishing ICE.
A 1-year data center moratorium.
Yes.
Breaking up big ag.
Yes.
Public grocery stores.
Yes.
When it comes to El-Sayed, he is among those facing backlash for campaigning with Piker, actions he has recently defended.
Do you plan to continue to campaign with Hasan Piker in the general election campaign?
Look, I'm less concerned now with who I'm campaigning with, a lot more concerned about who I'm campaigning to.
Meanwhile, more moderate and establishment Democrats have torched some for their relationship with him, specifically not pushing back on his comments.
If somebody says a woman being raped doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things, it's okay to call that person out.
Now, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is another Democrat who was asked recently about her appearances on Piker's live streams, telling ABC News this past weekend it's part of an effort to engage with young voters and build a, quote, winning coalition. Reporting for the National News Desk, I'm Jeff Harris.
Far-left candidates attacking the American way of life and the things that...
Maybe the goal is to make people stop watching the stream because of how much you have to cover this shit. Please do something about this shit. It's so annoying, Lol. I think that's not the goal. I think that is an unfortunate byproduct of the broader media trend that's taking place. Jon Stewart Pod talked about you again for like 2 minutes.
That's the core of our show.
Can I give you another example
Please.
of that, John, which is very much top of news cycle right now? So there's this whole controversy about Hasan Piker and whether or not candidates should associate with him. And Abdul El-Sayed famously had a rally with him, so he's being targeted right now as like, how dare you associate with this guy who said all these terrible things? The clip that they usually point to is where he says we quote unquote deserve 9/11. He's talking about the concept of blowback, and for which he has since apologized. Meanwhile, Abdul El-Sayed is running against a guy who literally was in Congress after 9/11, who authorized the Iraq War, who supported mass surveillance, who defended torture, but where that guy is fine. But associating with someone who said something that was edgy one time, that's what's out of bounds. That's what should be off limits. That's not just me, but I think most people is insane.
Well, I'll do you one better. J.D. Vance's spiritual advisor, the preacher that J.D. Vance considers one of his sort of spiritual advisors.
We got to go on motherfucking Jon Stewart's podcast, dude. Jon Stewart, save me. Only he can unite the libs in withstanding these attacks.
Talks about male dominion over women. You know, there are all kinds of extremes in terms of association. I remember with Obama.
Just think about, though, the contrast between Hasan Piker said a thing in response to 9/11 versus this guy actually was in power and was involved in the horrific lies leading up to that war, the authorization of the war, the torture, the murder of Iraqi civilians. And so when you talk about accountability, where is the accountability for that?
None.
Where's the moral weight on that? Versus,
None.
I mean, many of these guys that were villains on your show.
Choose. Would it be People Mover? Chariot? What? Anything?
The segue.
They should announce it on Breaking Points. Breaking Points. That's what they should call it. Yeah. That's
Majestic.
What I think. Yeah.
The final
entrance.
plug.
Yeah.
The final damn plug.
Where was the other timestamp that you wanted me to see with Jon Stewart? The other mentions, according to the transcript, 102:52.
How do you see the left policy? What's socialist about it? How do you see the left? What would be your, greatest criticism of them, and what would be your fix to that? How could you see them recovering from that?
So, I mean, look, I do not speak for the right. So I'm a very unique person. I don't really care about Hasan Piker. I did an event with him. He was fine. We were perfectly cordial. I actually think he's not nearly as radical as a lot of people think that he is. And so, I don't know if I'm the best person to answer, but like from my perspective, here's what I would say is that fundamentally what I think, you guys talked about, there's been a lot of like, cultural issues and all of that are nonsense. At the end of the day, there's only one movement in recent history that won households under $100,000. That was Donald Trump in the 2024 campaign, which he won the popular vote. The DSA and leftists is predominantly a coalition of downwardly mobile white liberals. A lot of people who don't have a 4-year college degree find the movement distasteful or distrust them. We saw that just what happened in the Abdul El-Sayed campaign in the primary election, where you had older black voters or traditional political constituency and households that don't have 4-year college did not vote for him.
Still vote. I mean, that was a Democratic primary, but go ahead.
Right, but that's emblematic also in the general election results of 2024. So if we try to transpose those two things, the most likely predictor of what your politics are in this country is whether you have 4-year college degree or not. And if 4-year college degree is also correlated highly with income, the Democratic Party, while may having economic positions that supposedly benefit the working class, is not convinced the working class of that. That's just empirically true. Right. And so that's kind of like my criticism, if you will. If it's, Crystal gave her speech, so I'll give my worst case, my worst faith interpretation would be it's class cosplay. I mean, fundamentally, it is cosplay of dressing up, basically woke one type policy and or rhetoric.
To explain that, what is
woke one?
What is,
this is a whole.
All right, why is this? Oh, I'm just scared for this. Ugh. Bad answer by Bernie. What was this?
How do you calculate? Where are you going to place endorsements and where not? I mean, we just had Francesca Hong lose by a hair in Wisconsin, and impossible to know, exactly whether an endorsement from you or AOC would make a difference. But how do you and I keep using the example of that game Risk, which I played as a kid, where you don't move to Kamchatka until you have enough on Irkutsk or something. How do you calibrate that?
That's a good question, and it's something that we in our political movement think about a whole lot. I think for a start, we don't want to overextend ourselves and promise more than we can provide. So we take, and second of all, I am a United States Senator. Am I familiar with the agricultural problems facing farmers in Wisconsin? I am not. Do I know something about what's going on nationally? I do. So for a start, most of our focus, with a few exceptions, has been on U.S. Senate races, Maine, Michigan, Minnesota, maybe elsewhere, and congressional races, a lot of congressional races. Also, we have supported dozens and dozens of what we call down ballot candidates, people running literally for school board, city council, mayor, state legislature. Why are we doing that? And that is to create, in a sense, a farm team. These are the young people who 10, 20 years from now will be national leaders. And we want to help them get elected, get the experience that they need. And then furthermore, when we look at a campaign, for example, you got wonderful victories that took place in mayor's races in Seattle, Washington, D.C. We were not involved in those races. So we can't do everything. But what we do, we want to do well and give the kind of support to those candidates that they may need. That's kind of the answer. Yeah.
I mean, that makes sense to me.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's not helpful to lay the responsibility in the hands of Bernie and AOC. Do I wish that they endorsed Francesca Hong? Absolutely. But we should have been able to out-organize. I mean, the victory was so close. You know? It was so close.
Bring us together.
It's literally the difference. What the fuck? No, I understand that.
Critics are highlighting resurfaced comments like this from Michigan Democrat Senate candidate Abdul El-Sayed.
Football is very much associated with a particularly masculine and oftentimes toxically masculine
this is
culture.
The one. This is the insane
so
one,
much of it
right? This is the insane one where like C.J. Pearson basically tries to say that, I mean, his past radical comments are not radical at all. Like, it's just fucking ridiculous. They play the Laura Loomer tweet. They hit Talarico. I mean, this is important to understand, like, what their midterm strategy is. This is like, I guess this is basically just signaling what their midterm strategy is. Old tweets, they're woke, they're hiding how woke they are. At a time when people are so negatively polarized against anti-woke, I don't think that like highlighting how woke people used to be is going to be as salient a narrative as these guys think it is.
Bring us together.
With a whole team, and you really aren't allowed to show pain or vulnerability. That's part of the sport.
What about the Detroit Lions and the NFL? I think they bring a lot of revenue into that state. I bet they want a word. Some more gems from El-Sayed. Can we please find another way to celebrate July 4th? Fireworks, will you see his word? And do we need to defund the police? And instead of the right to bear arms, we should change it to the right to have health care. His Republican opponent, Mike Rogers, with this response.
This guy spent hours hating on what most Michigan.
Yeah, Abdul had a really good response to this too. He says, since you're too afraid to debate me, how about you hold me accountable on a football field instead? Tackle no pass like we used to play when we were kids. I'd happy to show you how much I love football. Yeah, I hope this. Look, my controversial take on this is I like that he's the gloves are off, but I really hope that this doesn't play into the scary Muslim narrative. You know what I mean? I mean, he contains multitudes. It's good. That's the only thing I worry about a little bit, that they're just going to flip the script and be like, well, this is not like, this is not, this is not any kind of regular guy. He's not like LARPing as an anti-woke. He's not LARPing as a real American. He's just, he's a scary Muslim guy who's like threatening violence. Cause like these guys Republicans are nasty with this shit. Like they will flip back to victimhood so quick. I mean, they're doing it with me right now. On the one hand, they keep saying over and over again that I'm too woke, and then very quickly they flip it around and go, actually, he's anti-black. He wants to do racist lynchings to black people. So there's no end to their depravity with this kind of thing. They'll literally try to tune you up. They'll say you're a pussy, and then you turn around and you're like, I'm not a pussy. I'll fucking show you on the football field. They go, oh my God, you're threatening violence. You're a scary Muslim man.
Sanders would enjoy in their pastimes, and he should be held to account for that. These are views that he held that he was pretty strong about, but he knew that he had to delete them all for if people really knew who he was, they wouldn't vote for him.
Far-left New York congressional candidate Daria Liza Avila Chevalier posted in 2019, quote, I forgot to get napkins, so I just wiped my hand on the American flag behind me. Texas Democrat Senate candidate James Tellerico, you know, the one who believes God is binary, has also had trouble with the American flag.
I often think when reclaiming symbols, I think about the American flag. I think the Confederate flag is a symbol of treason and terrorism, but the American flag is such a complicated symbol for most of us.
And former Wisconsin Democrat governor candidate Francesca Hong was dogged by her past comments on the trail.
Thanksgiving is also a time that's incredibly painful for many people in our community.
It's crazy that they also, when they do actually when they do actually get a scalp, they will do the victory parade on it too. Because like the Francesca Hong thing is like, you know, Democrats leaned into it because obviously she's the left flank insurgent, and then the Republicans will further lean into that victory to say like, we did that. Right? These guys are too woke. People are opposing. People find this kind of too woke for primetime attitude repulsive, and we're gonna win. And they're just basically waving that victory around at this point.
Communities.
By the way, she hates Valentine's Day. She hates a lot of things, not just Thanksgiving. Anything we celebrate, basically. Hong walked back those comments 2 days later, saying that Thanksgiving is her favorite holiday. These candidates have said their views have evolved, but it still gives Republicans new talking points in their arguments that the far-left values do not align with mainstream Americans. In Focus now, C.J. Pearson, podcast host and Next 250 PAC chairman. Great to see you today. Why do they want to put pressure on what makes us American?
How old is this guy? He's like a baby. Why do the Republicans have like a baby incubator? Here's a 12-year-old to give us insightful analysis on where the far left radicals are is so funny.
Because these people hate America. Let's make no qualms about it. And I got to think about the fact that even though they're trying to walk back these comments, Maya Angelou once said, when someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time. She didn't say the second time. She didn't say the third time.
Oh my God, it's so nasty to use Maya Angelou to do reactionary propaganda. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Said the first time, and certainly not when they're trying to gaslight an entire electorate. So when I hear Abdul al-Sayed say that he wants to abolish the Second Amendment, I take him at his word. When I hear Francesca Hong, dunking on time-favored American traditions, I take her at her word. And when I hear socialists trying to hide behind the acronym DSA because they don't want to stand behind what they're actually...
Wait, what does the S stand for? What do you mean? The acronym DSA, it just means Democratic Socialists of America. What the fuck? Again, classic instance of just lying, making it seem as though there's some sinister purpose. Making it seem as though the Democratic Socialist movement is actually terrified of the word socialism. That's why they hide behind the acronym DSA. That's not the case. Oh my God. Every aspect of this is just so tuned up, so frustrating
running
to
on,
see.
which is objectively just plain downright socialism. I take them at their word, and the American people ought to do the same.
I love what she taught you. Yeah, don't give them too many tries. Just believe who they show you they are the first time. Look, we're seeing now past video of Francesca Hong. She just lost in Wisconsin. We get that. She's hanging out with Hasan Piker, very toxic, dangerous streamer with his words, at least. Also, El Sayed was with him the night before his victory a couple of weeks ago. Piker is now objecting to what he deems as a threat against him. That's despite repeatedly making horrific threats against all sorts of Americans in this country. Conservative activist Laura Loomer posted this weekend, quote, one of these days, Hasan Piker is going to talk bleep to the wrong person, and then I'm going to make that person...
Dude, they're getting unbelievably shameless. I mean, this is no longer just like a slander smear operation. They're just actively highlighting people putting a hit out on me. Okay? That is crazy. And what's even crazier is the fact that Neera Tanden is literally quote retweeting this person. Neera Tanden, prominent president of Center for American Progress, sitting on the board for Center for American Progress, the premier quote unquote left-wing think tank. That Neera Tanden reposted Laura Loomer's deranged rants, claiming that I was doing ninja takia, as in hiding my true radical Islamist jihadist perspective. It's just unfiltered Islamophobia. And Neera Tanden, supposedly a progressive figure in Democratic Party politics, reposted that, retweeted that.
A give, send, go. Piker responded with prominent MAGA crazy, actively contracting a hit out on me. Let's listen to Piker.
If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would Rick Scott.
Yeah, kill them. Kill those motherfuckers. Murder those motherfuckers in the street. Let the streets soak in their red capitalist blood.
Didn't he go to war and like literally lose his eye because some mujahideen, a brave soldier, his eye hole with their? Isn't that how he lost his dumb eye? America deserved 9/11, dude. I'm saying it.
And this is the man many Democrats continue to be seen with. Francesca Hong, Abdul El-Sayed, Bernie Sanders, AOC, Ilhan Omar, and more. You know, CJ, there was a call from one of my Democrat guests.
I mean, the question is pretty simple. Like, if I were to say what Laura Loomer said about me, about Rick Scott, I would get a call from Secret Service, right? I would get a call from the FBI. My comments about Rick Scott were very clearly not a call for an assassination because I was responding to what Mike Johnson was saying. It was more so about the hypocrisy of the Republican Party. It was about the hypocrisy of the Republican Party, not necessarily caring about Medicare fraud at all, because Rick Scott is the award-winning Medicare fraudster, right? So it's very clear what she's saying. And it's also very clear that Republicans have basically unlimited bandwidth to say whatever they want about their political opposition. So this is moving beyond the smear territory and moving into someone should do something about Hasan Piker territory, just fomenting so much hatred with the hopes that, someone who's watching Fox News tries to take violent action against me directly or my family. I mean, this is not new for Fox News. This is something that, what's his face? Yeah, Tiller, the baby killer territory is where we're arriving at. Yeah, George Tiller, the O'Reilly Factor. Tiller was discussed in 28 episodes of the Fox News talk show, The O'Reilly Factor, in the years leading up to his death, focusing national attention on his practice. Although he later denied it, the show host Bill O'Reilly sometimes described him as Tiller the Baby Killer, a nickname that Congressman Bob Dornan had used on the floor of the U.S. House of Representatives. In November 2006, O'Reilly aired an exclusive report on the O'Reilly Factor, saying that he had an inside source with an official clinic documentation indicating that Tiller performed late-term abortions to alleviate temporary depression in pregnant women. O'Reilly characterized Tiller as a savage on the loose, killing babies willy-nilly, and accused him of operating a death mill and of protecting the rapists of children. He suggested that Tiller performed abortions for women who had a bit of a headache or anxiety, or who felt a bit blue. In June 2007, O'Reilly said on air that he would not be Tiller if there is a judgment day, also including in that judgment Kansas Governor Kathleen Sebelius and other Kansas politicians who support Tiller's business of destruction. O'Reilly's campaign against Tiller included the on-air disclosure and confidential patient information provided by former Kansas Attorney General Phil Kline. For this breach of professional conduct, Kline's law license was eventually suspended indefinitely. But they haven't gone this far with you, though? You think they haven't gone this far? They've gone way further. What are you talking about? Bill O'Reilly did 28 instances of news coverage on George Tiller before someone went to the church that he was at and killed him. O'Reilly denied responsibility for Tiller's murder and defended his campaign against Tiller, saying, "When I heard about Tiller's murder, I knew pro-abortion zealots and Fox News haters would attempt to blame us for the crime, and that's exactly what has happened." The level of slander, smears as an America hater, as a terrorist, as the arch terrorist, Islamist jihadist that wants death and destruction for all Americans, that wants to murder Americans left and right, that wants to lynch black people, but also is anti-white and wants to do the great replacement, which is completely fucking ridiculous. I've already had Rupert Murdoch's media outlet outside of my house twice now. Once with a drone, with aerial photos of my house. What do you think that is? Why do you think they're doing that? This has been happening on a daily basis since the end of March. Virtually every single day. Hundreds of articles have been written. And there's one other difference here. There's no defense from the liberal media side as well. There is no defense from liberal media. There's no like, this is actually going into a dangerous territory. This is actually broaching dangerous territory where they're actively trying to foment violence against this person that they're declaring to be a dangerous terrorist, a dangerous radical. These are the same people who also complained and said that their Nazi policies were actively, their Nazi policies should not be called out as Nazi style policies because that they were threatening violence against prominent Republicans. So yeah. What do you think this is? And it only is taking place because I made the foolish mistake of throwing this community's weight around in elections. First and foremost, the goal here is, of course, to engage in a disciplining operation. So anyone else that wants to do this, think twice before attempting. They want to punish people for speaking out. What? Hey, did you know that there's a discrete website with 54 academic clarifications of circulated disinfo clips targeting you up since November 2025? Were you ever notified of this? I don't know what that is. I have no idea what you're talking about. Yeah, I mean, this is a threat. This is a clear-cut threat. They want to silence not just myself, but they want to silence this movement. It's not dissimilar to what the Biden administration and the Trump administration that continued along in the same way, what they did to the pro-Palestine movement, the student encampments, arresting them. What's remarkable about it, once again, is the fact that Democrats were like, we got to activate young men. We need our own Joe Rogan of the left. Who's the Joe Rogan of the left? Oh, it's Hasan. And now They're going, oh, not like this. So yeah, this isn't a great situation to be in. I won't lie. I mean, I'm a very stubborn person, so I'm going to continue pushing through it, but hopefully they'll let up at some point. But it's crazy.
Earlier this hour, well, they just need to stay away from him. You know, the problem with that is it's not the vicinity.
The problem with this, you just laugh or complain about this instead of taking legal action and demanding them to apologize and retract. That's how this shit spread, and that's why COVID is repeating it too. You don't fight these lies. You just let them get away with this. Not smart. Start fucking demanding apologies and retractions. Thanks, Chatter. Thank you
To
for the
Hasan
advice.
Piker, it's the participation that they have with him. Like, I don't think there's much difference between these candidates and him, whether they sit next to him or not.
I think one of the worst aspects of this is how lonely it is here. I'll be honest. I have my community. I have this movement broadly, but like everyone is obviously busy with their own thing. But it does suck that there are very few, like, candidates, politicians. They love what we have to bring to the table. They love the fundraisers. They love the rallies. But it does kind of suck at times. And same with media. Media loves giving me coverage, but there's no pushback against this shit until it's going to be, far too late to push back at all. And even then, I'm not so certain. Like, I'll be honest. I feel like if someone assassinated me, I don't think the Democratic Party would, there'd probably be plenty of Democrats who'd be throwing a fucking party. There wouldn't be a shit ton of prominent Democrats who would be like, this is unacceptable. How do we get here? Because we all know how it got here. It's happening right now. It's happening right now in broad daylight, and no one is saying a damn fucking thing. It's crazy.
What's your take?
No, you're exactly right. You know, these people spend so much time talking about universal health care. They need to talk about universal therapy. These people have just absolutely lost the plot. You know, look at what this guy is saying, and he represents an increasingly large swath of the electorate of the Democrat Party. They can't run away from this base. In fact, this base is overtaking the Democrat Party. Just this past week, Chuck Schumer was forced to endorse these DSA candidates, and I guarantee you there's a lot more coming down the pipeline.
Well, over the weekend, a news anchor pressed El Sayed on Hasan Piker's controversial 9/11 mark. Watch.
I think Hasan himself would say that was a dumb statement. He disavowed it. So yes, America didn't deserve 9/11, but you know, to sit here and play gotcha politics with a dumb thing somebody said out of context that they disavowed themselves to say, oh well, what does that mean about what you think? I want to be held accountable for what I say and what I do, rather than this idea that we're so stuck in cancel culture that all of us agreed was a bad idea back in 2020, but we seem to want to bring back.
Yeah, but El Sayed used him on the night before of that victory. Like, they'll use this guy. Absolutely. They'll take him. They'll pull him out like a boogeyman whenever they need.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And it's absolutely insane, too, that he says that we need more context to understand, Hasan Piker saying that America deserves...
No politician ever, I don't care how progressive they are, will ever give a fuck about you. It's time you realize this. I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. As long as they put the policies in the bag, I'm there. Okay?
9/11. There's no additional context needed. We heard what he said. We know him to be the anti-American bigot that he is. There's no further clarity needed on our end.
All right, I want to show this. It's the same Hasan Piker who just last month pointed out to his viewers that he adorned his set with a photo of the attack.
You might have noticed some changes behind me. I finally framed the Cutie Cinderella newspaper from 9/11, the morning of 9/12, the newspaper right there. The newspaper that covered 9/11. It's now officially sitting behind me.
CJ, you're
like, I don't even understand what the fucking, what the point of that is. Is there, I guess they're trying to say, oh no, he loves 9/11. That's why he put it behind him. As though it's not one of the most significant news stories of all of our lives. Like they literally are like, no, if you're Muslim, you can't say anything about 9/11. You can't you can't even recognize its significance. I'm a fucking media professional. Like that part is actually the most insane. You know what I mean? They're like, oh, he's agitating us. He's agitating us. He's doing it on purpose. He's like flexing like I did 9/11 or some shit. Okay.
Reaction.
I mean, that part is like 100% Islamophobia through and through. So if I catch any of you dumb motherfuckers in here if I catch anyone in here being like, well, don't you feel like you lean into, as you said, America deserved 9/11? Like you are 100% caving to 1000% Islamophobic narrative making here. Like that's it. Little F here. I don't know what's going on, but we're back.
Absolutely disgusting. And again, these are who the leaders of the Democrat Party are choosing to associate themselves with, choosing to campaign alongside. This is their party. They don't get to run away from these figures anymore. Imagine if this was a Republican running around with Nick Fuentes. He would be rightfully condemned. But when it's Hasan Piker, they get a pass? I don't think so.
Look, I want to put a fine point on this, and we haven't shown it. It's tough to show some of the things that he is known to have said because it's on video and it's him saying it. But there's so many expletives, you can't even bleep it all out. I've not been able to ask anybody about this like I would want to ask him. Why did you say this? He says, I'm a racist. We missed the good times when they were lynching blacks in this country.
Oh my God, come on, dude. Really? Really? Oh my Lord. Oh my Lord. Jesus Christ. He's like, I shudder. I shudder. No one but American-born citizens should be allowed to hold any government position. This guy has probably no idea that myself and Abdul El-Sayed are both American-born citizens.
Think about James Clyburn, Democrat in South Carolina, saying some things about his problems with this side of his party, not looking like certain people in this country. Your last take.
You're exactly right. And black voters are not going for this. You look at what just happened in Wisconsin. I guess those people like Thanksgiving a little too much over there because Francesca Hong was defeated because of black voters. Black voters, young voters are not going for this socialist ride. They're rejecting them at the ballot box.
Yeah, Republicans should reach out and do what they can among that group, independents and everything. They've got time. CJ Pearson, great to see you. Thank you.
Jesus Christ, dude. Holy shit. That has to be an easy defamation case? No? Yeah, 100%. It's like, I've never seen this level of lying. Like, even with James Tallarico and stuff, like, they'll clip them out of context. They'll try to make it seem like they're more woke than they are or anything like that. But in this circumstance, it's like a very overt way to lie about something so heinous. Anyway, I'll explore the legal avenues here. It's getting completely out of control. You know what I mean? This is not like James Tallarico's vegan. Like, this is straight up saying that I love lynching and that I'm racist. Like, it's disgusting. It's totally disgusting. I will make them apologize for it. And I will force them a retraction, and we'll fucking celebrate it when it does happen. There's no shot.
We turn to several bombshell revelations about the Democrats' radical.
Yeah. But ultimately, like I said, this kind of culture war narratives, I don't think are going to work as effectively as these guys think they will. Especially because we have to be everywhere all at once. And we have to remind people of what Republicans are saying, what Republicans are doing. So, yeah. Yeah, the goal to drive Muslims from politics and all media is building the bigoted wing of the Dem establishment. That's 100% part of it, for sure. This unspeakably evil clear-cut defamation, and they're doing it because they can't compete against Abdul Hasan and the Dems in the realm of policy. 100%. I'm sure you have, but have you ever considered posting radically about the loneliness and about how you feel towards these dangers? Your post clearly captured the attention from these ghouls and you can help some lib outlets show you a bit of grace? Fuck no. No, dude. Remember, everyone operates with the notion that their enemies are ontologically evil. It'll just be a moment of celebration. It'll be like, see, we're winning. That's it. There's never been a moment where I've been like radically transparent about how I feel about these sorts of things. And then that caused people to be like, you know what, I'm gonna second guess what I feel about this guy.
Senate nominee in Michigan on social media, Abdul El-Sayed, portrays an over-the-top, happy-go-lucky activist, loves to sing and dance, but in reality, El-Sayed's policies, guess what? And policy positions, associations, as we already know, past comments, that paints a very different picture. In addition to hating Michigan's storied Mackinac Island, there is a long list of other wonderful American things.
I have an interview with Aisha Wahab in a second. We're going to be talking about her race. At 3 p.m., I'm going to be talking to Aisha Wahab, who has a special election coming up. AIPAC has been dumping boatloads of money into it. I want to bring some attention to this race. It's California 14 candidate to replace Eric Swalwell.
Abdul El-Sayed apparently absolutely despises, according to the K-Files.
What the fuck? ACLU and CARE, the guy who was just interviewed on Fox News, is going to be running a pinkwash super PAC. Check out their partners in language. Next 250, a new declaration for America. This is it? Wait, they're partnering with like ADC? What?
A report on CNN, a now removed video from 2024 shows El-Sayed complaining, quote, fireworks suck. I love fireworks. Anyway, he begged Americans to find a different way to celebrate the 4th of July, citing concerns over the environment and children and pets. But that's not all. In another deleted video from 2022, get this, El-Sayed mocking concerns surrounding the crisis at our southern border, proclaiming that the border, quote, doesn't even make the top 5 among issues that people in the U.S. actually care about, that affect their lives, according to the same report. Other clips show El-Sayed calling for the Second Amendment to be repealed, replaced with a right to government-run health care. And the newly nominated Democrat also trashing football over its toxic masculinity. Take a look.
Football is very much associated with a particularly masculine and oftentimes toxically masculine culture, and so much of it was about you wanted to be able to get back up and play for your team, and you really aren't allowed to show pain or vulnerability. That's part of the sport.
All right, in a state dominated by the Michigan Wolverines, Michigan State football, the Detroit Lions. I don't think that's going to go over very well. But according to CNN, El-Sayed even compared football to slavery, openly questioned if the sport could be, quote, ethical. Apparently, El-Sayed also had ethical concerns about cash bail in prisons. Take a look at this.
We've got policies like money bail, which basically force people into jail because they're poor. And beyond that, right, the broader question of how many people are left languishing in prison facilities who don't need to be there. Any and all efforts to get people out of jails and prisons and to keep people out of jails and prisons is policy that we need to be investing in, particularly right now. But this doesn't end when the pandemic's over, right? We shouldn't have to have a global pandemic to force us to find our humanity. This should just be what we do because it's the right thing to do.
So El-Sayed has a lot of deeply profound ethical concerns about cash bail, football, fireworks, but he has no problem at all with his buddy, his pal, his BFF, Hasan Piker. You remember the guy that called for the streets to run red with the blood of landlords? The guy that, of course, praised 9/11, blamed America from a 9/11, praised Hamas, trashed African Americans The guy that dresses up like Chairman Mao, his friend, in a statement to CNN, the El-Sayed campaign is trying to distance their candidate from nearly all of these past positions. But keep in mind, these are recent comments from El-Sayed, some within the last 2 years. Now, much earlier, a 2009, as a medical student, Abdul El-Sayed was interviewed by the New York Times for an article about Islamic banking unearthed by the Washington Free Beacon. Traditionally, in Islam, interest on loans is prohibited, creating the need for alternatives to mortgages. But El-Sayed took it a step further, telling the Times, quote, ultimately, the question is, when I die and stand before God and go through everything I did in my life, I don't.
All right, we're gonna start our we're gonna go into our candidate interview with Aisha Wahab. Like I said, running for California 14. Okay, Aisha Wahab is a California 14 candidate to replace Eric Swalwell in the special election. She won in the June primary by 26 points and is a current target of AIPAC. Okay, hold on, let me get the Zoom link going real quick. Dr. Aisha Wahab is in the building. Hello.
Hi there. How are you?
Hi. Let me just put you up on the main screen real quick because we're live already.
No worries.
All right. Here it is. Okay. Let me reframe you as well. These are the wonderful moments in live production. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. I think I did it. All right. Dr. Aisha Wahab, thank you so much for coming on the broadcast. Your general special election date is on August 18th. The regular election general is on November 3rd. Your opponent is Melissa Hernandez. You're a California state senator, former Hayward City Council member, and progressive candidate running in the August 18th special election runoff for California's 14th congressional district to replace disgraced former Representative Eric Swalwell. Raised in the foster care system after your parents passed away at an early age, you made history as the first Afghan-American woman elected to public office in the United States and the first Muslim woman elected to the California State Senate. You've been a fighter your whole life. After winning the June primary by 26 points, you are now facing over $5 million in attack ads, including over $1.3 million from AIPAC-funded dark money groups attempting to block a working-class progressive like yourself from representing East Bay in Congress. So thank you so much for coming on. Hopefully that introduction did you justice here.
Absolutely. They dropped another 1.2 today.
Oh, wow. That is,
Yep.
I mean...
6 days to go for the election day, and they dropped another 1.2.
That is unfortunately all too common in American politics right now. But let's get started. So when Congressman Eric Swalwell resigned in April amid sexual misconduct allegations, there were party leaders, including Hakeem Jeffries, that tried to broker a caretaker agreement to bypass primary and handpick a replacement. You refused to sign on to that backroom deal. You forced an open special election where you won the primary by 26 percentage points. Why was it critical for you to reject the party bosses trying to pick Swalwell's successor behind closed doors? And what did district voters communicate through that primary vote?
Yeah, first and foremost, I will say Hakeem didn't actually call to broker any type of deal, right? But I will say that we had, individuals like Congressmember Zolofgren call and, and a number of others in the California delegation to call. And they were like, look, we have this plan. We think that, should be a caretaker. And the list of names, and I just want to be very frank with you guys, is that they had 2 deceased people that they mentioned first, right? They mentioned Senator Ellen Corbett. And I was like, she's deceased. And then they mentioned Elaine Easton, who is a legend in this district. And I said, she also passed away. And mind you, both of them have historically supported me. I honored them on the Senate floor, the whole 9. And then they picked names outside of the district, right? They picked people that weren't even close to the district. And so slowly in the conversation, I was realizing, okay, these people don't even know my district. They don't seem to care about who is really representing us. And, they were questioning my patriotism and, the state of the world is at risk and so forth. There's not been a single vote that is tied down to one Democrat, voting this way or that way, number one. Number two is the fact that they didn't even have a plan. When you ask them, okay, so how are you going to prop up this person? They didn't have a plan. They weren't going to back them up financially. There was a lot of things going on. The Democratic Party actually switched up when you could get the endorsement for the special election. And so it was very, very much coordinated. I don't think that they were going to really, really support me to begin with, to be completely frank with you. And it wasn't a real negotiation or let's brainstorm together. It was, this is what we want. This is what's going to happen. Then they leaked to the press this letter that they supposedly had everybody sign. And when the press called me, I said, what letter? I didn't even see a letter. Right. So it wasn't fair from the start. It wasn't a conversation. It was like a dictator telling you, this is what's up. And, that's just not me.
Yeah. I'm glad that you fought through this process. It's a little bit complicated. So if you don't mind me asking, like, if you could explain it. So the resignation triggered the special election, but that's only to fill the seat for the current term. Yep. You've already won the primaries for both the special election and the regular election. Can you briefly explain the upcoming general election to viewers and why you're participating in basically 4 elections across 5 months?
Yeah, I'm exhausted. I'm not gonna lie. We need the money too. We're burning dry, if you will. But the way it worked was that the August 18th is because the June 2nd and the June 16th primary, the special primary, right? So those two are attached to fulfill Swalwell's term that he's ending in this December. Then in November is to start a brand new term in January and do the solid 2 years. That's kind of how it's going to roll out.
Okay. Let's get back to your background a little bit. So you were born to Afghan refugees in New York City who passed away when you were a young child. After some time in foster care, an Afghan couple from California adopted you and your sister. Then during the Great Recession, your adoptive family lost its business and home. You got laid off, and eventually you were priced out of Fremont and moved to Hayward, where you started organizing around housing. How did this experience of being foreclosed on and being priced out of your adopted hometown shape what you think Congress owes renters and working families?
First off, the average age for a first-time home buyer today is 40 years old, okay? And my parents' generation, it was in their 20s. If you really take a look at that, home ownership is where a lot of families build wealth, right? And I always say that the banks were bailed out multiple times. They got a cash infusion during the Great Recession. They basically foreclosed on all of these assets. They kept the asset and sold them. And literally millions of Americans are renters till this day, like myself. Even if with a good paying job in the Bay Area, you can't own a home. You're still renting, and the rents aren't even cheap. And I think there's a lot of conversation around home ownership. I think housing is stability and a human right. As a kid, going from place to place, you realize how much a home means, right? So the way I describe it is always, if you have a single mom who has a kid and they're moving from apartment to apartment to apartment to apartment because it's cheaper, maybe $100, $200 cheaper, they're moving that kid out of a school system. They're moving further and further, or potentially just in different cities. It does not provide stability for the kid or the community or the parent or anybody. Housing is a human right, in my opinion. We have to do more for home ownership and getting private equity firms out of the market. Single family homes, home ownership should belong to regular people.
So that's obviously one element in your policy platform that I assume is considered far too disruptive. You're placing the interests of the working class rather than the interests of real estate developers that have, especially in the case with California as a state, have been creating hurdle after hurdle to stop additional housing units from being developed. Unfortunately, to keep the price of housing as high as physically possible, which prices people out. But there are other super PACs out there that are also putting the beat on you, putting you in the crosshairs. Outside super PACs linked to AIPAC, including United Democracy Project and Bold America, have dropped over $5 million into California 14. They're running attack ads against you, and they're boosting your opponent. You've publicly described this spending spree as election interference by a lobby seeking a puppet they can't control. Why is AIPAC spending millions of dollars to keep a progressive state senator out of Congress in a place like California, in a state like California? And how are you responding to dark money attacks on the airwaves?
Okay, so number one, we are struggling. We do need a lot of help on this race, right? We are the California Democratic endorsed candidate. We are the labor endorsed candidate. We have grassroots support. The fact that, everybody's trying to push against the California Democratic Party's endorsed candidate is a violation right there, right? If we're talking about institutions, right? But they truly, truly don't want somebody that has an independent thought. I will be very clear when we're talking about AIPAC. My Jewish Senate colleagues are literally confused as to why they are spending this much money against me. Mind you, I worked on Senate Concurrent Resolution 105 that had a lot of my Jewish colleagues in support. We voted on it 35-0 in the Senate floor that literally talked about human rights in Gaza. Okay. We specifically have been very much trying to be collaborative and work towards some type of future that we can actually see as achievable. The only thing that's left is, this is pure racism and prejudice, right? My last name, people can point to it. It's my adoptive last name, right? When you are talking about, who and what I represent, Uncle Sam raised me, point blank. I grew up in the foster care system, right? So what's left? It's the prejudice, it's the ignorance, it's the fear, and it's really just having diverse voices talk about, it's not a zero-sum game in the Middle East. It's not a zero-sum game on international rights and human rights. It's we can care for all people. And I say this very clearly. As much as I care about the foster care kid in Alameda County, I care about the kid being detained in ICE detention centers here in the United States. And I care about the kid that is literally being starved and pulled out of rubble abroad. So you can love and care about human rights for all people.
One of the attack ads the AIPAC is funding, and your opponent's campaign communications is also claiming, is that you're soft on crime. They're specifically misrepresenting your legislative votes on solicitation laws. You've added an entire section to your campaign site addressing all of AIPAC's false claims. How do you push back against corporate-funded smear campaigns that weaponize public safety fears while ignoring your actual legislative record?
Now, this is a Republican effort, right? If you take a look at this, like Republicans tend to run this type of effort. I'm actually the candidate that's endorsed by a lot of law enforcement, not because they always agree with me, but because I've been always fair and transparent as to why. Public safety is one of those committees that you could damage a person's life and literally generations to come forever. And you could also help people and make sure that you're prioritizing victims' rights. I prioritize victims' rights first and foremost. My father was actually murdered in New York City. It's a cold case. I'm the author of, a survivor's bill of rights, making sure that we're auditing rape test kits and so much more to really bring justice even years later to those victims, because closure is important. What they're trying to do is, first off, SB 14, and I'll be very clear about it and transparent, is about human trafficking. I'm actually a co-author of that bill, right? It died for years, 10 years prior to me coming into the Senate. We got that signed by the governor. SB 1414, which is where the 16, 17-year-olds come into place, I actually voted in support of increasing penalties there. There are amendments that were taken that I, as a chair, have to vote for because it's on the table. I can't negotiate or make the motion. So that motion was made by a different senator. And then we also voted for AB 379, which protects the 16, 17-year-olds. When we're talking about fentanyl, we passed AB 701, 100%. Increased penalties on if you're harming a child, if you're trafficking a person, or soliciting. We've covered all of that, plus fentanyl and real serious drug dealers, right? So literally they are lying and misleading the public.
You have ops in other sectors as well. On the utilities front, Pacific Gas and Electric, PG&E, reported record profits of $2.4 billion, while state regulators approved 6 separate rate hikes in a single year. In my experience, at least, going all around the country, utilities providers are oftentimes like public enemy number one amongst the masses. They're very frustrated with DTE in Michigan as well, and PGE is all the same here in California. You introduced Senate Bill 332 to cap rate hikes to inflation and directly told regulators that ratepayers are not a bank. How do you plan on taking the fight against monopoly utilities to the federal level, and what federal measures are needed to stop energy companies from price gouging working families?
I think the monopoly system as a whole, antitrust laws need to be reinforced and actually strengthened. It's not just utilities, it's across the board. Every single industry has monopolized, right? And we have not really taken down some of these corporations that really have a monopoly on the industry as a whole, right? Whether we're talking about healthcare, whether we're talking about utilities, whether we're talking about any of these industries, they fight transparency laws, they fight price gouging laws, they fight any law that specifically is trying to prioritize human beings and quality of life. I will say I was very disappointed with PG&E. We have an infrastructure that's rated at a C level that literally PG&E has a monopoly of 70% of Northern California's entire infrastructure. And yet their rate increases, the 6 that you referenced, one of them was specifically for profit sharing with their shareholders, right? So over and over, our bill had 8 components. We tied it to metrics of safety metrics and much more. And they said that your bill is the nuclear option. We can't do this, when literally it was a very fair option and they didn't even want to come to the table. But they could hire so many lobbyists to dominate the Capitol and try to kill those efforts.
Let's talk about public transit. So, or actually, you know what? Before that, I want to hear your opinion on data centers, because this was a primary motivator, I would say, in the race that took place and the gubernatorial race that took place in Wisconsin. Tech firms and utilities across Northern California are rapidly expanding these massive AI data centers. How do the people in this district feel about it? And also, what do you plan on doing to maybe even curb back the massive amount of grid power necessary, the water capacity, and also the other threat, which is driving up energy prices, driving up utility bills, and also disrupting climate goals? How do you plan on addressing the energy demands of AI data centers at the federal level, and what guardrails will you put in place to ensure big tech doesn't pass grid expansion costs and environmental strains onto the working class ratepayers?
So we've actually had a number of bills come through the state legislature where we are saying that data centers should pay their fair price. They can't be paying the same amount that you and I when we're renting or owning a home. That's first and foremost, right? They have to have a different tier of how much they pay. Number 2 is that we actually do need to listen to the scientists and the environmentalists and the folks that have studied these industries for 10, 15 years plus. The problem with our policymaking, both at the state capitol and the federal level, is that lobbyists dominate so much and they piecemeal policy to fix the quote unquote problem more specifically for their industry at that moment in time. They're not really problem solvers, right? So if you take a look at the way we compete with China, China is actually planning for 10, 15 years down the road. The United States, we have not done so, right? And then we have these band-aid solutions where, okay, let's do a moratorium, let's do this, let's do that. And industry won't allow that, right? Let's just be very transparent about that. These industries, these lobbyists have really dominated the capital, if you will. And so for me, I would like to talk to some of the folks that are in my district. I have Livermore Labs in Sandia, and they're PhDs, and they're very, big geniuses on these topics, including AI. And they have better solutions that we actually have to listen to. For example, in my district in San Jose, the data center folks were trying to say that they don't want to use gray water, which is recycled water, to cool down their systems. Why? Why can't we develop the technology where gray water is viable? Why are we using the very finite resources that we have? And so I believe in regulation. I believe that we need to ensure that we're protecting human beings and life at all costs, first and foremost. And industry can advance. And obviously we're moving into the cloud and, all of our infrastructure is in data centers and much more. But that cost can also be shifted onto the actual industry that is benefiting from this versus us paying it out and our tax dollars literally subsidizing everything they do.
Are you in favor of a moratorium? So you're in favor of a moratorium on data centers?
I am, but I don't think that's the finite solution, if that makes sense. I don't think that's the end all be all. I think that there needs to be a lot more process on policy and getting a little bit deeper into that.
Yeah. So, what's the appetite for, how does your district feel about data centers in general? Because like in my experience, everywhere I've gone to, like, especially if there is a data center in the backyard of like oftentimes underserved communities, like people are very frustrated. There's a lot of noise pollution. There's a lot of fear. Some of which might even be exaggerated, but like ultimately this is a big driver for a lot of people. Is California 14 is similar in your experience?
I think it's mixed, and I'll tell you why. Because we are the bedroom community for Silicon Valley, and as a state senator, I also represent Silicon Valley. So a lot of the tech companies are there. We are the first to adopt pretty much any and every technology. I'm just going to be very transparent. And the majority of our residents work in the tech space, right? They are the folks that are the engineers and much more. So it's a far more nuanced conversation there. I will tell you that there are tech leaders and tech employees that are deeply disturbed and concerned about data centers and AI. They are the first to say, Aisha, we got to do something about this. We got to really bring in the brain trust and work on policy that makes sense. There are obviously industries that downplay the things you mentioned, the pollution, the disturbance for the community, and much more. And I think the average person in our district is concerned, right? Like there are data centers being talked about in the local cities, and the larger community is pushing back, but the city councils are the ones that decide it. So I think that it's a mixed bag depending on who you talk to in our district.
Okay, that's actually very interesting. I didn't even consider that there are a lot of tech folk that are actively working for the companies that require these data centers. Okay, getting back to public transit now. Now we can talk about it. It's one of my favorite topics. But your runoff opponent, Melissa Hernandez, currently serves the board president of BART, which is currently facing a $375 million structural deficit. And has prepared contingency plans that include 30% fare hikes, service reductions, and closing up a third of all transit stations. I want to hear your perspective on public transit. It's something that's important to me. I feel like BART, regardless of the criticisms that it receives, is one of the like only functioning forms of public transit, like robust, readily available public transit in the state. And there are a lot of downstream consequences to culture, I think, and like societal formation that makes San Francisco a wonderful place, that makes the region a wonderful place, a much more livable place. And I want to hear your broader perspective on that. But also I want to ask you, should working class transit riders be forced to absorb these higher fares and service cuts, or should Congress intervene to fund public transit as an essential public service?
I think all of our infrastructure should be funded by the federal government, and we actually need to deeply invest in our infrastructure across the board. That's our roads, that is our transit systems, our public transit needs to be fully funded, right? We are one of the few nations in the Western Hemisphere, if you will, that don't really actually fund that much, right? And one of my problems with BART, and I'm going to be very honest with you, so as a state senator, I represent over 1 million people. If you actually ask BART, how many unique individual riders do you have? They don't ever want to share that number with you, right? They're very opposed to just being very straight up. The fact of the matter is that they largely serve an average about 87,000 unique riders. So if I represent 1 million people, there's 9 Bay Area counties. That's a very small portion, right? I do not believe that the average individual should be paying those rate increases. I have actually advocated, and I want to be very clear about this, is that, for example, New York has one, New York Metro, right? LA has one consolidated metro system, right? Whereas the Bay Area, 9 Bay Area counties have like nearly 30 public transit boards. Okay. And that's not even competing with the Waymos and the Lyfts and the Ubers and the whatever else, is being developed in the Bay. And so when you see that, you're kind of like, okay, this is a lot of duplicative services. It's not faster. It's not safer necessarily. It's not necessarily cleaner. I did an audit of Bay Area transit, both Alameda County and Contra Costa County. And literally the funds that they have in their reserves only covers 2 months. So their reserves depleted. And again, what are you doing to really make this more viable of an option for an average consumer? San Francisco is very different than the East Bay, and I want to say that because they have Muni. We also subsidize San Francisco. So my colleagues in San Francisco, we always debate about this. Whereas nearly 76% of my district drive. Right? It's a suburban area, but they only drive because public transit is not as reliable, right? It is not as efficient. It is not, extended hours and 24/7 where you're like, I'm gonna trust this. So I think there's a lot of room to do better. And I personally would love a very robust transit system.
All right, perfect. So again, this goes back to tech a little bit, but also ICE. We're going to talk about Flock. Automated license plate reader cameras from Flock have expanded across Alameda County and the East Bay. Recent investigations revealed that local law enforcement share this license plate data with out-of-state agencies and federal immigration authorities in violation of state law. There's also every other week another 20 cops that are caught surveilling their exes all around the country using Flock illegally. What federal privacy protections will you fight for in Congress to prevent automated surveillance networks from feeding data to ICE? And I also want to ask you about you co-authoring SB 627, banning face coverings for federal and local law enforcement as well.
Yeah. So in this race, I'm the only one that has called for ICE to be abolished, primarily because it's such an evil org at this point. There is no reforming ICE. It needs to be put back into the DOJ and a real system with dignity and respect for all people. Let alone, I will highlight the sexual assaults that are happening to minors in ICE facilities where they're moving the minors into Texas and most likely probably performing sterilizations and abortions, right? Completely illegal. And so I highlight that. I am very opposed to a surveillance state. Big Brother is not, something I'm interested in at all. And there's, there's the debate of like, should we give them tools? Should we not? And I will highlight why our sanctuary policies in California work. When ICE has rated LA versus Texas, right? LA area is a very rich population that they can go after, and they're using every single tool they can. But literally, it is 7% of the deportation rate compared to the 25+% that Texas is doing in the same time frame. Why? Because our policies say, you can't use our government facilities. You can't park in these areas. We are not going to share data, things like that. Obviously, people are violating those rights, right? Especially with the Trump administration coming in and saying, oh, no, we're going to try every loophole we can, including the potential of Bay Area raids. Here's the thing. I have a couple of bills in this space that literally said you have to show your face. You have to, ensure that we as like a community can trust you. We also have a bill that says that you could potentially sue these law enforcement officers, and really, kind of tackle that as your actual constitutional right. And in fact, the families can plan if they, God forbid, are potentially planning for a potential deportation, that they can say, hey, I'm going to have my neighbor, my cousin, my loved one take care and take authority of my children. So there's been so many bills that I've worked on in this space to protect vulnerable communities and the immigration, failures of today. But I will say this, law enforcement is just one of the problems. What we have deeply in California, as well as in this nation, is data brokers that are selling your information, everything from your movements to what restaurant you went to surveillance pricing of, hey, Aisha loves, hot Cheetos and she always buys it on a Sunday with a Red Bull. We're going to charge her more for that. The data on us, we are willingly giving it based on our iPhone versus Android and different marketing prices and so much. So I've been very, very consistent in trying to crack down on this. And this is when we talk about AI, when we talk about data crunching, we have profiles built on us, and you can buy a person's entire movement on the dark web or from these data brokers for a solid week for $160. Okay. That is not something I'm trying to promote. And so I want to be very clear that this is something that deeply worries me, especially as I work in tech. And even when you, for example, order an Uber from an airport, they know when your battery is at 10% and they will charge you more and you don't even know it.
Yeah. Surveillance pricing. Do you? So you said you're in favor of ICE abolition and like packaging it under the arm of law enforcement, potentially under the DOJ, or even, I mean, like going back to the INS structure that existed pre 2001. I believe it was 2003.
I would like an overhaul on, for example, ICE was created like in 2003. Let's just be very
2003. Sorry, I got the
and
name.
as a kid that grew up during that entire time frame, and having different loved ones and different immigration statuses, this district is super diverse, right? We have every single status from DACA to green card to special immigrant visa to EB-5, H-1B, you name it. And I will say that our immigration policies have literally been stagnant since the 70s, right? And we haven't really done anything. There's one big mass, like, let's accept everybody in the 80s, and we haven't done a massive overhaul there. I think it's fair to say that, yeah, sure, we can say that we would like to see who's coming in and who's not, but the immigration policies in itself is very race related, right? They're not interested in bringing in people that can do work and be fair to them. Even how this country treats migrant workers, right? They're working in 100+ degree weather. They're getting paid nothing. Housing is not really provided for them. And then we're saying also, hey, you're not going to get health insurance or any of these benefits, but literally you're being treated like a second-class citizen in so many ways. So I think that there's a lot of dignity we need to put back in our policies.
Do you believe in prosecuting ICE as well, like for the criminal acts
Yes,
that
all
they've
the violations, absolutely.
Okay.
As I said, we have a bill that literally says you can go after an officer who's violating your rights. We've seen mass, like literally, there have been more deaths by the hands of ICE than the war in Iran right now. Like, I just want to put that into context.
Yeah, it's completely unacceptable. Let's talk about Medicare for All. Community hospitals like St. Rose Hospital in Hayward, the city's only emergency room, nearly collapsed under systemic financial pressures before being absorbed into the Alameda Health System. Meanwhile, over 70% of St. Rose patients rely on Medi-Cal, while corporate healthcare networks and private equity firms continue to buy up providers and, of course, drive up prices. Do you support Medicare for All? And how will you use federal policy to protect safety net hospitals while stopping private equity greed in healthcare?
Definitely. So first and foremost, fully support Medicare for All, and very proud to be endorsed by the Progressive Caucus and Pramila Jayapal and so forth. I will say St. Rose, largely does protect a lot of the most vulnerable community members. It's in Hayward. Hayward is probably my least affluent city. I live in that city. I'm a renter here. And we were, my team was the first to tell them, hey, you can get a loan, which was like several $1 million for that hospital to keep it afloat before Alameda County Health System stepped in. And then we asked for the state to forgive that loan because we knew that St. Rose was in no way going to be able to cover that. So that safety net hospital is incredibly important. I will say with HR 1, there have been massive cuts to pretty much every institution we care about, but specifically healthcare. And here's the reality of our community clinics and our community hospitals and much more. They're still going to see that patient. They're still going to have to pay for the coverage of that patient. They're still going to have to do the work to take care. They cannot turn people away. So we are fooling ourselves when we say, oh, okay, they're not going to come. They're still going to come, but the issue that they will face will be more severe because they didn't want to go to the hospital. They didn't want to get charged for that visitation and things like that. So, my ultimate concern is really making sure that we're taking care of our most vulnerable community members. And that includes, through healthcare, education, and social safety nets.
Absolutely. Let's talk about housing. As chair of the California Senate Housing Committee, you led legislative efforts in one of the most unaffordable housing markets in the nation, where East Bay families are paying over half their income in rent. What's your legislative strategy in Congress to repeal the Faircloth Amendment, fund social housing, and stop private equity firms from buying up single-family homes?
So I'll tell you a couple things. Number one, I'm the only legislator that has a social housing bill that got signed by the governor, SB 555, that really actually is trying to prioritize and really understand how we can do social housing. Many other countries have already done it, and including capitalist countries, right? As much as they try to, talk about socialism and much more. Number two is the fact that I actually led a bill to put a moratorium on private equity firms purchasing single family homes. And I'm going to tell you the cool part about this was I had a Republican co-author on that bill who was a former realtor, and I had the realtors of California be my lead witness. This is no longer a right and left issue. This is a human rights / American people issue, because everyone knows 96% of Americans, regardless of age, demographic of any kind, or political affiliation, believe home ownership is the cornerstone of the American dream. And I personally will be supporting all those efforts. And like I said, cracking down on some of these monopolies, private equity firms, and big money really being interested in the things that we all care about as regular human beings.
Seems like this is an area of particular interest for yourself. Does it perhaps have something to do with your academic work as well?
Yes, I did do a lot of, I got my doctorate in social work, and I deeply care about reducing extreme economic inequality. Housing stability is the core function of that. I will say this, and as much as we fight for, hey, we're going to fight for these wage increases and, reducing healthcare and things like that, the number one cost for every single family is housing first. Right. And that is something that if we can kind of really tackle and allow people to have a home, have stability, know what their payment is a year from now, 5 years from now, whatever the case may be, you have far more stability to tackle the other issues.
Yeah. So I wanted to ask you about banning algorithmic rent setting and stopping private equity firms from buying up huge portfolios of homes altogether. But you already covered those bases. Is there anything else you want to talk about, especially because you introduced the legislation targeting landlord junk fees and the price fixing?
Yeah, so I pushed a lot of different, I pushed SB 681 that eventually got absorbed into the budget. And I want to tell you why it got absorbed into the budget, because we knew we couldn't get it through the assembly because there's too many moderate characters there that are very much interested in the real estate lobby. So I worked really hard, being the assistant majority leader and the chair of housing with our pro tem and leadership to really say, look, we got to do something on affordability, and housing is the biggest concern. So we literally increased the renter's tax credit. So if you're making under $70,000 a year, you get money back in your pocket when you're paying your taxes. We put a down payment assistance program for $300 million, right, for first-time home buyers. We capped HOA fees to $100 if it has nothing to do with health or safety. We have the strongest protections on zombie mortgages, which is, a big issue right now across the nation. And I will tell you that the banks are suing us, right? I've been sued on multiple pieces of legislation by whether it's the banks, the chamber, or more specifically, these special interest groups that really just don't want to have fair policies, right? And I'm proud of the work that I've done. And I will also say that there are a lot of groups that are co-opted by developers saying, hey, yes, let's build more, build more, build more. But I also want to keep people housed and prioritize affordable housing, which is not their interest area.
What is, to switch gears for a second, I want to hear what is the angle of attack that you're receiving? Are you experiencing a lot of the same things that we've seen with Abdul Al-Sayed's race and Zoran's race beforehand as well, given your Afghan background?
Yeah.
Are the attacks as racialized as it has been in some of these other races?
Yeah, so 100%. If you take a look at all the comments, it's, race, religion, ageism a little bit, things like that. And stupid jokes. We've heard, these comments, every single time we've ran. Where do you get money? Who's funding you, outside interests, foreign, yada, yada, all of the things. My opponent has said nothing, dead silent. We're also seeing an uptick in what we consider bot attacks. More specifically, every time we post, there's always some random person from outside of the district, literally 0 friends, 1 or 2 posts, these fake images, things like that, we're asking actually today that these tech platforms need to actually crack down on some of the bots, right?
Oof, great.
Yeah, they're probably not going to do it, right? But we want to be very, very public about, like, look, we see what's going on. This is complete BS, right? We don't know what's real, what's fake. AI has gotten so good that, you don't know if it's legit, right? You see some of the AI images and memes and stuff like that. So it is what it is, but we also see our opponent has been dead silent. She's avoided every debate, every forum. She has not denounced the big APAC spending on her behalf. She has not denounced the fact that the mailers have darkened my skin, that they're trying to do this whole dog whistle with, leading with certain names and things like that. She did literally, her team, the people that support her, did a mailer to Republicans saying she's endorsed by Republicans to the Republican Party. And then the mailer to Democrats, she's saying, I'm going to fight Trump, right? Pick a lane, right? So, this is a very negative, dirty smear campaign. It's coordinated attacks against us. We've been warned about it too. But we're now seeing like a massive uptick, including this $1.2 million, all the ads, all the TV commercials, digital, everything.
I want to ask you a little bit more about environmental protections. Working class neighborhoods along the I-880 industrial corridor in Hayward, Newark, and Union City suffer from disproportionate air pollution and elevated asthma rates driven by heavy diesel freight, warehouse expansion, and industrial manufacturing. Do you support the Green New Deal, and how will you ensure federal climate funding directly targets frontline East Bay communities?
Yeah, so absolutely, I support the Green New Deal. I also want to state that California has one of the strongest protections on environmental protections, and specifically Hayward is actually targeted and specifically mentioned as one of the communities that need more support. So I'm very proud of the work that we have done in regards to just, protecting the environment and really kind of pushing back on fossil fuel industries. There's a lot more work to be done. These industries were not built overnight, and so we're not going to be able to walk away from them overnight either. And you see, even with the war in Iran, I want to be very clear. China is literally undercutting our dollar, our petrodollar, because it's very much tied to that. They are dominant in the EV market, right? Literally 70% monopoly in the EV market internationally. These tariffs or these fake prop ups of, our industries that we literally need to kind of prioritize innovation as well. And moving into this 21st century economy, and that 21st century economy means clean air, clean water for everybody, right? So I think that there's a lot of potential, but there's also a lot of potential for harm if we don't do the right thing by the people.
Yeah. We talk about competing with China a lot, but this is one area where China is absolutely dominating, and yet there's no investment or interest in competing with China in any way, shape, or form, even if it's like beneficial for every American citizen in the long run. It's actually kind of alarming. Let's talk about PACs and stock trading real quick. You refused the corporate utility PAC contributions. You championed government transparency in Sacramento. Meanwhile, members of Congress routinely trade individual stocks in industries they regulate, which, is very frustrating for a lot of people, including people who aren't even paying attention to politics that much. People bring up Nancy Pelosi as a person, but I mean, obviously the Trump administration has gone above and beyond in terms of that kind of corruption. Will you commit to co-sponsoring legislation to ban members of Congress from trading individual stocks and cryptocurrency? And how do we end corporate PAC dominance in congressional primaries?
I'll be honest with you. I don't know how we're gonna see a lot of movement. As you've seen in the past, there was a lot of different efforts to kind of ban this, right? And it's never been brought to the floor by leadership. That's the honest truth of it, right?
Yeah.
And so the way that it works, at least in the Senate, is that you have to say that you have a vote count, right? A hard vote count. And people change their votes and this and that. But me personally, I do believe that it's the right thing to do to ban this type of, for me, it's a conflict of interest. I think that's the case, right?
Yeah.
You could invest like I'm under 40 going into Congress. Of course, we have to think about our retirement and potentially invest in some type of 401k or whatever the case may be. But the stock trades that we are seeing in the millions of dollars per day, right? That 100% is conflict of interest, right?
Yeah.
I think that there are a lot of different models out there in the world that, if you are a federal government official at this level in Congress, in the Senate, in the White House, in the administration as a whole, there should be more limitations. You have to serve the good of the American people over yourself for financial gain. I have a bill, SB 1193, Alameda County transparency, that has been buck wild for the Alameda County supervisors. They unanimously voted no. And that just straight up says, look, the discretionary funds that you guys have, we need to see where it goes and what is the public good. And there has to be a whistleblower documentation as well as a conflict of interest for your entire staff. And they voted against it, right? They have been going, emailing. My opponent works for the president of the Board of Supervisors. And this county has largely been kind of targeted in a lot of different ways because there's a lot of corruption out there, right? Whether it's investigations, whether it's, tied to FBI raids in some of the local cities and elected officials. And the fact that they're opposed to this, especially as the California Department of Social Services has literally said that we're going to put you on a corrective action plan because your social services is failing. Like, that is what our money should be going to, right? Is protecting the most vulnerable, social services, safety nets, our American people, and the most vulnerable people at that.
All right. Last question before we get to rapid fire. You have been a prominent voice criticizing unconditional military assistance to foreign governments, calling for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza, condemning the genocide. This position has, of course, as we talked about already, naturally made your campaign a primary target for AIPAC spending. But I wanted to ask you directly, will you co-sponsor the Block the Bombs Act in Congress? And how do you connect foreign military spending to underfunded domestic infrastructure?
Yeah. So yes, I would co-sponsor that. I've been very clear about that. And take a look at this. Look, I'm an Afghan American. I was born here. I'm going to die here. I serve my country here. Right. And what I've seen amongst the Afghan diaspora is that there's no single generation that has been not affected by war. Right. Every single generation, whether it's like the OGs to the younger, newer arrivals. Right. And I say this because what we see is just destruction, right? Civilization is completely destroyed. And that is what war really is, right? And so when we're talking about this, our effort as a nation should be diplomacy, regardless of whether or not we like the government or not. It is, okay, how are we going to utilize our dollars? If we are going to say we're going to engage with this nation, and we want them to be a good faith actor, our dollars need to have some strings attached to it. Like, you are going to behave well, whether it's in Palestine or Israel or Afghanistan or Iran or wherever, right? We have stopped practicing diplomacy, and it's just point blank. You see the president tweet out, we're going to annihilate you guys, right? Yeah. That is no way for any elected official to behave, especially on such a serious matter of life and death. With that said, I'm very proud to have gotten a lot of my Jewish colleagues to support SCR 105 that literally talks about human rights in Gaza. We talk about both Palestinians and the Israeli victims there. We talk about holding the perpetrators accountable from both sides. We talk about, really, it was actually very difficult to write. And I'm very proud that it had no votes. But I also want to say it's held for a solid year in the Assembly. Right? So they don't want to vote on it. And I am the only one in the nation to do a reso on human rights in Gaza. Right? And I work well with the Jewish community. I'm very proud to support them. They're my constituents. As an Afghan, I really deeply want to ensure that all people feel welcomed, right? And safe and secure in this nation. And we know that there's a rise in anti-Semitism. We know all of that. But that doesn't mean you can't criticize a foreign nation. You can't criticize their leadership. You can't criticize their policy. We do it all the time with China. We do it all the time with Iran. We do it all the time with Afghanistan. But why are there certain groups that we cannot criticize? And I think that as much as I would love to criticize the president all the time, right? I also want to work towards something that's meaningful, that is about human rights, that's about, humanity and, building together rather than destroying.
Yeah, no, what would you say your opponent's assessment on the situation is? There's a clip from the debate where it looks to be that Melissa's maybe reading off of a script, her response. I feel like it's been somewhat lackluster.
Yeah, I don't think that there's a lot of depth there.
Yeah. All right. So this is what I call the Zoran method. Zoran was able to define himself with 5 key policies.
Okay.
So you know this question is coming. What are your top 5 priorities for California's 14th district, and how would you go about implementing them?
Okay, affordability across the board, affordable housing, affordable healthcare. I want to cancel student debt. I want to make sure that my generation and the generations to come can pursue education, all the noble degrees that they want to. I want to make sure that we are prioritizing social safety nets across the board and human rights internationally and at home. Primarily, one of my key things that I want to work on, if I were to say a lifetime commitment, is the old school FDR economic bill of rights. I think as Americans, that's what we should be prioritizing. I think that is what people are looking for, is a better quality of life and real standards for what that means.
Cool. Okay. So I'm going to do rapid fire now. This might make its way to Fox News, by the way. So just remember,
Okay.
rapid fire. Do you support Medicare for all?
Yes.
Raising taxes on billionaires?
Yes.
Breaking up corporate monopolies?
Yes.
Canceling student debt?
Yes.
A data center moratorium?
Yes.
Codifying abortion?
Yes.
Abolishing and prosecuting ICE?
Yes.
Banning congressional stock trading?
Yes.
Ending Citizens United?
Yes.
Ending America's permanent wars?
Yes.
Ending all U.S. aid to Israel?
Yes. But like I said, humanitarian aid is important to me too.
Okay. A free Palestine?
Yes.
All right. The reason why I say this is going to end up on Fox News is they still put this stuff out there, and it's like, it's usually very complimentary to the candidates, especially because oftentimes I don't think they even understand that the Republicans that are watching Fox News will look at that and go, yeah, I like that. Actually, I don't really understand what the issue is here. But the special election is right around the corner on August 18th. For people hearing about you for the first time today, what do you want them to understand about your convictions, and how can people chip in and get involved in your campaign?
Definitely. You guys can go to aishawahab.com, definitely donate, volunteer, phone bank. You could phone bank across this nation. And I'm a daughter of this district. I grew up in the foster care system. I'm as American as they come. All the attack ads literally won't deter me. I carried a civil rights bill in my first year in the Senate, had a custom-made bulletproof vest made by the Senate and purchased by the Senate because of all the death threats, the rape threats, things like that. And I still carried that bill all the way, right? So I want to do what's in the best interest for my community. That is every single person. I want to fight the Trump administration and some of the rollbacks on the quality of life and human rights that we are seeing in this nation and abroad.
All right, Aisha Wahab, thank you so much for coming on, and I hope you win your race.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate
All
it.
right.
Take
Have
care.
a good
Okay?
one.
Bye.
All right, that was Aisha Wahab running for California 14, and is getting a sea of attacks right now from AIPAC. And yeah, that is where we are at. You turn this off yet? Yes, I did. I did. That's the first thing I turned off this morning. Okay, training for generative AI. I'm a Luddite, okay? You should know this by now. I'm a motherfucking Luddite. Anyway, holy moly. Okay. What does Ludwig have to do with this? Have you seen that Karl Marx is back on Instagram? What? Oh, I've seen this. Maoist, if Marx were alive today, he would be a Maoist. Trotsky is. No, if Marx were alive today, he would follow the noble slogans of Comrade Trotsky. Marx, if he were alive today. Real. That's true. He is alive. He got reincarnated. He's a pothead. Amen, brother.
So, what will Michigan voters think?
Anyway, all right. Valuetainment. This guy hates America. AOC defends Hasan Piker after 9/11.
A video went viral
comments.
this weekend.
That's crazy. My goats are talking about me. Your biggest fans are your opponents, I swear to God. What is this? Mind reading my last message. Adam Friendly Show, Mahmoud Khalil just came out just now. Nice. Man carrying thing dropped the short
It's
video
become
about
obvious
Woke
we need to address some
2.0.
changes that have happened over the years. Let me start first by asking, what are you going to do, a land acknowledgement? No, but should we? Pronouns? There we go. What? Nobody has time for this. The differences between us have become heightened. I feel that as your progenitor, Gross. I have some responsibility in your current outlook. What outlook, man? We're sitting in your master bedroom. Primary. Talking about what? Words? Ideals and goals. That's why everyone wants to distance themselves from you. Woke one was kind of crazy. You're just a fearful...
Holy fuck. The centrist think tank Third Way is hiring a director of anti-extremism to lead a messaging campaign against DSA. This is presumably related to Third Way's 2-year, $15 million effort against democratic socialism. Dude, we have to, Democrats across the board should abso-fucking-lutely see this for what it is. They should 1,000% cut these guys out. I don't know what else to say about this. This is straight up moneyed interest, man. This is straight up moneyed interest coming in as wolves in sheep's clothing. I can't believe it. DSA's most extreme ideas and statements to a repository of voting records, affiliations, and issue positions to make available to allies and partners, leading public opinion research to identify and test the contrast that move base voters away from these extreme candidates, overseeing the development of memos, talking points, rapid response materials, and other products that make that case against extreme forces in American politics, promoting and marketing our research and materials to ensure they reach decision makers quickly and at scale through a coordinated distribution infrastructure, recruiting and arming a group of young, diverse spokespeople to fight the DSA from a center-led perspective, and assembling a board of coalition of organizational partners to make the case against extremism, running an earned media program to create a jump rate of our message and op-eds, television appearances, podcasts, and traditional media and media engagement. This is literally what the Manhattan Institute does already. This is what the fucking Manhattan Institute does already. Salary range is 140 to 150 annually. At Third Way, we are committed to non-discrimination and fair pay practices. Yeah. Ay, ay, ay. I don't know, man. This is so fucking annoying. This is the reactionary version of Woke One. What? No. This is if you wanted to hear the Near Ested convo where they talked about you starts here at 24. Oh, that's funny. I didn't even, I did the Ested convo today and I barely even talked about Near Attendant, honestly. We had more important things to discuss, in my opinion.
With outside money and specifically AIPAC. Which one is hurting the Democratic Party more? Hasan Piker or its alignment with a corporate wing of the party that the voters are.
Oh, the timestamp was correct. Okay. Until 24.
That doesn't seem universal. There seems to be okay, is it vote blue no matter who, even if they campaign with Hasan Piker?
Well, since I am supporting Abdul al-Sayed, even though he did campaign with Hasan Piker, it is definitely applied to me. I think this is a really interesting discourse to me because I don't hold it against folks on the left who have been grudging or oppositional. I think big tent means big tent, right? You have to be a big tent, even when I disagree. I just think it's also important to think about what a big tent really is. And I think a challenge here for the left, I'm willing to, I think it is absolutely the case that moderates or liberals or center left folks have to compete on ideas. against the left when they disagree with the left. I mean, there's things I agree with the left on, but where I disagree, I have to offer better ideas. I also think the left has to acknowledge that the people the left claims to speak for, working class people, have been a challenge to get their votes from in these primaries. Even when you look at what's happening in blue cities and states. And so
yes, it is much more of a middle class phenomenon if you look at the kind of DSA aligned coalition than it would be a working class phenomenon, even if you point to results in Michigan, where Stevens won the majority of lower income voters.
Absolutely. And, this is what like from my perspective, if we wanted to just speak tactically, the kind of most important thing for the Democratic Party over the next 2.5 years is to bring as many working class people back into the Democratic Party. Working class people of color have been voting for Democrats. The cleavage has been on racial lines amongst working class people.
Yeah.
Obviously, in 24, there was a big loss of Latinos and Asian working class people, and even, I think the jury's a little bit out of black people, but there's been different data there. But to me, a Democratic Party that can maintain its current coalition and make inroads into working class voters, particularly white working class voters, is a party that can win a gigantic election victory.
I can't listen to her. I'm sorry. She's too blasted. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. It's just she's just fucking rambling. I don't know. I don't care. I don't care about her assessment, honestly.
Step backwards. We had Donald Trump, COVID, the Imagine music video. We had no choice but to be bold in our language. Also, I just want to point out that we're both white heterosexual men having this conversation. Just want to acknowledge that. I acknowledge. So what? You're so much better now. Just me, but scared to look stupid. We're evolving, understanding optics, recognizing we can't win and help people's material circumstances unless we chill on the culture war stuff. You mean lose on culture war stuff, which you clearly have, which is why you're so aloof and holier than that. Please, we're cool now. We're less tax the rich and more fuck the rich. Language. During Woke 1, we'd be like, let's defund the police. During Woke 2, we're like, let's not talk about that. Let's talk about something else. Do you hear yourself?
Yeah, this is I guess one of the... I've never experienced such a clear lack of coherent narrative than this exact issue, right? There are those out there who are like, oh no, this is about defund the police, or this is about police accountability. They're dropping this. I don't think that's the case, or at least I'm not. I never have, and I never will. So I don't really understand it. I come to this with the recognition that policing as an institution is unbelievably popular by the masses. And yes, policing, depending on which community you're talking about, it has a very different reaction overall. Maybe there's a little bit of a generational divide on this too, even including but not limited to black communities as well. But ultimately, it's very clear that there needs to be accountability. It's very clear that we need to fund the actual social safety nets and fund the social services necessary to do complete crime prevention. Every reporter and mainstream media person that mentioned woke uses that framing, and that's why politicians are responding with Hasan, you are the minority. Yeah, I use woke jokingly as a pejorative at times. I say that I'm woke sincerely at times. So I feel like one of the issues here is, while I have been one of the number one advocates of the distinction between woke 1 and woke 2.0, I mean, this community is literally the place where that materialized into reality, right? That and also dark woke, ironically, as concepts. But I think most people understand it entirely differently than what we're, than the way we use it. But I guess that is the nature of language. It's vague. But I want to make it clear over and over again. There's no, I just don't want people to misunderstand my position, at least, which is to never drop the policies or the positions in general. It's more so just to reframe the language in a way that is less academic and to reframe the attitude in a way that is more charitable to people, which was basically my position during Woke 1 anyway, right? Do you understand? Like, that was already something that I was advocating for regardless, and I've never stopped advocating for it regardless. It's just about like making it a little bit more accessible and a little bit easier to understand and maybe a little bit more dynamic. Right? Tony Evers tells Hong voters to get fucked. Asked what his message to Hong voters, Governor Tony Evers replies, yeah, they have to play along. I mean, not play along, they have to be part of it. Is David going to get behind some of the big things she talked about? No, but at the end of the day, the big issues are something that I'm sure she feels strongly about. Wait, what? Is this from this morning? Is this after the election?
What do you say to supporters of Fran Hong who are now looking at this election? We didn't get her. Now we have David Crowley. What do you say to those folks?
Yeah, they have to play along. I mean, not play along. They have to be part of it. We want them to be part of it. Obviously, a whole bunch of people. Is David going to get behind some of the things she talked about? No. But at the end of the day, the big issues are something that
it's not a good. Like, notice how Abdul never did this, right? When they asked about it, when they asked about party unity, Abdul was like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna do our very best to convince these people, convince these folks that we didn't, that didn't vote for us initially." And it's also, again, to be fair, much easier for the left candidate to push for party unity than it is for the right candidate to push for party unity, because the right candidate is running on electability and the left candidate is running on policies. So then there is like an actual, like, what would be the policy for Haley Stevens voters, judging by like the campaign performance, like what the salient issues were for Haley Stevens? It's electability. It's, Obama endorsement. You know what I mean? Like, it's not, there wasn't a lot of like clear-cut policy differentials between Haley Stevens and Abdullah Sayed, and that was by design, right? I'm sure that in terms of Haley Stevens' track record and how she would have performed in the Senate, there would have been major differences. But that's not how she presented herself during the campaign, and I think that was by design. Once again, electability was the salient message. So that's the distinction between like a left candidate losing versus a right candidate losing, and then demanding unity. So it's tough. It's a tough situation. I don't think Democrats understand how important it is for them to. I don't think Democrats understand how important it is for them not to repeat the mistakes of 2024 here, right? Like, it's great to demand unconditional unity and to say like, no, it's time to nut up or shut up. It's time to lock in the way that they presented my perspective, which was false. That wasn't what I was saying. I was talking about consultants and not the voters. But, I certainly worry about that. I do worry about that. That would be not great. Hasan, please sue Scott Jennings. I'm a black HasanAbi head, and I know a bunch of black people who will believe the things he said. You know a bunch of black people that watch Scott Jennings and would trust Scott Jennings' word? That's pretty wild, in my opinion. But yeah, this is not good for Tony Evers to say. I hope he clarifies his position. She only got like 300,000 votes. Why should Crowley concede on any issue? So like, that's the argument that the moderates were trying to present towards Abdul El-Sayed in the race, right? And the question I had was like, what? Like, what were the voters' demands, judging by what Haley Stevens was running on? Because if Haley Stevens was running on like something very specific, then yeah, that would make sense. Then Abdul would have to like reconsider certain priorities, right? Like that does, that would make sense. If Haley Stevens had like one key policy prescription that Abdul was antagonistic towards, then we could at least like point to that and say, this is probably some area where Abdul has to like maybe moderate a position on. But it's not like Haley Stevens was even talking about Medicare for all being bad, So as far as the issues go for Crowley versus Hong, the Hong policy was chock full of, the Hong campaign was chock full of policies, like very clear policies. And I suspect that played a major role in her popularity, which was, fairly large. Anyway, let's continue
Hey
with
folks,
Woke
it's
1,
me,
Woke 2.
Woke 3. Can you educate this moron? Woke 3? Yeah, it's me, Woke 3, kind of a metatextual wokeness written to critique and stand apart from whatever conversation's happening. Tell us who becomes president. Oh, there's no more presidents. I'm from way into the future. We don't get to Woke 3 for a while. So we just cycle back and forth between Woke 1 and Woke 2 for many decades, debating semantics and optics and so forth. I don't understand. As Woke 3, I more or less exist to critique the various eras of wokeness, but even then my use is more academic, useful to researchers of past eras. I don't understand. I'm a postmodern invention. I'm commenting upon the friend that's a little too woke. Am I right? Shut the
Does Mayor Zoran Mamdani think that Perchi and AOC Woke 1 was crazy? He weighs in. All right, let's see what Zoran had to say about this. But what's really interesting about the Zoran defund the police thing is that he walked back his statement on defund the police, and then he just explained what defund the police is. So I guess the question remains, are we trying to get, well, to be fair, he did not disband SRG. So there's that element of this where, again, we're going now into like 2 or 3 different separate issues. Because if I'm going to parse through it, you got Tish on the one hand as police commissioner that I think is a major issue, and it's going to bubble up and eventually become a problem. He seems to think that he can control that dynamic. Number 2, disbanding the SRG, the Strategic Response Group, which is like the anti-terror group for NYPD, which was used and deployed against protesters over and over again, specifically against the Columbia students. And then last but not least was defund the police, right? Defund the police is what? Defund the police is taking away some of the expansive budgets of these ever-increasing budgets of the police precincts all around the country, and then taking away some of those funds and then putting it into social safety nets and also social services. Zoran Mamdani basically said he doesn't want to do defund the police, and then explained that he was doing defund the police, right? It's not about even a reduction of the police budget necessarily, but more so to keep headcounts the same, keep police budgets the same, and then take some of the additional surplus revenue and then spend it on social programs and social safety nets. So he is doing that. He is doing that. Is out of the 3 different components in his attitude towards policing, he is at the very least following through on the main promise that he made. Right? So I don't know what he's going to say here, but at the end of the day, as someone who was a firm and committed believer that defund the police as a slogan would have been effective if people didn't give up on it and just basically explain what that slogan meant. All he's doing here is trading off the sloganeering for the actual impactful policy behind the slogan itself. So, not sure what he's saying here. Let's take a look.
Think Woke 1 was crazy?
Look, I think that...
Can we stop listening to white people defending the right-wing framing of woke? Focusing on Woke 1 is already giving into the culture war. This conversation never need to be had by mainstream media and politicians. We were winning without trying to take a stance on this shit. Notice how 0 of the black DSA people brought this up. We already messaged around it. So, great statement. Here's the question. Were there social excesses in the prior iteration that sometimes could be toxic towards organizing? Do you agree with that or not? Because that's my attitude on it. My attitude on it is, no shit, yes, that's liberalism. Exactly. No, I agree. My point always was wokeness as a construct became, regardless of its inception within the black community, wokeness in its mass adoption became a capitalist construct, a commodified construct that is not real. It's not something that is organic. It became something that corporations could cynically deploy to sell burgers, or even mainstream media would deploy as a way that human beings don't exist in the real world, like a totally constructed understanding of social justice, right? And it was weaponized over and over again against the left flank that wanted to also apply class analysis into the intersectionality conversation. That's what woke one broadly from my perspective is. And that also led to a bunch of social excesses that got in the way, like rad lib tendencies that got in the way of coming across as like normal people that just want what's best for others. And it wasn't exactly great in terms of organizing. And those excesses in and of itself created backlash. Now, of course, is that the main reason why there was an anti-woke pendulum swing? No, of course not. The anti-woke pendulum swing was was always pushed for by right-wingers, by reactionaries who want to eviscerate all things social progress, who always want to roll back the clock on social progress, no matter what it takes. So I don't know. I just don't. I think it's a helpful narrative device to explain that, like, we are not abiding by some of the corporatized, sanitized versions of what wokeness was, and we're also not not doing the things that we used to do as far as being kind of annoying. That's my attitude on it, and it's kind of crazy because this has gotten completely out of control because we were the ones who were literally talking about woke 1 versus woke 2.0 over and over again, and now it's gotten out of hand, and people are leaning into totally different frameworks that I did not intend for people to lean into. Our issue has been and always be liberalism because white supremacist capitalists giving into the framing that it's woke instead of explaining how that's liberalism is just conceding to things we don't need to. Okay, but none of the electeds who have mentioned woke one have talked about liberal excesses and the establishment's betrayal. I mean, sure. I don't disagree with you, but I just, I'm telling you what I believe.
Do you think woke one was crazy?
Look, I think that each person has a responsibility to tell New Yorkers, to tell Americans when they're running for office what they believe. And sometimes what you believe can change, it can develop, it can grow. And I know that there are some for whom they still believe in that. I've made very clear that I do not believe in defunding the police, that I will not be defunding the police. And that to me, delivering critical public safety also looks like working with our police department alongside many other partners. And we've seen over the first 7 months of this administration what that can look like.
Bro, also, here's the other side of this truth. Okay, NYPD is obviously a mafia, right? It's very hard to control. It's the most powerful force in the New York municipality. New York City is like the most difficult force to combat outside of like Wall Street real estate lobby and whatnot. Here's the issue. So far, the fucking crime rates have been eviscerated in New York. And there hasn't been any like high profile media fuck ups. So for him to like at this stage turn around and be like, fuck the NYPD is literally just not. It's not a thing that he could do. Like, no one would do that right now. Okay. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's like probably the worst time to make an argument against policing when, for some stroke of luck, the strange allegiance that he has cultivated with Jessica Tisch has led to unbelievable results for a young socialist Muslim mayor. You know what I mean? They haven't found a cop to shit talk Mamdani on TV. Yeah, at most you got the Staten Island losers booing him at the cop event that he fucking went to.
And we're talking about the fewest murders on record in New York City, the fewest shooting incidents.
I know the NYPD is a behemoth. What you said about the issues and messages diverging from what you meant and intended is why I was against using it in mainstream media in the first place. The messaging, discipline, and broad agreement isn't even there. I mean, yeah, we have no fucking control over our electeds fucking doing that. Let's be real. But like, as long as they're not, like, even with Zoran, when he's like, oh, I'm against defund the police. Well, he said that during the campaign. And then what did he do afterwards? Like, he found a very diplomatic approach to the issue, a very diplomatic sell on the issue. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, he He did. It's the same thing as like, yeah, I'm against like religious ethno states, as long as like I'm not against Israel as a you know, state that gives equal rights and representation to all people that it currently occupies. Like that is a liberalized framing that is very palatable to people, but it's not, you know, betraying his first principles. And the same goes for policing overall. Unless there's something that he's doing with the and I put the SRG in a separate category for the record, because this is like defund the police is one thing, SRG is another, and Jessica Tisch is another thing, right? Like those are three separate brackets, all under policing, like police reform in general. So none of the things that he's saying has been new. Like this is literally what he ran on. This is what he won on. So I don't know. I mean, if you're going to get mad about Zoran on the policing front, which, you know, there's areas of criticism, I would say is the SRG thing. Does that make sense? Like not disbanding SRG is probably the most like the biggest betrayal out of like his campaign promises, but like playing ball in the way that he has with the police force so far has led to pretty promising results for him, especially because I predicted it would be the #1 rat fucker of the Zoran agenda from the start. Not sure if this kind of easy equivalence is useful. The police problem is persistently difficult due to the cops being directly integrated into U.S. working class social reproduction. The Israel-Palestine politics will run into geopolitical dynamics arising from capital circulation. Neither is easy for any political actor or social force, but the reasons for their difficulty really are different. Not sure that reducing these distinct difficulties of failures of conviction or high office really tells much or is useful. What is this? Dylan says, this is exactly what will happen to all the nice-sounding Palestine rhetoric if and when the Democratic Socialists get close to national executive power and they realize that scaling back global empire is too tricky. This isn't being overly cynical. It's just observing what is happening already. Yeah, I don't know. I think, once again, there's issues with Zoran's handling of certain concepts, including with Israel-Palestine stuff, right? Like, again, being perfectly critical in a totally valid way. It's hard for me not to recognize that the issue here is not actively trying to combat, you know, synagogue sales, like settler fairs that take place inside of synagogues. These are illegal. He has been very critical of it. I don't know where the movement is right now on that front. There are certain things within his power, right? So that's what I find to be the real area of criticism, worthy criticism here, not the language that's being used, and the same with policing. It's not like what he's done so far, but it's more so, it's more so around the SRG on the policing front. Anyway, I got to pee really bad.
Of an old clip of Hasan Piker, you showed it to me. I think this is the one, Vinny.
Here's Patrick Bet David talking shit.
Watch this clip of Hasan Piker. Go for it.
We're going to keep bringing in immigrants in this country on purpose, just so they can fuck your sister and then maybe even your daughter. We're going to destroy the white race, bitch.
I didn't know this
That's
wasn't.
What we're here to do.
I don't know.
We're going to keep bringing in immigrants in this country.
Wow. I thought it was bleep. So, anyways, this is him from in the past when he made this video, and so AOC was asked in the same interview what you think about Hasan Piker. And I don't know. Did you see that interview where? The same guy's asking AOC about Hasan Piker.
Oh, yeah.
Like, well, he's changed. He apologized.
Yeah, he apologized for saying America deserved 9/11. So we're supposed to go, okay, that's cool. As if, Pat, that feeling, the picture that he has of the World Trade burning and Americans dying and jumping to their death, just because he said he's sorry, move on.
Is this it?
Guys, move on. Yeah.
Go for it.
Another person who's been made an issue is Hasan Piker, who obviously endorsed Abdul al-Sayed in Michigan. You've been on his live stream, at least a few times. He's somebody who said, that America deserved 9/11. Now he backed off from that.
Yes, he's apologized.
But he said a lot of controversial things. Is he somebody that should have a role in the progressive movement going forward?
I think.
when we look at our elections that have happened, we have lost young people. Much hay was made about the fact that we lost young men in the last election. And many of the same consultants that are wringing their hands today were the same ones talking about how we need to go on Joe Rogan and we need to be not so, willing to engage in cancel culture. And I think that the flip-flopping on this is a tactical debate that they may be having.
But she does say that he changed. She's not the same and all that.
But let me ask you, and be honest, as a man,
Yeah.
okay, somebody that said America deserves 9/11, somebody that said that kill capitalists and let the streets soak in their blood, and that refugees who escape communist regime can suck his you-know-what. you want me as a New Yorker and her as a New Yorker, shame on you to just go, well, he said he's sorry. Give me a...
Dude. Wait, hold on.
Funny.
Hold on. Yeah, go ahead.
It's kind of funny. I'm usually your like Jewish token. Well, now I'm your New Yorker token right
Let's go. Let's go. Let's hear.
I'm your shield.
Yeah.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah, I don't know what, like, Vinny never explains what he wants from me. Like, he just constantly yells about this. But, like, what do you want me to do? Like, just roll over and die or something? Like, I don't understand what I'm supposed to do here. Yeah, I fucked up, man. I fucked up. I said I'm sorry fucking 8 years ago. What do you want? Jesus Christ. Like, there's just no solution to this other than just, like, eat shit and die, I guess. That's like that's what he wants out of this. And I guess that's the honest truth of it, The honest truth of it is like there is no apology here that these guys are demanding because they received it already. That's the whole point of cancel culture. And it's ironic because that's what AOC is talking about. That's what AOC is talking about, which is, what are we supposed? I thought we were done with this cancel culture shit. It's weird. It's silly. It's strange. It's not great. It's fucking annoying, and people find it to be annoying. So why are we still deploying the same tactics? And then, I guess broadly speaking, if there's a woke 1.0, woke 2.0 distinction, the one thing I would say that we should do away with is unironically like some of the most toxic elements of cancel culture, so that we can put the onus of cancel culture and the ownership of cancel culture in the hands of the Republicans, who are so willing to deploy it in the most cynical manner. That's how I feel. What do you think?
I mean, I think it's like it's not in a sense it's kind of even worse than that. Because it's not really about like canceling you or cancel culture. It's about instrumentalizing your cancellation as a way to attack, people, progressive politicians, essentially. So it's not really actually even, what I'm saying is that they don't even really care that much about you. You're just in the way. And, that is like, sort of what makes it like it's that dynamic. That is what puts Neera Tanden in common cause with Laura Loomer.
And Patrick Bet David.
And Patrick Vinny. And Patrick Bet David.
And fucking Vinny.
I mean, sort of, that to me is like, yeah, all right, well, I get why they lean on it, even if everyone's supposed to be past it. Although obviously, like, they do this to tons of other people, and we're coming up on the 1 year anniversary of like the great attempted mass right-wing cancellation of anybody and everybody ever who made a Charlie Kirk joke, which everybody forgot. A lot of people pigeonholed that one. I didn't.
Yeah,
I carry that flame.
Yeah. We always carry the flame at the HasanAbi broadcast.
Freaking break, Pat. This is why Donna Brazile and all these people are like, we have a big tent. This is a party of a big tent because they know that their party's been hijacked because of their laziness and their TDS for 10 years, Pat. And they're done. It's over for them. It's over. She's going to be the face. The Hasan Pikers are going to be the grassroots people like the Charlie Kirks. And guess what? Just because they said they're sorry, they're all going to go, oh, it's okay. It's okay. It's not okay. Okay, he's not got that. That guy hates America. He says he's unpatriotic. He dresses up like Mao Zedong, like
best
the
thing you
loser.
want is for her to accept Hasan Piker.
She's good.
The best thing that can happen for you is the
Good.
left receives him.
I hope so.
The best thing that can happen.
They have.
I hope they all receive him. I hope they all support. I hope he campaigns with them.
These guys have, by the way, defended Nick Fuentes. Not sure if Nick Fuentes has been on Patrick Bet David, I'm pretty sure. They refuse to have me on. Isn't that fucking nuts?
I mean, it kind of makes sense.
Like from their perspective,
I
like,
mean, I get it. You know, I don't like it, but
from their perspective, they're like, no, Hasan Piker is a much more dangerous figure in American politics than fucking Nick Fuentes, dude.
I mean, in a certain sense, there is a kind of integrity to it in that, like, if they believe you're a terrorist, I mean, why would they invite you? You know? Like, I don't get, like, you know, that's where it's like, I at least appreciate, I appreciate on some level that, yeah, like, it's not like they're trying to, like, be unctuous to you in private and, like, suck up to you while publicly being like, this guy's, you know, he wants to give America a boo-boo or whatever. You know, like, it's like, yeah, they're your enemies. That sounds about right.
They're not, though. I love Patrick Bet David, which is so sad.
Well, you know, you've got to reconcile how much you feel value-tained with the fact that the value-tainer
he value-tains the fuck out of me every day.
I hope he goes and campaigns with them, because you have to realize that messaging of what he says, one, is a terrible example to America, and most people are not there with him. Most people are common sense. The youth is like, look, just allow me to have a...
What's insane is Charlie Kirk campaigned with the president. The president welcomed him. He campaigned with virtually every Republican. He was a part of the Republican Party messaging apparatus, its infrastructure. And Charlie Kirk has way worse clips than mine. Like, he literally was routinely running around over and over again. It wasn't like clips from way back in the fucking day. It wasn't like clips of him joking, like, about fake shit, like the Great Replacement, which is not real. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it wasn't even like the opposite of what he actually believes, like the new clips that, I don't know if you saw, Scott Jennings was like pumping. He was saying, like, I want lynchings to happen, because I was reading someone's comment and I was like, that's crazy. Yeah. They clipped me reading the comment and being like, he wants lynchings to happen. Fox News is saying that.
Look, I've always maintained the position that Scott Jennings is the most honest man in media. Now, that's a guy who would never tell lies, who would never waste everyone's time, who would never menace the people in the same room as him because he doesn't get his way, and who wouldn't, like, cry like a fucking bitch to the Republican administration every time he doesn't get treated the way he thinks he should on TV.
Look, the funniest thing is, like, haters going, but you're taking them out of context, Copium. Okay, dude, you think I'm pro... Okay, look, you hate me, right? That's fine. You think I'm pro-lynching black people? Like, really? You sincerely think that is in context? That is a thing that I believe? You really? Please answer the question. Like, I think we have to... If you can't... Oh, no. Oh, so you do understand that Scott Jennings was fucking lying. Because, like, if we can't agree on that, like, you can say I'm too woke. You can say I'm too fucking woke. That's one thing, right? But to say that I'm, like, pro-lynching black people, like, if we live in that universe where people are sincerely claiming that while simultaneously saying I'm too woke, like, we are not living in a universe where we can have consensus reality ever again.
Well, I mean, you know,
I can't think of anything like more. That's like saying, like, I'm fucking pro-Israel's genocide or something. You know what I mean?
I mean, well, look, these guys are not, like, they have a tenuous relationship to reality in the first place, which is part of why they believe what they believe. But I think in this case, yeah, it's like also similar to the whole, you know, it's why the cancellation thing in the first place, because the worse they make you out to be, then the more damage they can do by associating, by saying, like Francesca Hong associated herself with you.
Yeah, this materialized by the Senate Republicans, by the way.
Oh wow, the Senate Republicans.
That's where the clips came from.
The Senate Republicans are talking about you. That's
no, but I'm just saying, like,
sucks.
I gotta sue somebody. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
I mean, you have I didn't. So they just posted that out of
Yeah.
Well, okay, but this is the thing. Like, they very deceptively worded that, which is to say that, like, they're not saying how you feel about it. They're just presenting the clip and saying, how does he feel? Watch for yourself.
Scott Jennings leaned into it.
No, I mean, Mr. Jennings can suck a fuck, as they say, but I'm a little bit more concerned. Like, to me,
Fox News literally said,
but this is just like so weaselly. Like, it's like the way they worded it too. Like, they don't even have the courage to say that. They're like, watch for yourself. And it's like, why don't you say it? Because I don't think you're going to say it, because if you say
they don't want to get in legal trouble.
Because then you might, get in real trouble. I mean, I'm not, like maybe the law is a stricter reader than I am there, but that's pretty, like, I don't know. That's all slimy.
Yeah.
That is slimy.
But the host at Fox News did say that I said it.
Really?
Yeah, that's why I'm saying. And Scott Jennings did say that.
Oh, well,
I said it.
yeah, that is
Can't do that.
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah, like the Republicans, the Senate Republicans account obviously, like, understands defamation, so they're doing this, like, very sinister way
Well, I
of
should
delivering
say
this
Fox
information.
News' legal department also understands defamation really well. They're very familiar with being on the receiving end of this stuff.
How does Abdullah Said's campaign circuit Hasan feel about Black Americans? Watch for yourself. Now, of course, this is not my assessment at all. Like, the way that they present this is making it seem like I'm, pro lynching or something. But Faulkner report on Fox News and Scott Jennings expressly mentioned that is my position.
I don't give a fuck what black people care about. Oh, black people care about this. Black people care about that. Like, shut the fuck up. That's not how politics works.
Yeah, this is me responding to a chatter being like, black people love ICE.
Oh, well, Hasan, how dare you? Like it or not, black people care about this issue. It's like, it's such a fucking stupid stance.
Any other black folk want to engage in radical activist language in this fucking chat? Suck my fucking cock.
Yes, dude. It's because I'm racist. That's why. It's because I'm racist, dude. Go back to a better time when lynchings were happening. This is what I like as a black man. Are you always doing too much with black people? Leave them alone. I want to go back to lynching. Like, I get it, but relax. Man, shut the up, okay? God damn. You got me, okay? You got me, because
I'm reading someone's comment.
Yeah, no, kind of obviously. That's
No, but they're playing it as like I'm reading.
Well, I guess it is kind of interesting. I will say that it's like they can't find stuff to actually get new stuff to actually get mad at you about. So now they have to, like, chop and screw the hits.
Yeah.
Like, it's a little like I mean, that's just what the sound of the bottom of the barrel is, I guess. Like, it's like rasping fucking metal. That sucks. I'm sorry. That's a bummer. I am a little bit curious as to, like, why this, like, the day after? Like, why did the boss call go out to, like, what's
before? This is on August 6th. They're only now getting to it yesterday.
Oh.
I thought they would stop. Yeah, here's Harris Faulkner.
Oh, and
look
CJ
at this.
Whoa.
Look at this. This is a yeah. No, this one is insane.
Sorry,
Look
but
at this
I
one.
know that you're, like, getting defamed here, but I like.
Yeah, CJ looks like he's 12. I know.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's just because we became aware of him when he was 12 because he was, like, a child commentator. I'm talking about his hairline, man. It looks like he's wearing a yarmulke.
He still looks like he's 12.
I mean, not really anymore.
Even with the hairline.
Said because it's on
like
video and
climate
it's him
change with
saying
that
it.
shit, dude.
But there's so many expletives you can't even bleep it all out. I've not been able to ask anybody about this like I would want to ask him. Why did you say this? He says I'm a racist. We miss the good times when they were lynching blacks in this country. I just think about James Clyburn, Democrat in South Carolina.
That's insane.
Yeah, that's not good, man. That's not good, man. Yeah, who was Dominion's lawyer?
True. I mean, all bets are off at this point. If this is like what they're doing,
they're just making shit up now.
If this is what they're doing this early on, by the time November rolls around, they're just gonna invent, like, they're gonna hallucinate. They're not even gonna use clips anymore. They're just gonna make AI videos of me saying, like, I hate the United States of America and stuff. I shouldn't even be saying those words because I feel like they're gonna train the AI to say it.
Oh, they already can. I already think they have the technology. I mean, truthfully, they are, it'll be like you can already like smell that they're, if this doesn't work, that they're going to do something even like grosser soon enough.
Yeah. Oh wait, they did do that. Ted Cruz's Super PAC did a fucking Super Bowl AI ad with me and Ilhan Omar and AOC.
Oh,
and
I remember that. Yeah. Well, it'll be a really cool adventure in the frontier of character assassination. Like, that's actually kind of interesting, right? Like, you're at the world historical forefront of what it's like to be defamed in the 21st century. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, there's like a division of like a government somewhere that is like trying to, like, they've got a cork board going and they're like trying to figure out like how can we bring this guy low, you know? And this is like probably what it settled on. It's got to feel flattering.
No.
Life, buy a house, have kids, and afford to be able to build my own family. Most people don't have that kind of hate in their bellies. They don't. The guy, the way he speaks purely the hate language. It's purely the hate language, and it's very attractive to who? There's a video that's gone viral that Anthony asked me a question of this. I never know what Anthony's going to ask me when I walk in. He says, "Hey, can you react to this video?" What's the video? This video is a video of a guy that used to be in PHP, and he says that if a person walked out of your meeting, that you would lock the door. I said, "Yeah, I would." So tell me why you would do that, because I don't want you to distract me. By the way, ask people that were at the Vol conference early on. See what they would tell you. Hey, you've been to the Vol conference early on. Or SLS early on.
Bladder infection.
If you walked out, I'm like, dude, wait till the next break to walk back in, because everybody would do that as distraction. So even one guy.
Yeah, I'm sorry. What the
in
fuck
the middle
are they
of the meeting,
talking
what do I
about?
do? I said, "Hey guys,
I'm so confused."
Dude, his mind is. Oh,
like, what the fuck? What are you watching? Like, I
his
feel so
mind,
confused.
bro. His mind. He's so brilliant. I love him.
I'm so confused. I
don't
don't
even know what the fuck he's talking about, but I love him, dude. I love where he's going with this. I'm sure he's gonna fucking land this plane soon.
Listen, I go up to him, "Man, this is a waste of my time." And his business partner's like, "Dude, we're here. We need to take our business to the next level. This is a waste of my time. You know how many deals I could be doing right now if I was back at home?" I said, "So you realize if you talk like that, if you're not here, does a business run without you?" And I said, "You don't own your business. Your business owns you." And he kept bitching to his partner. Finally, I said, "Look, I'm willing to give you twice the amount of money you invested to buy a ticket as long as you leave within the next minute." It was like $6,000.
He took it.
I said, "You have 60 seconds. He took it. I said, "Go to outside, tell him I'm going to text my guys right now. They're going to pay twice the money."
Wow.
He bought a $3,000 ticket. I gave him $6,000 just to leave. Those are the standards. But guess what's a popular video to make? Well, these guys lock the doors and all. Yeah, we do. These are standards that we have, right? So Hasan's message is going to resonate with the people that also hate and are rage and anger. It does. How big is that population? Is it people that want to burn down America and rebuild it? Hell no. It's a smaller percentage. Let them have it. Let them have that community and see.
I don't even know what the fuck he's talking
saying. I think what he's saying is like, he's like created this like ornate, like really crazy story. But the simple thing is like, listen, if you don't want those guys, if those guys don't want to be there, then don't be there in the room with them. Like, that's what he's saying. Except he had to like make it. He had to like filter that. Like, he had to filter that very simple analogy through like the most tortured grind set comparison we've ever heard.
Yeah, his own multi-level marketing scheme conference.
Like, well, and that's also the thing, is that it's like, I like a video that's seared into my mind for all eternity and is probably going to just like shape how I think about people when people like him talk to other human beings, which is the video of like the Siri of like Siri talking to like an Android AI, you know, like a few years ago before they got intelligent. And so it's just like gibberish talking at each other, you know, on like an endless loop. Like that's what that sounds like to me. It's like Simlish. It doesn't make any fucking sense. I don't like what are they like is like I wonder, like straight up, I wonder about the sentience of these people when you close that tab. Do they exist?
Yes, and you are not being invited to the next multi-level marketing conference.
Evidently not. Evidently not.
Seems like you would be frustrated with the door being locked, which is a fire hazard. But also, it's extra Sigma grind that if there's a fire in the room and you survive it.
I know that's not true because
you turn your losses into lessons.
But what if you lose your life? You know what I mean? Like there is like you
know what's worse than losing your life?
What?
Living a life not worth living without valuetainment.
Pain.
That's what I think, at least.
If that message is going to resonate with independent voters that you got to win over.
Exactly.
It's not going to. Independent voters
In
are not
the
going to go that route.
general election. Here's how I look at it. Can I go?
Yeah.
Vinny touched on this. The left.
But I want to say a part that Trump is doing that it's a mistake.
Wait, sorry. That was the most egregious, like just complete, like, God, those guys have no love for each other, man. That's
he treats his
that's so mean, dude.
He treats his second in command like shit.
Like straight up, like if Nick did that to Adam, I would have been like, I would have felt like that's too far, dude. That's a little much.
Okay. Here's the thing. That's how much I love Patrick Bet David. Patrick, you can do that to me. Patrick, you can do that to me, big dog. I'll let you treat me like that because I love you. I'm here. I have what it takes.
The left.
But I want to say a part that Trump is doing that it's a mistake.
The camera staying on his face as it moves away.
I know. He's
just like sad.
You feel so bad.
I don't. That guy sucks.
Well, yeah, his jacket really screams like, I've got great opinions. Like if I saw that guy at a bar, I would think like, wow, that guy would have so much to tell me about adjustable rate mortgages.
He's the pro-Israel one at PVD.
The pro-Israel one? I thought that was like a common delusion.
No. It's not a. He's the. There's other. No. Patrick Bet David is a unique show. I don't think you understand. There's people who are critical of Israel on there.
I'm sure there. I mean, well, to be like in right media and have any juice these days, you have to at least like play footsie with people who do that.
Yeah, that's why they fucking glaze Nick Fuentes. Which is,
it's really like I mean, that's the other thing is like, it's like
he's the GOAT at doing racism, and I appreciate it. Like it or love it, a lot of people like his
like
racism.
Chicago meets Sylvester Stallone meets Armenia. Like there's so much going on. I do understand like the innate appeal. I do on like a charisma level. Brendan's very into him.
I am too.
I think Brendan actually bought something from his store that never arrived.
He's about to debate Candace is a super big deal for them. Oh, more insights from America B.
Let's go. See, yeah, I love this. These are the people who, like, when I close the door, I don't remember them existing. I don't believe they may not exist, right? Like,
no, they do, bro. He's about to debate Candace. They're gonna fucking solve the crisis. Candace is gonna do, choice quotes from the Talmudic Jew.
Oh, you mean, wait, did you see Monstrosity?
No. What's
somebody in your audience must know what I'm talking about vis-a-vis Candace Owens and Monstrosity. Can somebody please put this in chat? Please, 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 please.
What happened?
It's a thing that Candace, it's just like, look, it's probably Candace Owens has given us quite a bit, but I think that this is actually the like special one. Like it's this may be her, like the ne plus ultra of Candace Owens content, is her trying to read and saying and just not getting the word right. Come on, man. What the fuck is wrong with your chat? How is this not like Once upon a time, I would say, like, get us. There it is, finally.
What?
Yeah, that.
It really wakes you up to the monstrosity.
No, keep going. Keep playing. Keep playing.
Wait, what?
Keep playing.
Of the gods feared this monstrosity, saw it as a demon. Facebook was a part of the monstrosity of lies.
No. No.
I know, man. I know.
Bro, she's actually illiterate. That's not even dyslexia, chat. What are you talking about? This is like unironically not knowing a basic word.
Hasan, I need you to hit play.
There's more?
Of censoring. I was just like, how can I take on this behemoth, you know, this monstrosity? I feel so small. And of course, it's David and Goliath, I guess, would be the right thing to say. It really wakes you up.
I know she has like an entire dedicated Twitter page to her. Fuck us. I hadn't seen the monstrosity one though.
No, this is like, I
mean, that's like, dude, it's awesome.
It's we've never had it this good, dude.
I mean,
in that way,
do we have it good though?
No,
Because
in this way where it's like they're like yeah, in the sense that like
I know, but it's working. So that's what I mean when I say,
like,
is it good?
I mean, it's not good, but it's, you know,
Because I think it's
but it's
more
good.
so,
Like, it's hilarious.
Yeah, but I think it's also just like a sign of the times that this is like the premier right-wing broadcaster.
Like, is it a problem that she's like literally she's like literally more famous than like Tom Cruise? You know, like possibly like that is a problem. Like, I would wager that that's actually like that's not good for society.
There's
that would
also
suggest
like
we have
intelligent.
issues.
There are, dude. There are actual like smart people who legitimately fucking watch her religiously, and I don't even know how that happened. I don't know how that continues to happen.
I mean, look, man, like Peter Thiel believes in the Antichrist. Candace Owens is like the most popular media surrogate. Like, people like the goofy shit, right? You know, believing in goofy shit, right? Nexus, you know, has never been more powerful. Oh, yes.
Elite of the Mormon culture, the cream of the pie, they get in.
Bro, okay, can I say something?
Yeah, what?
Like,
What?
obviously you can't tell that I'm ESL, right? Because I speak English at a you know, regular, natural, fluent, normal level, right? I had a hard time fucking even coming out with that statement, so that's kind of disproving the point, or rather proving the point I'm about to make, which is Candace Owens is making a lot of ESL mistakes for someone who was someone who's born in America. It doesn't make any sense. Like, English is her first and only language, as far as I understand. Like, cream of the pie is something I would say, and then everyone would make fun of me for saying that because they'd be like, "No, it's cream of the crop, you idiot," and I'd be like, "Oh fuck, you're right."
But like, you got to remember, man. Like, you got to like, you know, there's this thing about her, right? That like actually kind of explains all this, and it's that she's really, really stupid.
Yeah, I mean, I
don't know what to tell you, man. Monstrosity,
the
cream of the pie,
the V's and the W's I fuck up like all the time. Still to this day, it's like I'm so insecure about it. Whenever I try to use a word, like wedding is a tough one. Okay, wedding vows, I have to like really emphasize it when I say it, because modus operandi. I mean, I say modus operandi, but
what does she think the word monstrosity comes from? Montrose. The subway stop in Brooklyn.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, the errors you're describing are errors that are formed by like a, you know, both like getting the right word bank thing and getting your mouth in the right place because your native language is a different thing. She is like literally, it's like when your computer starts up and like everything's the wrong color.
Yeah.
Like, you know,
the Marquis of Montrose. Yeah, Montrose. That's what's scary. Say Volkswagen. There you go. I said it right. Right?
I think so. I don't know what I mean.
No, because I'll say, like, sometimes I want to say Volkswagen.
Oh, well, but that's not like, that's just like like, I mean,
Is it
sure.
tongue twister?
Well, just because it's like you're just switching them. Like that's a mistake lots of people would make.
Thank you.
Like, you know, it's like when people are like, "Oh, I'm going to go
Wait, what
get
is
the
this,
car. I'm going to go
Gibraltar?
car to get." What?
What did she? How did she say? Oh, wait.
Yes, let's
How
go.
did she say
This is sorry. This account rocks.
Okay, Gibraltar is like if you've never encountered.
Don't
it,
care. Play the clip.
If you've never encountered, to be fair to my ESL queen, if you have never, this account has 53,000 followers.
Yeah, it should. It should have 500,000 followers, as far as I'm concerned.
Oh my god. Okay, let's see. If you're not familiar with the word Gibraltar, it's gonna be hard to.
These people play Apex Legends.
The Hormuz Strait, Malacca, Japan, Gibraltar. I always say that wrong.
Yes, let's go, Gilbachar. Come on, dude. Not even the same sport, let alone the same stadium, dude. That's awesome.
You fucking why is the L in the beginning?
I don't know.
The B and the L.
It's a
swap
Pokemon.
places.
She was saying Bulbasaur. She's a millennial. We know.
That wrong. Gilbert. You guys know. Gibraltar. You guys know what I'm trying.
It's like jazz, dude. Oh my god.
The Ukrainians now have yachts. They've got shallots in Switzerland. They've got yachts in. No, I'm not kidding.
Right.
It's, I'm just looking at these are our.
These are shallots, you know, like they're cooking in Switzerland. They've got shallots. They're cooking with shallots, and they're doing shallot pasta in Switzerland. Wait, Candace appears. Oh.
We've been talking about a lot of bad. I think it's now time to talk about something good. You know what's good? The fact that the 4th of July is happening tomorrow. Well, it's not actually that good for me because my husband's English, so it's a very sensitive holiday in my household. But did you know anyways, because he's not watching, that 250 years ago, Americans revolted against imported goods at the Boston Tea Party? Unfortunately.
That's awesome, dude. Okay. ESL fails basic citizenship test questions. Like, I'm just saying, man.
Extrapolate.
Everything is wrong here. That's my natural intuition. I didn't want to then extrapolate and jump to conclusion.
Wait,
what?
Did she say it correctly?
Yeah.
I didn't want to then extrapolate and jump to conclusions until I spoke with Jillian.
Wait.
Fraud. And I say, oh, well, what we can extrapolate from
That one's fine.
text.
Yeah, this is
That's
that,
just
yeah,
extra.
okay, they were
That one's not fair.
Yeah.
That one's a gotcha. Extrapolate? Who cares? Sorry. That's minor.
Yeah.
But Xavier Poussard in his book, Becoming Brigitte, is unequivocal about exactly.
Unequivocal. okay. Unequivocal.
I mean, some of these are like so you know how like there are times when you mispronounce words.
Yeah,
because,
I do it all the time. I'm live
there are times when you mispronounce words because you read them, but you don't know how they're said.
Yeah.
Then there are times when you hear a word, you don't know what it means, and you don't know what it's like spelled out as.
Yeah.
But you know how people, you know what I mean?
You know how people say it.
Exactly.
Yeah. And then there are times when I just think she's inventing words and new ways of saying them, and no one is appreciative of my queen doing that to the English language.
I mean, I appreciate it the way that like in the same way that like somebody appreciates like a crazy looking oil spill, you know?
And so I'll give you an analogy, or actually an anecdote, not even a
a anecdote.
Anecdote? Anecdote? What the fuck? Wait, why is this happening so much? Why does she do that?
It's what I like about this, right, is that it's like you'd be wondering, it's like, oh, this is like somebody who's like show kind of recently started, you know, if like they're doing like this Tim Heidecker level of like series of mispronunciations. She's been doing this her entire adult life.
Candace Owens mispronouncing 40 words straight.
Stop having people scroll through every second of my show trying to find me mispronouncing words, calling out Candace Owens, and waiting for her to make a mistake so they can try to delegitimize every effort that she is making to get to the bottom of this thing. Legitimatize, people were just trying to delegitimize why the crime scene was immediately paved over and the soil was excavated. This caricature of Candace Owens, there has been so much toxicity. All the toxicity. Toxicity. I am saying this in its true denotative meaning. It is a.
It doesn't make sense because like she's not even from like the South. You know what I mean? Like she's from Connecticut.
I mean, I don't know some of this. Some of these are like so slight that I don't care, you know, like
all I'm saying is like toxicity, right? Like if she actually was like from the South, or if she was from like an area where there's like some kind of accent, then there's like that makes a little bit more sense. If she had like a regional accent, that would make more sense. She's from Connecticut.
I mean, now I just want to get her to say like toxoplasmosis, you know? Like I used to want to ask her questions like, do you believe the Holocaust happened? But now I've lost kind of interest in that. Instead, I'm more interested in asking her questions like, can you say automatopoeia?
I wonder if you could spell onomatopoeia. Connecticut is extremely segregated, believe it or not. Guys, this has nothing to do with like growing up in a black neighborhood or whatever. This is like there are regional accents. There are regional accents and regional black accents, actually, ironically enough. It's not even like everyone goes, oh, that's AAVE. That's not the case. AAVE also differs greatly from region to region. Listen to that one guy. I forget what his name is, but he has a list, but he's very cool, and he explains the different kinds of regional accents. He's been actually recently talking about how he hates his white fans, which I really find to be funny.
A lot of that going around.
Yeah.
Like the Fuentes chicken finger clip.
Yeah.
A biennial joint military operation. Sex slave was hired by music mogul.
Wait, okay, that one is awesome.
Mogul,
music mogul.
Yeah, like the so this is BNL, right? Like I don't know how they say
biennial.
I don't know how they say it in English, but we would say bienal.
Well, but like the Italian, so like,
but even then, it's like
the way that like if people say like biennial, like every 2 years.
Yeah, biennial. Oh yeah, I mean, that's right. But like even then, that's like fair. I'm saying.
Yeah, that's what I agree. Like some of this I don't especially care about. The more egregious ones are the ones where it's like she's clearly looked at it and she's like mogul.
Yeah. All right, this is a dude with a list.
I want white people to feel uncomfortable when they watch.
Like I don't want to.
That seems like a great video to watch today.
Yeah, I'm not touching that right now. But he's right. But it's such a terrifying predicament because like no matter what I say, Fox News is going to use it because like they keep on the one hand they keep saying I'm doing the great replacement,
yeah, and then they're like see what he believes. He closed the tab. He was closing. You know, it's
like literally in the same 24-hour time frame, Fox News both said I want to do lynching to black people. And also simultaneously that I want to do the great replacement to white people. That happened in the last 24 hours on the same news network.
Turkish, man.
It's crazy. Bro, the 1 second clip is already cooked. I know, I'm fucking cooked.
An annual joint military.
All right, anyway, I'm done with Candace Owens. What the
no,
fuck?
That was a great side quest.
Yeah.
I want to get into this. I want to do something that the president's doing that I think it's a mistake. And I know I'm going to get, people, it's like, what's a bad thing about being in the position that I am and we are? How do I describe this? We don't have a place. I don't know how this makes sense. Like, the moment,
I love conservatives that say shit like that. Bro, you're literally just a conservative. What do you
You're
mean?
at home. You're fine, dude.
Oh,
like,
we don't have a place.
It's like you get everything you want.
Why don't we have a place?
No, what you're mad about is that like you don't have everybody, like nobody likes you or respects you as being in the middle.
Yeah.
Like that's what's missing.
That's what it is. It's
like you got what you wanted.
Yeah, we run the show. We run the House. We run the Senate.
Oh,
we run
but
the White
nobody
House.
respects us.
And yet you can't control culture. That's like the number one hang up for these motherfuckers always, bro. And there was a brief moment. There was a brief moment in the beginning, like Trump won. And we're still unfortunately experiencing some of the secondary impact of Trump 2, sorry, not Trump 1. Trump 2's inception brought about this like cultural sea change. They got their glossy New Yorker magazine cover and they thought like, oh, we dominate culture now. This is our culture now. And that lasted for how long? Like a month?
Well, it was also like everybody in power bent the knee to them because they were like, yeah, we're in charge. We're big dicks. And it's like, no, they're just on your team. And so it didn't mean that everybody else is going to go along with this. I mean, look at every poll. Like they also mistook a lot of anger at like just how bad things were for like support for their position, which like because the left is so chronically used to underperforming is not really a mistake that left wingers are used to making. Like these guys always overestimate their position, always. And then,
my favorite thing is like they truly believe that the algorithm tweak that they experience on Twitter
that was real life.
Actually indicative of real life. And it's so funny. Like, no, dude, you made the algorithm tweak so that like other people would become right wing. You're not supposed to believe that your timeline is in any way, shape, or form representative of how other Americans are.
Well, and then there's the like kind
It's
of
believing your own lies. It's the same reason why Maria Bartiromo is like, I don't understand why Iran hasn't stopped.
Why haven't they surrendered if
Why
we've done all
haven't they
this?
surrendered? We've destroyed their military. It's like, you're a fucking idiot. You're not supposed to believe the lies, dumbass. You're supposed to tell the lies to other people.
Well, and also there's now this like added, difficult thing, right? So there's this episode of The Twilight Zone that I love that's about this like kid in a town who has the power of like anything he thinks can happen. So everybody in the town is just super nice to him all the time because he can just imagine them and disappear them into the cornfield where they go off and die. And it's like, that's how all these people are with like Trump and like the Republican politics as organized around like the Trump family and Trump world. And so there's just like this constant reluctance to kick shit upwards. Consequently, it means that like when stuff really happens, they have no ability to assign blame other than to like point at the other team and say it was their fault when so much of this truly is just self-inflicted. And, that's arguably like, by the way, like their biggest handicap going into this coming cycle and just in the short to medium term of politics right now, that like they really have like no ability to actually like get the people at the top to like change course when they overdo stuff like, oh, I don't know, start a war with Iran they're not prepared to win that forces the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, a previously open waterway that transited, I don't know, a fifth of the world's oil.
Yeah, no, but it's been going swimmingly. The war efforts have been going so well.
Yeah, if you want to get through the strait, you got to swim.
Yeah, no, I think you should be going to prison for treason. That's what I think. Fox News, get his ass. His name is Noah Colwyn, and he's going to prison for making me feel bad. These guys literally say you're worse than Trump here. Wait,
if that's what you agree with, vote for that. I just think the average American is going to look at this and be like, this is absurd. I don't agree with everything Trump's doing, but I agree with nothing that Hasan Piker's doing. So as far as the economic thing.
Dog, you're comparing a Twitch streamer to the oh my God. Oh my God. We're so fucking stupid, bro. We are so brain dead. Brother, who the fuck is making that? Like, there are a lot of people that don't fuck with Charlie Kirk. There's a lot of people who hate Nick Fuentes. I don't think there's a single Democrat that was like, I'm voting for the Democratic Party because Nick Fuentes and Charlie Kirk exist or existed. That's insane. Like, you can't even think about that. Like, you're just wish casting. You're wish casting that there are people out there that are going to go, wow, I really hate this Hasan Piker guy. So I'm going to vote for Donald Trump.
Now there's this like especially goofy and funny part of this where a guy like this is in the trap of like, they build you up to be this thing. And then, now like the day after the Hong loss, people could get licks and whatever. I'm sure this video is from before that. But the post Abdul, like whatever, if there's any general election success in a competitive situation, then like their kind of thing is disqualified. Even if you win, even if it's a narrow victory, but for their boy, if like Mike Rogers like ekes it out, which I don't think will happen, but let's say that were to be the case, then like that doesn't exactly suggest anything that they're right. I don't know. It all feels very sweaty. It all feels like the kind of thing that like they just have to lean on because again, like what can they talk about that they want?
They got nothing.
What can they talk about that they
want? That's why it's important for the
other than like the stock market to keep doing good.
That's why it's important. Listen,
like what improvement in the human condition are they asking for?
Democrats, listen to me. I know we don't always see eye to eye on a lot of stuff, but you have to literally at some point, I know you don't want to do this, defend me. And not because you love what I have to say, not because I'm a part of this coalition, even though I am, whether you like it or not, but you are going to inevitably have to say, this is a ridiculous conversation that we're having because the real conversation that Republicans don't want to have is the cost of living crisis. That requires you at some point to basically take the L a little bit, okay? And maybe be a little bit more honest about how I'm not this dangerous, toxic, radical force. I'm not expecting you to defend clips out of context or anything like that. I'm not even expecting you to defend some of these statements at all. I think you should probably attack the form. You should attack the form. You should attack the function. You should probably attack the very reason as to why Republicans have made this or are trying to make this a salient line of attack, instead of just allowing the Republicans to consistently make this the number one fucking issue, because every moment that the Republicans are talking about this and you're leaning into it is a fucking another moment where you're not talking about the issues, and it will actually become a salient narrative, and it will be awful. Anyway, let's continue.
Where I actually need some clarity is there a difference between a stake that they said, or a partnering or an investing, versus what the socialist communists want to do, which is seizing the means of production?
Let's take a look at Vinny, by the way. Speaking of old shit people made, Assyrian Arab, very funny, Vincent Oshana.
2008 A.AVI. Wow, brings me back.
I'll ask you one more time. Where's Osama hiding? I'm not gonna tell you anything, you American pig. Nothing that you do to me make me tell you where he is. Ich leg you mit babochen. Oh, Osama. I thought you said Barack Obama. Osama's in cave number 5, 200 meters southwest of me. I could show you guys where he is for a sip of that Sierra Mist. Jesus Christ. I mean, Allah, that was refreshing. That didn't make me so happy. I can send you songs to get back now. Allah, Hameen, Sierra. Allah, Allah,
Beast mode. Banger. Banger. That was Vinny. And you ask who acts in Run, Hide, Fight? Vinny's in Run, Hide, Fight. Islam is the great danger to the world. That's Vinny's playing the.
But he's in that movie?
I don't think so.
Oh, I wish he was.
Maybe they saw that dog shit.
Well,
video
I
and
just
were like,
it was like a parody commercial. It's crazy the shit people used to make, man.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Sketch comedy.
For
Although I guess
sure.
everything's kind of sketch comedy now. People love bits.
All right, let's take a look.
Is Jews are like, oh, BBD podcast is wrong, and it's like, I
Jews
don't like
are
what he
like-
said over there. So, Trump does. Why would he criticize the president? All he does is defend the president. I said, every week we're like losing
can't
people.
win
But let me
anybody.
tell you, Bill Maher said something here that I agree with. That I think the president's making a mistake with. I don't think we should go into this area. If you got the Bill Maher clip, this is socialism. Bill Maher accuses Trump of going further left than Dems. I said this a few months ago when they invested into him.
That's the big criticism that I have for Trump, that he bought he purchased 10% of Intel. That's what we should stop doing, guys.
I mean, it is like so funny that like they found like one thing that they don't like that he did, that he doesn't give a fuck about getting criticized for it. They can like, hitch their shit to. Like, it's not like, all the people that he's like thrown into like gulags.
The Wall Street Journal article came out. Oh no. Let's see what it looks like. Online agitator Hasan Piker is driving Democrats up a wall. Photos look good though.
That is a nice picture. Who wrote it?
Schumer has become an undeniable force in politics, elevating far left progressive candidates and fighting with everyone else. Oh no. Let's see how it goes. Hold on. Let me see if I can get the paywall. Let me see if I can remove the paywall.
I could gift you the link.
I have a free link they sent me too, but it didn't work on my phone. I tried to open it. Let me see. Noah removed? No, he's not. Please enable JS and disable any block. Fuck. All right, someone give me the paywall remover one, please.
Let me see if I can just gift link it to you. I have a subscription.
Wait, verifying the device. Let's see if it works. Oh, shit. Let's see. Oh, it worked. It worked. Thank you. Okay, we can get back to that. Yeah. Online agitator Hasan Piker is driving Democrats up a wall. The Twitch rumor has become an undeniable force in politics, elevating far left and progressive candidates and fighting everyone else. In the run-up to Michigan's heated Senate primary, Abdul al-Sayed hit the trail with a key surrogate, Hasan Piker. The two took selfies with students in Ann Arbor and stopped by a pool party for content creators supporting al-Sayed in Detroit. In between, he popped over to Milwaukee to campaign for Democratic Socialist Francesca Hong. On election night, Piker held court at al-Sayed's watch party. Hasan was reaching folks no one else was talking to. al-Sayed wrote an email before voting started. Every event I do, I get seniors who ask how I got so many young people to come, and young people who say, I saw you on Hasan. One of the most controversial and influential online commentators, Piker has become famous for the impassioned left-wing appeals he makes to an audience of millions. He criticizes Israel and his supporters on hours-long live streams, leading opponents to accuse him of anti-Semitism. He has said that America deserved 9/11. One of the remarks he said he could have phrased more carefully. He currently is banned from entering the United Kingdom because of his presence may not be conducive to the public good. A spokesperson for the Home Office declined to comment on the status of his travel authorization. They never do. It's so annoying. The British government has no accountability. It's crazy. They no transparency and no. It's wild. Anyway, his broadsides take aim at both Republicans and Democrats in a brazen, provocative tone that now suffuses the leftist internet. Suffuses. Never heard that word before.
Really?
Yeah.
It's like when something is suffused with something, it's full of it.
Huh.
So it's that your tone has now suffused the
That's
leftist
why
internet.
I was defending my girl Candace Owens earlier. I read it correctly, though, and has drawn 35-year-old Piker into debates and attack ads during the primaries. Hasan, do you have mods? No. Oh, the other word was jejune that Michelle Goldberg used to describe me.
Oh, and what did you say?
Well, I didn't know what that word was either. I'd never heard it before, which is, apt, I guess, because it just means like, the hollow understanding of an issue that I speak to, I guess, right? Anyway.
His name.
Jejune is an academic word. Normal people don't use it. Michelle Goldberg is normal. How dare you? Anyway, his name has become a political litmus test as Democrats fight over the party's future. Democratic strategist James Carville, Senator John Fetterman have threatened to leave the party over his rise, though Carville walked back his words. Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Senator Bernie Sanders have teamed up with him. When asked on a radio show about al-Sayed's decision to campaign with Piker, his opponent, Rep. Haley Stevens, said, I think that we should all be condemning some of the words of Hasan Piker. After al-Sayed's primary victory, the National Republican Senatorial Committee released an ad that seized on Piker's remarks and criticized al-Sayed for refusing to disavow them. Days later, al-Sayed called the 9/11 comment dumb, though he also characterized questions about the quote as gotcha politics. In an interview with the Wall Street Journal, Piker said he doesn't think that his comments that led critics to accuse him of anti-Semitism, such as likening liberal Zionists to liberal Nazis, saying the word he would vote for Hamas over Israel anytime, could cause harm, even at a time when hostility towards Jews is rising globally. There are people out there who speak about Jewish people from a very anti-Semitic perspective, Piker said. Some of them are on the right, as a matter of fact. And those people do not get the same level of scrutiny that I do. He considers himself an anti-Zionist. Despite his controversies, some progressive Democrats have embraced the stream. This photo looks crazy.
It does look pretty good.
Yeah, but I like it, whatever. Despite the controversies, some progressive Democrats have embraced the streamer's platform as a part of their campaign strategy, betting on a brash anti-establishment coalition that has grown louder in President Trump's second term. al-Sayed's narrow victory over Stevens was a coup for the populist left. Hong's loss in Wisconsin delivered a blow. Now comes the real question. Can the candidates backed by Piker go all the way? I don't think that progressives have a harder time beating Republicans, Piker said. I think that logic is flawed. It's just somewhat untested. With 3.1 million Twitch followers and millions more on X, Instagram, and YouTube, Piker has become a stand-in for the existential threat facing the Democratic establishment. He appeals to populists whose views skew DSA. He advocates for a wealth tax for billionaires, rent control, free Palestinian state, and cuts to U.S. military spending in Israel. On his live stream and on the campaign trail, he's advocated for progressive and socialist candidates. Several have won, including New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani. But as the Democrats seek to regain control of both chambers of Congress, swing states like Michigan are considered must-wins. Conventional wisdom among established Democrats has held that moderate candidates are the party's best shot at maintaining a blue stronghold. Many politicians and pundits have voiced doubts about al-Sayed beating former Representative Mike Rogers, a Republican with the backing of President Trump. And then there's 2028 on the horizon. Some in the party may still recall the 1972 contest of George McGovern and Richard Nixon. McGovern, an anti-war liberal, advocated for a form of universal basic income and easing restrictions on marijuana before losing in a Nixon landslide. The Democrats never have and never will nominate a leftist candidate, Carville said in a phone interview. They went to Carville again.
Well, James Carville, who's been very active and influential in Democratic politics of late, and also George McGovern, who is running against an incumbent Republican president, which will not be the case in 2028. And also, by the way, who's running against an incumbent who was by pretty much every measure more popular. Like, I don't know. It's just not like...
Yeah, more popular than Donald Trump.
Like, I understand, and it's a fair thing for the reporter to use as like a framing, right, for a story like this, but I disagree with it.
Yeah. Piker rejects that thinking. The things are fine. We must pivot to the center mentality is exactly what caused Democrats to lose to Trump twice, he said. The difference this time around is the voters are aware of it. On a morning in June, before the recent primaries, Piker was wearing a Denver Democratic Socialists of America hat and a t-shirt from the Palestinian Youth Movement, looking the part of progressive activist Mies Jim Rat. Inside his West Hollywood home, which he bought for $2.7 million in 2021, his recording studio was stocked with soda and stacks of Zyn to power him through hours of talking straight to the camera. He's been called the left's answer to Joe Rogan in the Manosphere, which he said he wants no part of. Born in New Jersey and raised in Turkey, Piker grew up in an affluent family living in the Middle East while America was waging 2 wars close to home, helped inform his political identity, he said. He was a self-described nerd, bullied for his interests, not a particularly diligent student with a passion for drawing manga and playing video games. After graduating from Rutgers in 2018, he started live streaming on Twitch, where subscriptions account for the majority of his revenue, while also working for the Young Turks, a left-wing news commentary site created by his uncle, Cenk Uygur, before going solo in 2020. I had an understanding of the world, he said. I had a vision, and I guess I was arrogant enough to assume that other people would want to hear it. Piker has courted critics practically since he got in front of the camera. After that, South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham, he called the politician evil and bloodthirsty. In an April letter to the editor published in Wall Street Journal, the Florida Republican senators, yeah, that's true, I forgot, Wall Street Journal literally published an op-ed from Rick Scott, called Piker an America-hating, terrorist-supporting lunatic. I stand by that, Scott said in an email to the Journal. The two do have a bit of history. Piker once suggested that people who cared about Medicare or Medicaid fraud would kill Rick Scott, referring to Scott's tenure as the one-time leader of a hospital chain that later settled with the government to resolve Medicare fraud allegations. Afterwards, Twitch briefly suspended Piker's account. I'm rude, Piker said matter-of-factly, and I will sometimes bully bullies, right? But I would much rather be someone who's not super well put together, someone who doesn't abide by civility, but is on the right side of history. While critics have tried to cast his controversiality as a political liability, some of the candidates elevated by Piker have notched wins. He disagrees with those who have called him a kingmaker for socialist politicians, but believes he's on the crest of a new political wave and the front lines of a new vision for the left. I've told the Democrats over and over again, you can't podcast your way out of this problem, he said. You have to change your policies. You have to change your outlook.
All right, now I want to see what Wall Street Journal commenters say.
Why the kid
glove treatment for this intellectual thug who celebrates the shedding of blood? Thugs like Mao Zedong, who killed 70 million people, and Che Guevara, who is a psychopathic murderer. Come on, Wall Street Journal, call a spade a spade. The guy's evil.
Graduated in 2018, now is an understanding of the world, the hubris of the young and affluent. No, I graduated in 2013, not 2018. They
Sorry, I love, wait, go to the comment below that.
He's not as affluent as Bernie. The GOP's secret agent in this election cycle. What is it with American politics and giving power to people who hurt dogs? Technology is great until it's not, and is a case in point. I'm an old guy, so I understand why many of the younger generation follow someone, and I'm being civil like this. As an Asian American, there's no way I could take this guy seriously or respectfully after he described conservative Asian Americans as dogs to white people.
Yeah, I don't remember that one, but that's pretty funny.
No, it was the anti-affirmative action Supreme Court case.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the white supremacist group that went and found like Asian guys to be like the face of the anti-DEI movement. Yeah, he's a dog taser. The things are fine. We must pivot to dude. Wall Street Journal comments are actually
kind of
a
little groip. They're a little groip.
It's kind of surprising.
I'm getting some groiper notes in this.
It's kind of interesting. Well, I guess again, Nick Fuentes is the only literate Republican out there. So
the things are fine. We must pivot to the center mentality. Is exactly what caused the Democrats to lose the Trump vote. He said this time. He is not wrong. Hey,
Trump unlocked that base hate and nastiness in people, regardless of their political alignment. They are all shock voters. He has a strong Charlie Kirk vibe and may come to a violent endspiel. These little ideologues, shallow as a puddle, but willing to be in everyone's face. He's also a product of MAGA radicalization. Hasan is part of a leftist anti-Semitic Islamic faction. Dude, what the fuck? These are readers. These are readers and writers.
Yeah, these people probably know how to say biennial.
Dude, it's kind of crazy that someone who would subscribe to the Wall Street Journal would like craft a Facebook MAGA mom style comment under a Wall Street Journal article.
I mean, I kind of buy it. What I like, though, is that there's this one guy, Brent Edwards, who, by the way, I'm now seeing has commented multiple times under this
Piker's
article.
not a team player. Good luck.
So, I mean, this also feels kind of intimate, like the people who are commenting first on Wall Street Journal articles, essentially.
Yeah.
Many countries elsewhere have laws against what the Chinese call making trouble and picking quarrels, or something like that. Or something like that. Or something like that.
It's people like this hate spewing fool that those laws are made for. We just let these mouths spew and stir up hate under the First Amendment, which I hold as sacred, so no need to remind me of it. But they say lunatic things.
Because they can make money on social media saying them.
And there's something inherently obscene about that. No social media. This mouth is just another mouth on the block, probably making minimum wage, which is more than he deserves. Ooh, a little classist undertone to it as well. He does have that Bolshevik look. Give that man a Red Army uniform and he can be an extra easily. Did you see him? Brett Edwards really hates
He really hates you. I
never
fuck
heard
with
of
this
him.
guy.
Me neither until recently. Okay, Brent, I don't know if you haven't heard of me until recently. It's pretty wild. I mean, it's a great article, all things considered. It's like much fairer of a shake. Good photos overall. Much nicer than I thought it would be. I was a little bit worried about this one.
I can see why you'd be worried, but I will say I'm a Wall Street Journal subscriber for the news articles. And
yeah.
Because the opinion section is like, the opinion section of the Wall Street Journal is like fucking like
oh, dude,
Fox
yeah,
News.
It is
Fox News Digital.
Yeah.
It's crazy what goes on in there.
Someone said blue fascist, but these people commenting are centrist. No, dude, it's Wall Street Journal. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I think that those are...
Wall Street Journal is a Rupert Murdoch operation. It is very right wing. You guys are crazy. I don't think you are right in your assessment. Wall Street Journal is a right wing outlet. It's not as bad as like New York Post, even though its readership seemingly is not that far off.
Its readership is insane. I mean, especially these days, because now the Wall Street Journal is no longer like, it's a bigger paper than just what it used to be for the business community.
Yeah. I mean, I'm a Financial Times reader.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same, like, it's the same joke about both of them. I would probably, the one catch with the FT, right, though, is that like so much of what's in the FT is just shit about Europe. And I love my Europeans, but I'm not one of you. And I got to read about Burger. Sorry.
An 820-word op-ed repeatedly accusing Abdul al-Sayed of anti-Semitism from start to finish without offering one shred of evidence of anti-Semitism, not one anti-Jewish quote, lots of anti-Israel rhetoric, not a word about Jews or Judaism, such low standards.
Who is this?
Wall Street Journal.
Who wrote it?
Democrats.
Who wrote the thing?
Barton Swain.
Oh, it's Barton Swain.
I don't know who that is.
Barton Swain. I loved that Coen Brothers movie.
I guess you didn't get to check notes. The third paragraph, a brief refresher on Mr.
He's refused to
Al-Sayed's
acknowledge the
crankery.
Jewish state's right to exist. And when he condemned...
Yeah, he has repeatedly, you could almost say obsessively criticized Ms. Stevens for accepting campaign contributions to the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, or AIPAC. Yeah. How fucked up of him to consistently mention that AIPAC dumped $34 million into this race.
Damning a terrorist with faint praise is crazy because it's like that's not what he didn't. There's no faint praise.
Yeah,
is when you say that somebody like tried their best.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Like that's not.
Yeah, it doesn't even make sense in what he's trying to say. I think what he was trying. Yeah, he's as when he condemned the attack on a Jewish school in West Bloomfield, Michigan, before excusing the perpetrator with the words, hurt people do hurt people. And of course, Mr. Al-Sayed, okay, like that's not, okay.
And whatever, this is all, I mean, I will say, man, like, this shit is so boring. Like, it's just the same thing every fucking time.
Yeah.
Hasan Piker will be chief of staff to AOC in January 2029. Yeah, that's right. We're taking him off camera. We're giving Hasan an office job.
Yeah,
we're gonna make him have to be on the phone all the time.
Yeah, I would love that. That would
be so fucking funny.
I'd be so good at it. Oh, hello. Fucking bouldering her way into the room. Piker grew up in a wealthy family. He's made a lot of money on his own. If he cares so much about everyday people, perhaps he could sell his assets. I wish that people had a better response. Like, come on. You have to come up with something. What is she doing?
I don't know. She's like inspecting the bed.
Yeah. What are you inspecting? All right. Yeah, good article overall.
I liked it.
Yeah, it was pretty good. Let's
I mean,
get
it
back.
actually felt like if somebody wanted to ask what's his deal, you could send them that article, and
Yeah.
it would be like it would be an even-handed one.
How was the Wall Street Journal a good article? They said you told people to kill Rick Scott.
No, they
I mean,
didn't. They specifically didn't. They instead framed it exactly as it was.
Yeah, I mean the actual like the best way to obviously interpret that is like he was talking about the hypocrisy of the Republicans when using the term kill instead of punish, which then got totally blown out of proportion. But they're not going to say that because Rick Scott writes for the Wall Street Journal.
Well, I mean, he just wrote some letter. He just wrote some letter to the. I mean, I think they linked the Rick Scott thing because he happened to say a thing relevant to that controversy in the form of a letter to the editor to the Wall Street Journal. What catches my attention about this whole thing with with Scott is that, or sorry, with the Journal article is that there's not. They have to work from the premise of explaining why you're influential with people who are successful. And that kind of by de facto means that you can't do the shrill treatment. You've got to explain in a credible sounding way, what is the basis for it? So go figure. This story, now this I can get into.
What is this? To your earlier point, this is how they manufacture consent.
And by the way, this is how they manufacture consent. This is how they control the narrative, is take the out of context quotes, plaster them everywhere, and repeat it over and over and over and over and over and over and over until hating Hasan becomes the duh position. Oh, that's the crazy guy who said the crazy thing. Meanwhile, it is not an accident that Hasan wasn't invited on Joe Scarborough's show. It's not an accident. It's not an accident he wasn't invited on Meet the Press. It's not an accident he wasn't invited on any of the mainstream media shows. They are doing a hatchet job against him on purpose for AIPAC, for the Epstein class, for the corporations,
100%.
for the Diet MAGA Democrats.
Dude, it's so funny because people will be like, no, oh, dude, you're being so silly. You're being so ridiculous. But it's it 100% is that. Because out of all, obviously, initially they started off with anti-Semitism smears. It didn't work. So they moved on to other shit. And they just decided we're just going to do a multifaceted shit smearing operation. Because, but it's still coming from the same forces at the end of the day. And it would not be the case. This would not be happening to me if I just sat at home and said what I said and continued growing my audience, continued collecting paychecks. Then it would not. What's wrong? Oh, you can't see because you didn't copy the, hold on here. We can do that. 1 second. Here. What is it? Is it preview projector on which one? Boom. There you go. Sorry. But yeah, as I was saying, this would not be none of this would be happening. I would still get right-wing attacks and shit, but not to this degree. And I certainly would not be getting any liberal media attacks at all. And even some defense if I had not if I didn't get anti-Zionist elected in the office. That's it. That is, I think, the reason. Because I've been doing this for years. Many of those quotes are from fucking years ago.
That's why it's now it's they have to literally, that's what I said about it. It's all chopped and screwed. It's just the same shit, but they have to recombobulate it over and over again. I mean, look, this stuff does eventually run out simply because you can't, there's only so many permutations of you can go through with it. I think the bigger challenge will be that they have to figure out how to escalate their tactics. And that's the sadder part because working the Twitch refs hasn't worked, they're now up to lying and having lies that come from, Scott Jennings' mouth get amplified by the NRSC. So we'll see, what comes next. I mean, I think even for what I'll say, it's also somebody planted that story in the New York Post about, about the Cuba thing. And that hasn't, the lawfare stuff hasn't materialized.
Yeah.
It just is very you get the sense that these are people reaching around for tools to use in a fight that they're not particularly equipped to fight otherwise.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see where it goes, but my biggest problem with everything that's going on once again is that it's very clear that because there is a bipartisan stranglehold on certain types of attitudes in mainstream media, specifically around Israel, obviously, or even around Medicare for all, an antagonism towards the position that we hold, which is that healthcare shouldn't be paywalled and the for-profit healthcare industry should be, dramatically rescaled and reduced, right? So all of those forces have sympathizers and people that they've paid, people that they network with in the cocktail circuits, and those guys can just as easily be like, hey, can you fucking do something about this Hasan guy? Like, what are we doing here? Like, why? What's the deal with this Hasan guy? I've been reading a lot about him. I've been seeing a lot of his clips. He seems like a real crazy guy, right? And then you have a commentator or a consultant that also moonlights as a commentator on CNN go, yeah, no, I understand. I understand, sir.
The trouble, though, right, is that like ordinarily when you're doing that kind of like associative smear thing and you got to make people aware of something, it's like, hey, do you know about this guy who's a child molester and who's like, who was pardoned by the candidate or who is friends with the candidate or something? And instead it's like, hey, did you hear that this guy once sent something mildly intemperate? And it's just not like it's why it flops. I mean, it works insofar as like it kicks up shit, and that is its own achievement, I suppose. But like, it doesn't mean that like you become any worse at like transmitting your ideas in public, in a general sense. If anything, it like draws a certain amount of positive attention, as has certainly been the case with the fact that like, a lot of other candidates reached out for your attention after these people try, I mean, like you just draw, it literally backfired in the case of that whole third way thing.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, did you see the job posting?
I did. 150 grand for.
That's pennies.
Wait, really?
150 grand to pay somebody to like coordinate anti-extremism ops. I'm sorry. That's broke ass shit.
I thought they would.
150K? No way. I'm sorry, dude. If you want actual talent, like, because somebody who would be good at that job could get paid a lot more money to go elsewhere to work way less hard.
Yeah, I mean,
you're looking for somebody who's committed.
How much is fucking Stu Smith getting paid?
Well, I don't think they have to pay him all that much because I'm not really sure what he would be employable as doing otherwise.
Yeah,
like I
That's
think
my
I think
goat, dude.
I think they
chill on my goat.
I
Stu
will
Smith.
never. I will. I'm very chill about Stu.
Yeah, love that guy, Stu. If you're watching, you're my guy.
That he is.
Yeah, that's right.
You know that he is.
I don't know why I said if you're watching. We know you're watching, obviously.
Yeah, because where else could the Manhattan Institute find a talent like that? But I think
what's the other guy, Rayhan or whatever, the head of the
operation?
Rayhan,
whom they pay, I think it was like 800,000 or whatever it was.
Yeah, Rayhan gets paid.
They pay, but to like absorb, like to be the like guy at the top of that organization.
Yeah, Stu, how does that make you feel? You're not getting.
Yeah,
paid
how does it feel? How does it?
You're
feel?
doing all the legwork.
How does it feel to work for a non-white man who probably works way less hard than you?
Okay, to be fair, I don't. Stu's probably not racist like that. Come on.
I mean, it's working at the Manhattan Institute. You have to. That is like I have to.
Stu is woke one. He's like, I'm honored.
That's true.
I'm honored by the fact that that's what's going on here.
Well, that's actually why before every Stu video, he does like a land acknowledgement from like wherever he edited it.
He does. That's why he's attacking DSA. He's like, they're not woke enough anymore.
That's true. He's like infiltrating these whole things because he's actually like a Black Hammer holdout.
Yeah, he's like, point of privilege, please. DSA's national. DSA National's main campaign or main program does not feature enough, like disability, accessibility related issues.
Oh, yeah.
New CIA low confidence in Iranian threats to Trump in Turkey, but Secret Service took no chances. Okay, we got to talk about this story again. I'm done with my goats at Patrick
Thank
Bet David
God,
franchise. Dude. I couldn't even get through it. This is 6 minutes and 30
Why
seconds.
would you? It sucks, man. Sorry. I mean, I like the valuetainment, but it's just like insipid.
Ooh, okay, but Ben Shapiro said he would do it. Ben Shapiro open to a Nick Fuentes sit down.
GOP staffers say the party has a Groyper problem. So Groyper problem, we're talking about Fuentes. So
yeah.
Polling shows that the overwhelming majority of young conservatives reject anti-Semitic views. Though their support for Israel has dropped significantly from their prior generations, they also are more skeptical of military intervention than forebears. The oldest members of the Gen Z cohort were toddlers on 9/11, grew up in an era of multi-decade, multi-trillion-dollar wars, and found themselves unable to afford homes as they reached adulthood. Many come of their mistrust of GOP orthodoxy, honestly. So do you think there is a Groyper problem on the right?
I mean, obviously, Nick has built himself a nice-sized audience, and I think that a lot of these sort of, edgy
Is he bending the knee to Nick Fuentes?
Yes.
No.
Yes, that's the tone, dude.
No, that is sad, buddy. Buddy, what has your life become? Oh my God, you could have been a fucking violinist, dude. You could have just like you kissing the ring of the biggest anti-Semite. Well, I guess Candace Owens is the biggest anti-Semite, probably.
Well, yeah, who he created.
Oh yeah, that's right.
He created.
Him and David Horowitz, ironically enough.
I mean, I think that the biggest part of that, though, right? Like, what makes this so amusing is obviously all the background noise about how the Daily Wire is blowing chunks.
Yeah.
It's doing bad.
Yeah, no,
They've had to fire people. They're like things are not good over there.
Yeah.
In Ben Shapiro land, the stock is way down, and I don't really think that you're. I mean, look, this is. I would argue, right, like that in like the politically, like there are productive political schisms and there are destructive political schisms, and I think in the case of what's going on in the Democratic Party right now, you could argue that it's really productive because it's actually what's happening is like a generational handover that is more or less being negotiated in the form of like all of these different competing political struggles, the electoral politics. The elections that we've been talking about these last few months are like the big venue for that. But then you have like these destructive political schisms, and what's going on the right is like this act of like it's omnidirectional cannibalization.
Yeah,
like everybody's eating each other's lunch, everybody's accusing everyone else of being a grifter. Everybody else is trying to make up excuses for why their movement is stalling, when in reality we all know why it's stalling, and that has to do with what's going on in the White House.
Yeah, no, it's everything because everything revolves around the whims of an egomaniacal, thin-skinned despot.
And
so,
and what do Ben Shapiro and Nick Fuentes mostly share in common, by the way? Yes, Fuentes can be hypercritical of Trump, but fundamentally, like Trump is still their preferred like agent of all politics at this moment.
Yeah.
And so Ben Shapiro is bending the knee because like there's literally nowhere else to go. Like there's nowhere else to like continue this fight because there's no alternative political force you can summon. You've got to just at some point reconcile, and presumably Fuentes will not accept it, or if he does, he'll make.
Oh
Shapiro,
no, I disagree. I think Fuentes,
or he'll accept it in a way and like go for it in an effort to like make it clear how far Shapiro has fallen in doing this.
I think he wants
He'll
more than
embarrass him.
anything else. He wants more than anything else to be accepted by the mainstream right. I think he wishes that like. The mainstream right would, because I've seen enough clips of his pop up on my Twitter algorithm, maybe because I've like interacted with it at this point. One time you interact with it and then it's like literally
you touch the poop.
all
it
you
stays
fucking
forever.
all you see. And that's like a couple of things that I've noticed about Nick Fuentes and his worldview currently with his movement with the Groypers is one, he's very frustrated that this is ironic. That his audience is kind of like bleeding into Candace Owens, and he's like really annoyed with how stupid his audience is. Like as far as like how many like Jews did this conspiracy they entertain, and obviously from our perspective, we look at that and we go, yeah, no shit. Of course they're gonna want like more increasingly insane Jewish conspiracies. You're a fucking anti-Semite. What do you think your worldview hinges on? It's the notion that like Jews are like organized Jewry is responsible for virtually all of the issues that are facing modernity, and of course throughout history. So like he gets mad at what he calls low IQ anti-Semites. He gets mad at Candace Owens. He gets mad at his audience for liking Candace Owens.
I think it's because what he's actually his anger is that like it's the anger that comes out of like the core tension right between being that. He loves living in like gay lib imperium. He loves it.
Chicago.
Like, it's his like he talks openly about how he prefers it. He likes the culture it's produced. He likes the people. He thinks that they're higher quality. But at the same time, like every fiber of his being is about like, I mean, like whether it's the oppositional defiance thing, I don't know the guy. I don't watch enough of his content to come to a conclusion about that. But I've seen enough of it to understand that like the core of his grievance is like a nihilistic one. It doesn't lead anywhere. It's he's making the criticism because the criticism is there to be made and because people laugh at it.
But it's also funny because like he can make like he can do the insightful analysis that you would probably read from like a Danny Citronowitz or whatever about the way that the Iran war is going, right? Which is something that I also am capable of doing and do all the time. But then as soon as he goes back to like social issues, it's so funny. He just turns into a boomer con immediately. Like he reduces the level of literacy that he is capable of like the level of like literate commentary he's capable of delivering immediately to be like, because I saw one of his clips and he was like, Hasan Piker wants white people to lose all of their wealth. And it's like, dude, you don't believe that. Like,
No,
you're
and
a
that-
fucking
but this
idiot.
is
Like,
why, though, it's like-
your whole shtick is edgy humor. You really think that like I'm sincerely advocating for the Great Replacement? You believe that the Great Replacement is real?
But
You're
it's
a fucking
also
idiot.
like there is like a like I think it is a bit like because he is like a little boy at the end of the day, right? If you have the wish of a little boy and the little boy's wish is that like you can magic wand remove like millions of people in America, whatever.
Nick Fuentes admits Hasan has great style. Oh, he's also
Hasan now
gay
has
as
your hair.
hell. Like, you know, no, that's the other thing.
It's actually becoming disturbing.
They're all
Hasan has your haircut? Dog, I've had this haircut since before Nick Fuentes was born. That's crazy.
Dude,
anyway,
they're all doing it. They're all wearing the suit. They're all copying the haircut. They're all doing the gestures. It's crazy. I'm the blueprint. I'm the archetype. I am the archetype. I am the original. I'm the OG. This is the best show that exists right now. There is no show smarter. There's no show better. This is the #1 show in the world. If you want, there may be
I
smarter
mean, it's funny
people
because he's
out there,
making the
and there
joke
are.
about you guys copying him, and it's a funny joke, but it is also it's like we all know who invented.
who
That's
invented
like
that?
Trump, dude. That's like vintage
Oh,
Trump.
that's true.
That's like the most Trump thing
Oh,
ever.
yeah, the-
like he used to do it way more than he does
yeah.
now because he's too fat to lift his arms. But like,
Oh my God, you're right.
Like it's just I just noticed it that he's like, oh, that is probably
Also,
what.
how I don't even do this. I can't.
No,
even
he's
do,
just joke.
I can't even do that gesture. Like the way that I sit here, it's impossible for me to do the gesture. Like every now and then, I use my hands while I'm talking.
No, he just knows that the suit is a level up, and
Yeah.
and he's
No,
when
no,
he
he did-
wears like broadcaster suits.
To be fair,
yeah.
Nick Fuentes invented wearing suits.
I
while
know, no,
talking
no.
about
That's what I'm
politics.
saying. I'm saying that like that's why he says he's got to up his game or whatever. It's because
Yeah.
like he's got to level up from like the weatherman suit to
What is this? There's no smarter show.
Oh yes. This is unreal. This is so. This is crazy.
I'm
Chicken
curious what you get.
fingers.
Thanks for being so funny and doing our streams. Merry Christmas.
I get the chicken fingers. I think that's the only thing they sell.
Smoking 99-cent $20. What are a few things you do as president if enough people supported you that you ended up in real power and leadership?
What do you get at Raising Cane's? So let's see. They have a 2-piece combo, a 3-piece combo, a 4. It's chicken nuggets. Fucking idiot. What do you get at Raising Cane's? The pizza. I love Raising Cane's stir fry and fucking pizza. You fucking stupid idiot. What do I get at Raising Cane's? What do you think? I get the fried chicken strips. That's all they.
Why is he so mad?
He hates his audience. I mean, eventually he just starts calling them the R word and stuff. But like, it's to me, it's like so funny because he works himself up into laughing. He like breaks character at him like toward the end of it. But it is like clear, like the most animated you ever see this guy is when he's like calling the people that pay him the money that he uses to live.
I think
like
he's
total
I
fucking
think he's
cows.
Richard Hanania. I think he's literally Richard Hanania, a straight up, open, out and about race realist, white supremacist who is sick and tired of like the anti-intellectual slant on the right. That's it.
I buy that. I mean, I think the one difference
Like,
is that
I don't
I don't know
know
if there's anybody as like untelegenic or is like bad at communicating like with his body as like Richard Hanania.
Oh yeah, no. I just meant like why did Richard Hanania make this fucking pivot?
Yeah, because he realizes he's like surrounded by like the
Morons.
the obvious morons and dregs of humanity.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, like the guy who does the health is Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the most unhealthy sounding man ever. Like the money guy was the worst guy who ever worked for George Soros. The military guy is like the Fox News alky, like like that's it. Like you got played. Congrats.
Yeah, and with Nick Fuentes, it's like you excitedly voted 3 times for the biggest Philo-Semite that like any and the most pro.
You literally voted for like the president who has done more to combine America and Israel than like anyone.
And
Anyone.
whose signature accomplishment immediately after he assumed the role was to undermine the black president, which Nick Fuentes obviously hates, and his attempts at like genuinely trying to go its own way in terms of American foreign policy in the region with the JCPOA, which he was punished for endlessly.
I mean, this though is like this gets to like.
It's just funny because
I'm reminded of like
he's not even doing anti-Semitism correctly.
It's like reminds me of like it reminds me of like Karl Rove and like that remark about the reality-based community. Like, you know, it's like, yeah, like these people on the right thought that they could live in like Earth 2 for a while. They thought that they could like the rules of Earth 2 and, you know, which are whatever they want them to be would apply forever. And then Hormuz happened. And then, you know, a bunch of things have happened in the last year and a half to like all of a sudden radically condition the scope of that their worldview can be. And, you know, the other piece of this, right, is that like in the background is that like everybody who they did support and who they did like hitch their political loyalties to is getting fabulously wealthy in plain view while everybody else is like screaming in pain. And that like divergence in reality, it's like you can only tell these jokes and be mean about Raising Cane's to your viewers so much before people start noticing that things suck.
Yeah.
But this is literally there's no show that's better than this. Every other show is either more boring or dumber. There are some shows that are smarter, but they're impossible to watch. It's like watching paint dry. And they're just not as insightful. And there's other shows that might be like more stimming, but they're just retarded.
I'd say
But anyway,
stimulating
yeah,
is the
no,
word,
the
stimulating.
Hasan skin suiting has got to stop.
He's a zoomer.
I got to say, he's a stylish guy, though. I'm not going to lie. You know me, I'm going for like a very conservative look. Solids, traditional fabric.
He's so gay. I'm sorry. He's so fucking. He can't stop himself. He's like,
well, when he opened the everything. He's got like, I wish him well in his life's journey. No, that's a lie. I don't.
Yeah.
I mostly wish him to get the fuck off my computer screen. But like, I'm more like, I enjoy the very least that he like humorously bilks these losers out of money.
I know, but he's
bad for humanity. I'm aware.
He really is, and also
he's bad for humanity.
There's so many of his fucking dumbass group of followers that are like all up and down the Republican staffer, like the entire young Republican staffing is just all Nick Fuentes fans.
I mean, look, on some level, I think that part is good because he's stupid, they're stupid. Together, they will be able to not accomplish anything because they're collectively stupid. But like I have like on some level, right? Like I like when I read about like how groped up like Republican staffers are, what that tells me is like, oh great, a bunch of people who are allergic to doing their jobs. A bunch of people who have to ask Cursor or Perplexity to like to wipe their ass.
It's also kind of funny because like there's no like they're rudderless for the most part. Like the thing that anchors their animus is just I don't know, bigotry of all sorts.
It's literally resentment. It is just resentment.
Yeah, it's just resentment politics.
All coursing through them at all times.
You don't have like any. You don't have any association with even like making money.
But this is partly, by the way, like that's the thing about Patrick Bet-David and Valuetainment, right? Is that he's talking about making money. He's talking about like there is like a positive, there's like a vision of the world as he would like to be in it and as other people should be in it. That even if it is like somewhere between, it's like, I don't know, like Norman Rockwell meets like a solid gold bathroom. You know, like it's some weird, like strange dream I don't quite get. Fine, I get that. But this is what I mean when I say it's nihilism. Like it's not like it's nihilism, like they literally believe in nothing, but it's that like they have nothing as an alternative to even believe in for the future. So it's all just like, well, I'll get money to like satisfy my like consumptive, my pleasures, my consuming pleasures. Because that's all anybody's got, you know, as they see it. That's all anybody could have.
Also, there's a rubber meets the road moment where, like, obviously, the racial animus that they have. I mean, I don't know how like genuine. It seems very genuine, right? But it's not translating into a real white supremacist agenda of eradicating the homeland of all non-whites, no matter how hard like Stephen Miller pushes being based. Because at the end of the day, the entire purpose of it in the hands of capital is to have a consistent underclass that they can deploy in the workforce that depresses wages for the American workforce, and that is constantly recycling into the country. That's why Donald Trump stopped doing mass deportation initiatives at farms and the hospitality sector, because he got a boss call. Because they were like, what the fuck are you doing? These are my employees. Like, no, you're supposed to deport Mexicans from Home Depot. You're not supposed to do that in my hotel. Are you out of your fucking mind? And Donald Trump retreated from that position Because at the end of the day, the contemporary Republican movement is a capitalist one. It cares about capitalist hegemony. It doesn't care about to that degree. It doesn't care about like whitening America to that degree. They will do it. They will advance that cause, and they will push the boundaries of what was previously thought to be impermissible, impossible, unacceptable. But there's a degree of like there's a line that they're not going to cross.
And there's also this like they believe them like
because it's a vehicle for them. It's a
well,
vehicle
it's also
for,
like they're
for
it's like
galvanizing the base.
we now live in the world of like a rainbow coalition, like self-conscious capitalist class, right? Like where you have like like it's not to say that like international capital, however you want to define it, didn't exist before, but it's that now I think we are dealing with a world in which it's like, yeah, these people are like globally coordinating, and like traditional things like the color line that we would associate with, being as like barriers to, for all these people to coordinate at this level. Cause it's not just like JP Morgan talking to one, a banker in France or something, or setting up the bankers of the 1890s coordinating finance between, the UK and Argentina or whatever. It's like this larger group of people who are all accumulating capital all the time, and who have like, again, like they've, I mean, it to me is like the racism in it is like it instrumentalizes racism in all these different crazy ways further down the food chain, but that's for like the common people. Like it's a tool.
Yeah, it's a tool to keep you fed. It's a tool to make you feel like you're accomplishing.
Granted, there are exceptions to this, right? Like I think Elon is probably the most like astonishing, where it's like this is a person who clearly does believe in like a color hegemony, and whose achievements as a capitalist success mean that people look past that. It's truly. I mean, the irony is that he is quite a Henry Ford. Like it's like he's a Henry Ford. Like
modern day Henry Ford equivalent.
But
as someone in the chat pointed to, he's a mega H1B evangelist as well. So even the modern day Henry Ford equivalent, one, is still subservient to Israel's interests, no matter what. Henry Ford's major contribution to literature was anti-Semitism, right? Which he was rewarded.
Also, if you've ever seen
Hitler for,
if you see a photo of any of like ex-staff meeting or something, like it's mostly not white people. It's like, to be clear. But he clearly like all these things exist, like kind of both in like frankly a comfortable contradiction with one another, because it also just means that they act with like a bracing cynicism about the world.
The contradiction also, speaking of contradiction, we are watching a gay Mexican.
Yeah, that's true. We are,
neo-Nazi.
just chilling on the screen is like,
Speaking of the contradictions, I mean, that's like,
a gay Mexican Nazi whose favorite guy in the world is like the biggest is like the single is like goy cattle personified in Donald Trump.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Like you know what I mean? It's like the whole thing is so stupid.
Yeah, none of it makes sense, because like the question always it's such a stupid question to ask, because like it's just not something that I personally believe. But it's like, but if you believe the anti-Semitism sincerely that you demonstrate, how the fuck would you vote for Trump after he ripped apart the JCPOA? Like you have. Like how would you turn around and vote for him ever again?
This is the same problem that I encountered when it was all about the Q people becoming Epstein people, and just like never really addressing with the fact that like Donald Trump and Epstein were boys for a long time. Boys who bragged about like banging chicks, trading women
sometimes on the younger end, as Trump said.
Like it's the whole thing is like, and it's like, oh, and what's the answer? Of course, he's a white hat. And so it's like, all right, so he's a white hat anti-Semite who married, who like essentially married off his daughter to like Israel's best friends in America, in the last half century. Congrats, I guess.
My favorite thing, 2 points I want to make. Number one, this is like these guys obviously have to cope with that reality, but they never really consider it. But my favorite thing is when they tried to bargain with this like organized Jewry that they've built up in their minds of being like, well, let us just like deport some of the Mexicans and then you can have Gaza. Like it's like you have a say in the process. You know what I mean? Like you invented this reality where Jewish supremacy reigns over all, and then you're simultaneously bargaining with these Jewish overlords. In your own imagination, you're still cucked. You're still cucked to these like supposedly Jewish supremacist forces that control everything, and you're bargaining with them, nay, begging them to allow you to deport like at least some Guatemalans. You know
well,
what
this
I
is
mean?
where like it's even more. It's part of why like I've never like the things that I've never totally understood is this like how in this like right wing like moral political universe they because they're always like I know that like left wingers love to like try and not try but like people I know typically like struggle really hard with like the commitments of like supporting politicians who are halfway to supporting the causes that they like but don't go totally there and in fact try and like
yeah, but Trump is
pull the
antagonistic
and so
in its entirety,
and so that's where I don't it's like
it would be like if we were actively in the tank for a politician that was aggressively like Israel is awesome, it's the best country in the world.
It would be like being in the tank for Biden, essentially.
Yeah, it would be like
like being in the tank for Biden,
yeah,
which
he's
like
moving the
was
needle. Yeah, but you don't understand. He's moving the needle when it comes to rebuilding the American manufacturing base with the Build Back Better and the IRA. Like you don't understand. It's actually really good.
or that I mean, in this instance, I think the other like crazy piece of his shit though is that it's like there isn't like again it goes back to like the nihilism, right? It's just like what do they want? They want to like inflict pain and like deport all the natives, fine, but then it's like okay, that's not real. That's the wish of the little boy. They can't be satisfied because it's like a that's just not
going to be an impediment to
like this Haitian like this thing with the Haitians right now, right? Like removing TPS.
Yeah, Mike DeWine was like
that's going to be a fucking disaster if it goes through even like 30% of the way that they want.
Yeah, but in the process, they're like putting ankle monitors, so it I think satiates the appetite for white supremacists to be like, yeah, at least we're like
these
really
intermediary
fucking them over.
like and then obviously, I mean, did you see the announcement of what ICE officers are going to be equipped with by the end of this month?
Oh yeah, taser gloves.
Yeah, what the fuck are those?
I don't understand.
I looked it up, and like the New York Times article was like, they're gloves that give a shock, and I was like, wonderful.
Go back with the gloves.
These shock gloves may soon be used by immigration and customs enforcement agents. ICE is planning to spend between $10 and $20 million to purchase the devices known as CTG5GLOVE, which stands for Generated Low Output Voltage Emitter, according to a notice published by the Department of Homeland Security. In example videos posted by the device manufacturer, Compliant Technologies, most individuals are seen falling to their knees.
By the way,
after
they
being
said that
touched
this will
with
be
the
to
gloves.
de-escalate
The company markets the
situations. What you're
glove as
seeing is a
wearable
de-escalation
device
technology.
That can be shifted into electrical mode, delivering a maximum voltage of up to 380 volts that, quote, inhibits distracts the subject from performing coordinated muscle movement.
No, the only thing is this is so they can justify executions further, because like there's not gonna in the heat of the moment. Is it as bad as a taser? I assume it's like probably.
Give me the camera
at the lower level here.
To the ICE agents of the future who are going to be equipped with the electro torture glove, I have one request: jack off with it, please. Thank you.
I mean, they might like it. But anyway, yeah.
I just want to hear. I want to hear about that in the
manual
news.
states that no more
I just
than
want to
2
hear about
gloves should be
like
applied to
somebody
a subject
trying
at
that
one
in the
time.
news. That's all
It
I
should
want.
not be
Like I
used
want
for
the
more than
news
15
headline about why
seconds.
an ICE agent was hospitalized.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
In many instances. The company also warns the gloves should not be used as punishment or on high-risk individuals, including those who are pregnant, elderly,
just saying.
severely disabled, or children.
Yeah, well, famously, ICE.
Oh yeah, that's also like ICE really good with this stuff. And
Yeah.
there's like never anybody at these ICE protests like old people, children, disabled people,
Yeah,
or
no,
pregnant women.
This is not going to get out of hand. Definitely, this is going to be.
Although now
normal.
I'm imagining like an ICE agent approaching a car and like or electrocute. Like there is a lot of I will say like in a lot of these devices like they're just going to hurt people, and I'm sure this one will. But I see the potential for self-inflicted damage here. That's all I'm thinking about.
It's pretty wild. To the big politics Twitter discussion right now is, did police reform go too far? And then the actual existing police reforms are like, they have a camera now that they can just turn off before they shoot you,
and that there's no punishment for turning off.
Yeah,
pretty
yeah,
much.
Of course.
Conservative colors. I gotta say, Hasan's pretty stylish. I gotta maybe up my style game a little more. Maybe do something a little different. I don't know though. I like the. I do just like the standard navy blue. Venturing out a little bit with the green and brown suit. There's something powerful about the blue suit.
Anyway, But the other thing that I saw was him fucking just like losing his mind, being like, "See, I told you guys, Hasan wants to eradicate the white race." It's like, bro, you're Mexican. Like, your dad eradicated the white race by your own standards. What are you talking about?
I mean, I know he has some answer for that, I'm sure. Because
They're starting with the AI slop. Oh, here we go.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah, I mean, it was inevitable. Hasan Piker isn't even religious, for what it's worth. Muslims aren't scared of bacon. They just don't eat it. Of course, the centuries Christians mock Jews with pork, and they rolled their eyes as hard as AI slop merchants.
Oh my God, what is that? Don't move. Nobody freaking move. Is that bacon?
They all sounded the same.
Somebody get it out of here! We're gonna die. I knew we shouldn't have come here.
What the fuck?
What a weird video.
This is one of those things where like, I can't, dude, this is too stupid to get mad at.
It's so weird. It's
like,
so
this is so stupid that it's just like, it loses its oomph.
Why, man? Why is this?
Yeah, this is why Wisconsin voted for data centers in their backyard last night. Okay? So we can churn out this shit. Let's go. Let's fucking go. We need more AI data centers. We need more AI data centers and more flock cameras, please, so we can make more of these. Yeah, this is a 20-year-old joke. Yeah, it's just like it's one of those jokes that's like too stupid to make me angry at all.
No,
half comedy, half not comedy stuff
really
that he's
lazy.
doing has traffic. I mean, transgressive politics is always attractive to young people. Whether it's Hasan Piker saying he loves Mao on the left, or whether it's Fuentes saying he loves Hitler on the right. Kind of violating the rules is always sexy people.
Dude, come on. Dude.
That was really good.
I hate
that. Was really good.
I hate that so much. They're like,
whether it's Mao on the left or Hitler on the right.
Yeah, no, they're
whether it's Mao on the left or Hitler on the right.
Yeah, it's
Hitler
just I love the Republicans being like, no, we're liberals, of course. At the end of the day, we oppose both sides.
Mao is like Hitler.
Yeah,
which is
worse
because he
worse.
killed even more people.
Yeah,
and I'm absolutely going to not shut up about this.
Yeah, it's
I'm going to keep fucking this chicken for the rest of my career.
If he was in any way, shape, or form sincerely invested in like tackling anti-Semitism, he would probably get upset about the Holocaust inversion, or not inversion, the double Holocaust theory being like a common trope deployed by
Bro, Ben
anti-Semites.
Shapiro thinks as much about actually fighting anti-Semitism as much as I think about sailing. Like he doesn't give a fuck.
Well, right now he's kissing the ring.
Look, I know. Look, like one to another, I see this man. This man has been chasing a bag since he was a kid. He knows, like, I think that he understands that, like, his like whole brand, his whole thing is at stake in these next couple years, right? Like his whole thing rides on being able to successfully convince people that he's not just like a fucking like plaything of the Israeli government, that he has like a politics of his own that he can advance credibly. And to me, like, what is annoying and
Well,
like
the test for that was always like what Charlie Kirk did, which is to tweak the dial on everything else.
But it's like you're never and Kirk, by the way, I mean, like, Charlie Kirk, Zikaron Livracha, like once upon a time, he was he was the guy trying to bring balance to this
the
force.
prophet,
but then he
peace be upon-
died, and now there's like nobody who's even like they had to retroactively both sides had to claim what he believed, which really revealed to you just the scope of the gulf between them. And so now Ben Shapiro is going to go and he's going to try and kiss the ring, but nobody will believe it. That's the other thing, to try and this rapprochement strategy after like 2 years of just like constant warfare.
Well, it's
like
not
this.
even just 2 years. Ben Shapiro's whole thing has always been opposing, like, Ben Shapiro's whole thing has always been like anti-DEI across the board, except for anti-Semitism, except for people, not even anti-Semitism, but people who are pro-Israel. Those people need to be defended, even if they are themselves anti-Semites, as he said before about like Ann Coulter and the like. So it's just not going to work. Plus, he's also Jewish. So these guys are always
they're always gonna hate
like
him.
At least if he was like Christian and was like pro-Israel, I think these guys would be a little bit more
around. Like if I think like the thing to me, right? Like the way that we would know that this would be fine for the conservative movement and that they would be able to manage would be that like if he and Candace Owens like could manage their kayfabe and like come together, or if she had stayed at the Daily Wire and they like did the, But it's like very obvious that like, no. Like you guys are in a kind of a fight to the death because the only way that you guys are able to derive credibility is from your antagonism toward each other because you are not allowed to criticize daddy. And like it'll just be that way until Donald Trump fucking dies, or like his
his
current
movement ends.
Exactly,
Yeah,
you know,
somehow.
like whatever it is. Like it's just like it'll be this forever. And you know, in the case of Shapiro, he may end up like, you know, he's never going to go broke, obviously, but like the scale of his ambitions may be curtailed really dramatically because the actual audience that he can reach is going to be hamstrung as time goes on, and the most passionate conservative ideologues.
It's over. That's why the Daily Wire has like 10 people watching them now. It sucks.
And so it kind of bespeaks authenticity
Sucks for
or
him.
it
Your
bespeaks
goat,
humor
no.
or whatever
My
it is.
goat is
So yeah,
washed.
no, I think that there's a legitimate issue with people who believe some of the things, and because at a certain point, and you see this with the DSA left, the same way you're seeing with the Groyper right, is it's all joking until it's not joking, right? Like you joke about Hitler, you joke about Hitler, and at a certain point you're like, am I really
Say
joking
it.
about Hitler, or was he really kind of okay?
Say
Like, was he really kind of an OG, or was he not? Right? Like,
Say joking about Mao until we do the Cultural Revolution. Is that the sincere argument here, Ben? That's what we're gonna try to freak people out on. Like that's what are we closer to? You think? I guess like rapid industrialization of the countryside, and you know many of the excess deaths as a consequence of that, or I don't know, mobilizing the peasant class, or Adolf Hitler's concentration camps. We literally have the concentration camps already. We are already in the process of denaturalizing people. Like it's the post Nuremberg race laws in the United States of America. It's such a ridiculous comparison.
You think he's joking? You think he's joking? Or you think
no,
he's
I don't think that Fuentes is joking. I think that he likes to use humor as a cover for the fact that he is not joking. Actually, I think that his belief system is you know, I'll grant him the courtesy of sincerity. I think he's sincere in his belief systems. I think he's wrong, but I think much of what he says is quite morally terrible. But I think that he comes by it honestly.
You work with him.
I did not. So
did he work? What was the relationship with you guys back in the days? Because I know he
to be honest
came
with
on.
you,
I asked him the
right.
question.
So he has this whole like weird villain origin story that he's come up with regard to his rise in Daily Wire and all this. I'll be honest with you, I don't remember pretty much any of this because this was not important to me at any point in my life. So this is like the only thing I remember is that Cassie Dillon, now Cassie Akiva, was friends with Fuentes, I believe, and she texted me a debate that Fuentes had done. I think he was a BU at the time on immigration, and he did a tremendous job because Nick is a smart guy. Like he's again, I think what he believes is quite terrible, but he has some IQ, and so I had Daily Wire cover that debate because it was an immigration debate, and then I don't know if I was following him on Twitter or what the story was. Some tweet of his came up where he was basically accusing anybody who is pro-Israel of dual loyalty. And I said, that's an anti-Semitic trope, that everybody who supports Israel is loyal to the state of Israel over the United States, or is more loyal or as loyal to Israel as to the United States. And he uses that, I guess now, as sort of like, and that's when I decided that I had to go, you know, don the dark cape. And it's like, well, first of all, that's oddly illogical. If the idea, I struggle to find a position that I think is evil, where if somebody called me that thing, I'd become more of it. So I've been labeled alt-right 1,000 times wrongly because the alt-right despises me and hates me, and a significant portion of my death threats come from the alt-right. At no point have I said, okay, well, the left called me alt-right, so I'm going to do it. Right? The left, like if my critique of Nick was back whenever it was, when I tweeted that he was engaging in anti-Semitism, and his response was, Hitler was an OG. Number one, was I wrong? And number two, why would that drive you to that? I'm confused. Right? There's literally no political position that I find despicable that you could force me to take simply out of oppositionality. Like that's a weird thing. That's a very weird thing. So again, I think that you know, from my perspective, that's literally all I recall of any of this. You know, you'll have to ask Cassie about it because Cassie probably recalls more. But the idea that he was ever like an intern.
Are you listening to the Strawman Ben just presented? Lamau, we never called Ben the alt-right. Come on. No. People definitely called Ben Shapiro the alt-right. And then we started making
also like Ben Shapiro, people forget about this, but like was it the Montreal killer? You remember that? There was a guy whose manifesto, there was a guy, Quebec, that was it. It was Quebec City, but it was like a guy whose manifesto was like a lot of Ben Shapiro stuff. Because Ben Shapiro was like, you got to remember, he was like, he made his bones. A lot of his core shtick was like Muslim hordes, you know, like immigration terror, like civilizational panic, in a lot of ways, part of what must be very confusing to Ben Shapiro in this reality is that Ben Shapiro was like, defending Western Civ when Nick Fuentes was, still.
Again, Nick Fuentes openly admits that he learned about the Great Replacement
from Mark
Levin. Life, Liberty, Levin head. These guys, I don't understand how they don't recognize that they were like entertaining the oldest trope.
I mean, I kind of do because they.
Why do you think it's never gonna fucking?
Because you never when you play with the gun, you never think you're gonna set it off on yourself. You know what I mean? Like that's why. That's why. Like they never thought that it would.
But he did because his own personal experience at Breitbart when it had like the black crime tab was perfectly fine until Steve Bannon brought in Milo Yiannopoulos, and Milo Yiannopoulos was like openly, spreading neo-Nazi sentiment. And he was like, "Wow, this is a bridge too far for me." That's when he left Breitbart. So he had already been hit with this shit before.
I mean, but it's the thing, like as I see it though, right, is that like Ben Shapiro was a guy who thought that like if you played by the certain like rules that were set by the old game, that were handed down, like Fuentes essentially like learned the stuff from Levin and learned that like oppositional attitude. He just didn't direct it at like the loony libs or the rhinos because by the age he grew up in, there were no rhinos left. And the loony libs, like snooze, hello, like they're not the hegemonic power. Like the moment in which he came of age in, it was like this establishment Republican sentiment. And essentially, and all you have to do is identify.
Yeah, who's the puppet master because it can't be Trump.
But that's where it becomes like it's deep state. It's all these other things. Like you wage battle against all these forces that are holding back daddy, and eventually, like it becomes like either the answer is the Jew or the answer is, the Jews' friends in the media or whatever the fuck. Like it becomes these like really glib and stale formulations, but they seem very edgy and appealing because you've been appealing, like the Republican movement has been appealing to the stupidest people in the fucking world for however many years now.
Yeah. Probably not good that the only literate commentator that remains with any motion on the Republican side is a actual anti-Semite.
It sucks, dude.
There's there's not really much that.
Well, I wouldn't say literate because the other anti-Semite Republican is somebody who like.
Are you going back? Is this Candace Owens again?
I'm just saying.
Are you slandering my queen?
I'm just saying we saw some pretty conclusive evidence that perhaps reading is not her strong suit.
Remember, Nick Fuentes says she's a low IQ anti-Semite, which is very different than his high IQ anti-Semitism, which somehow.
Which I take as a respect because if it means you come for Semites, then you got to be sending big brains.
I just don't understand like how you can have the capacity to read books and understand the world in any way, shape, or form, and then it always ties back to like such a strange and insane conspiracy theory. Like,
I mean, some of it is like because it's now like it's not like anti-Semitism is not the oldest hatred or whatever Barry Weiss trope they throw out. Like that's not true. But like anti-Semitism is by like the standards of the contemporary moment. Like it is a reasonably old bigotry and it's very well documented. And so it feels like lore. Like I think a lot of people now, especially in these
deep
days,
lore,
yeah. I mean, it's like people bury their head in nonsense of all kinds, but because there's so much nonsense to look back on, you can convince yourself that it's true. I mean, like. Think about that community note, that racist community note.
Yeah,
it's like they're like, actually, Hasan is not white because I went to the mods from the middle of the 19th century and they said he wasn't.
Yeah.
Like that, it's the same shit.
I wonder if I can find that one clip that he was like, where he was like crying about how, the left is overtaking the pro-Palestine movement now, and they're not like, he's mad that the left is not being anti-Semitic enough. And instead is just like galvanizing the people with the pro-Palestine sentiment, and that our goals are to eliminate the white race. And
it's got to be so tough feeling like knowing that being anti-Semitic is like the most discrediting thing you can do in like public politics right now. But then as Fuentes does, but then also to like you can't stop yourself from being anti-Semitic.
But then also on top of that, what's frustrating has to be the reality that like your side doesn't have a base. Like you don't have, like Republicans are the pro-Israel party and have been Sure, Democrats were also very pro-Israel, but like the base of the Democratic Party is not pro-Israel, and it's definitely not pro-Israel any longer.
I mean, I would say like that's the thing is like it's historically that was certainly the case. Like that was the case for the world of that was like the world that reared our current Democratic politicians. But like for our lifetimes, that is certainly not like proven to be the case.
You need to be shut down, and your Twitch needs to be taken down. Says Bartonic is live. Well, good luck with your endeavors on Twitch. I hope that you're popping off, my friend. I hope your account is. I hope you get a lot of views. Okay. Anyway,
with us,
I gotta go. I gotta get ready.
Us, or that he was none of that's true.
How much of what you're seeing his recreation as he's going through the space, right? Hero, and then first guy that kind of went up against Israel, and a lot of people followed his lead, and then now he's like, "Well, I'm going to vote Democrat. No, we got to vote Republican." What do you think he's solving for? I had him on here. I actually enjoy talking to the guy. He's a smart guy, like you said. This is not somebody that's not smart.
Yeah. I mean,
and he's funny. He's entertaining. He's got
of course, he's super. He's a very funny broadcaster for sure. Again, lots of people I disagree with and think are terrible are funny at their jobs. So, what is he gaming for? He's gaming for personal loyalty. One of the great tragedies of my political life is the recognition that people don't follow ideas; they follow people. It makes me very sad because I'm not a kind of person who wants that. Right? I mean, this guy and goes back to blind spots. Yeah,
are they talking about you? No, they're talking about Nick Fuentes. They would never talk about me like this. Are you kidding me? They would be like, he's stupid. He's stupid. He doesn't know what he's talking about. And he's dangerous. But also he's a pussy. Yeah, these guys unironically like Nick Fuentes or want to like Nick Fuentes because they agree with him on like 95% of the issues. Or 99% of the issues, really. They agree on everything. It's just Nick Fuentes. They say libs are the reason for why everything fucking sucks. And George Soros is the one that's doing unlimited third world migration, and that's somehow bad. And Nick Fuentes is the one that says, no, it's the Jews. It's all Jews. It's organized Jewry. That's the major issue. For me, I'm against everything that they believe. I'm against everything that they like. Hasan Piker is a race communist who hates white people. Nick Fuentes is right again.
We'll talk all about that. We're also going to talk tonight about Hasan Piker's recent comments. I told you, Hasan Piker
my recent
said
comments?
on a live stream earlier this week, celebrating an aid for Zohran Mamdani, the mayor of New York City.
Like, if you take any of that stuff at face value, if you take like Sia Weaver's like tweet about like what was it? I think it was like we must impoverish the white middle class or something, and you literally think that this is a real threat, and you think that is a sincerely held policy position, you are, I'm sorry, the dumbest fucking person on the planet. Okay? You are the dumbest person on the planet. What they're referencing is something that Bill Maher brought up. What they're referencing is something that like a lot of these, or something that Bill Maher had brought up that I responded to, where I was like, oh, beast mode, I love her. Because like they were pointing to her old tweets. Okay, this is Zoran's like housing person. Sia Weaver. She had tweeted in the past about like how we must impoverish the white working class, or if you don't have eminent domain, you have no power. And I was saying beast mode to the first thing, not the impoverish the white working class, sorry, the eminent domain thing. But it doesn't even matter. It's like she's obviously fucking joking, right? And I'm obviously joking. And weirdos lost their minds over it, where they're like, see, we got them. And I realize now something quite sad, which is we can't even fucking joke because these guys actually take it seriously. Okay? Like they think discrimination against white people is a real thing that's happening. So what do you do in that situation? Because they are fully leaning into it. They're not saying this cynically. Like they actually believe it. They've lied to themselves so much. They've lied to themselves so much that they now believe their own lies. It goes back to what I was talking about before with Marie Bartiromo. And what's really funny about this is like I've seen Nick Fuentes make Goyim jokes about how, Goyim are cattle. And then people yell at him in his audience. People in his audience go, how dare you make that joke? You're actually attacking white people. So how come Nick Fuentes, a gay Mexican guy who is a neo-Nazi, gets to make anti-white jokes, knowing full well that it's a joke, but I don't get to make anti-white jokes. If you can make anti-goyim jokes, saying goyim are cattle, then I should be able to make it too. And that's what's so fucking annoying about this, because people just act as though you're not capable of LARPing. My enemies are incapable of embellishing. My enemies are incapable of hyperbole. My enemies should never be able to use a metaphor. I am always going to be super strict about their language. I can do whatever I want. They can't do shit.
One of Mamdani's aides said that it was the sacred right of the government to take private property. And then she said she can't wait to impoverish the white middle class. This is someone that works for Mamdani. Hasan Piker, reacting to the comment, said she's going beast mode. He said he loves it, and she's way cooler than Zohran Mamdani for saying it. I've been telling you guys.
Like, I'm sorry. This has to be embarrassing. This has to be embarrassing to play act this way, to act as though this is like a sincerely held grievance. Like, we got to talk about it, guys. White lives matter, guys. I can't believe they're making fun of us like this. I'm a white identitarian. Like, really, dude? Really? That's what you're... The Hitler defender himself finds this to be a sincerely held position that is a bridge too far. We must cancel this person. We must cancel Hasan. We must cancel Sia Weaver. How dare she say we must impoverish the white middle class, as though that's a real thing. That's a real concept. That's like an actual genuine worldview of this person who is literally whiter than Nick Fuentes. I'm sorry. Have you fucking seen Sia Weaver? Do you know what she looks like? The person who said impoverish the white working class or white middle class. That's who you're chirping about. This is this is who you're making a serious argument about. Like, this person is obviously sincere about destroying white people. We have to do something about this. She's whiter than you, Nick. She's whiter than you. Can we allow white people to make jokes? Huh? Maybe you and I, who are not as white as Sia, should see our asses out of white people's business. Have you thought about that? How dare we talk about what kind of jokes white people can and can't make, Nick? You and the unfathomably diverse Groyper army should not have a say in what kind of anti-white jokes white people are cracking. Because you're not the butt of the joke. That's what I think. I also think
legalize comedy. It's so funny. It's literally every single fucking time. I'm always ahead of everything. I'm always 6 to 9 months ahead of literally everything. And every time I am, you idiots always doubt me. Always. And you don't just doubt that I'm right, you call me a liar. That's all. I love that about this relationship.
Yeah.
I love that about.
Yeah, he really nailed it, dude. He really uncovered this vast conspiracy of anti-whiteness coming from the left. He figured it out. Isn't this like the whole point? Isn't this what differentiates you from everybody else, that you are the defender of the whites?
This toxic relationship, me being so far beyond you, infinitely smarter than you, and being right 100.
Yeah, he's so ahead of the curve. He did January 6th for a guy who ripped apart the JCPOA and moved the American embassy to Jerusalem. He was like, more of this, please. Oh, Abraham Accords, sign me up for more of that, please. Yes, I want to make sure that guy has a second term. Well, he got his second term, Nick. He got his second term, and now we're waging war with Iran. Just never forget, this guy literally did January 6th for Donald Trump.
100% of the time, and you, of little faith, always doubting me, and not just doubting that I'm right, but calling into question my credibility and integrity every time. Because what did I say at the beginning of the year? What did I say at the beginning of the year?
Yeah, we got American soldiers literally swan diving off the fucking aircraft carriers being like, please kill me. I don't want to be a part of this process any longer. Like, this is your vision. This is what you wanted for America. JD Pondon, baby. JD Pondon. Destroying America's force projection capabilities. Isn't it glorious? This is your vision.
And even in the end of last year, I told you that the far left had ideologically captured the Israel critical movement. Did I not say it? I said this.
Yeah, I wonder why the far left ideologically captured the anti-Israel movement. Perhaps it's because we are actually critical of Israel and you guys just want to fucking cry about Jewish people. Perhaps that might be the reason. Because, like, here's the funny thing. When Nick Fuentes was watching Mark Levin videos, you know, with his gay roommate in college that he was fantasizing about, okay, and learning about the modern conservative movement, like, I was an anti-Zionist. You know what I mean? The left has always been anti-fascist and therefore anti-Zionist, with the exception of PEPs, PNOs, progressive except for Palestine, progressive in name only. And it's kind of funny that they're just like it's so obvious. I think my biggest clocking of this movement is the jealousy. Okay, it's just the jealousy. It's one group of fascists being jealous of another group of fascists that are infinitely more successful. Okay, that's it. He wants to do Israel for the Christian nationalist movement, like white Christians. That's what he wants. He wants America to look like Israel and behave like Israel, but for white Christian fascists. And it's clear that he just can't get the goyim to get their shit together and organize in the way that he thinks all Jews are organized. That's it.
Exactly. Unmatched perspicacity. I said it exactly. I said the radical left, the far left ideologues have ideologically captured the Israel critical movement. I said, and what they are doing is because the masses and throngs, the multitude who have become Israel critical because they have no ideological priors or foundation.
Bro, it's so funny. This is my argument. Like, he's using my argument about why we must not lean into anti-Semitic tendencies or anti-Semitic conspiracies and ensure that we have a solid materialist framework that we operate off of in an effort not to be distracted, in an effort not to sidestep the actual goals of a movement that wants to undermine the ultimate goal of Zionism, which is the extermination of all Palestinians. Like, that's my argument. And it's kind of funny to see him make the reversal of that argument at the direction of anti-Semitism, where he's like, no, you don't understand. The theoretical framework is supposed to be Jews are responsible for all of this. And you guys are not being diligent. You're not organizing on the basis that Jews are responsible for everything. Well, they are. The problem is the ones that organize on that basis, which is, again, faulty, ridiculous, made up, silly, inevitably find themselves seeking out more and more insane versions of that. And that's how they arrive at Candace Owens. Okay? That's how they arrive at Candace Owens. And then you get mad. You're like, why is my audience hemorrhaging support? Why are they going to Candace Owens instead of me? Why are they constantly demanding that I say Charlie Kirk was killed by Israel? Well, I don't know. Maybe because a big chunk of your worldview hinges around Jews being responsible for everything. So, of course, this is just one additional thing that they want the Jews to be responsible for. It's not like your worldview revolves around any sort of solid foundation beyond Jews are responsible for everything. That's the problem with fucking anti-Semitism, beyond the violence that it invokes. You know, it's so stupid.
They are being led by the far left because the far left is supplying a lot of the anti-Israel rhetoric and anti-Israel reporting, and they're taking leadership on the issue. They are now leading the largely non-ideological multitude who just hate Israel because of Gaza or because of various conspiracy theories. I said, and so what is happening is that people that really should be going into the far right camp, criticizing Israel from an America First nationalist point of view, from a civilizational point of view, instead, they're being led down this path.
Why? It doesn't make sense. Like, this is why neocons didn't arrive at their position of prominence because of the magical, mystical powers of Jewish hypnosis. They arrived at their position of prominence in American foreign policy, not because they were like wealthy or influential. They arrived at that position of prominence because Israel was, for the longest time, a part of the America First equation. The reason why we're in a point of divergence is because Israel's demanding a lot more, far more than they've ever demanded. Okay? Like, that's why the America First narrative also doesn't entirely make sense. And that's why a lot of the people who say America First are still unbelievably pro-Israel. And that is also part of the reason why we can make the argument that, like, we are truly America First. And that, you know, fucking Donald Trump and Donald Trump supporters or former Donald Trump supporters can't really make that argument. The whole point of this is that, yes, for the longest time, a reliable Cold War ally, you know, bulwark against the growing pan-Arabic nationalist movement that was potentially aligning with the Soviet bloc, you know, Israel was there as an unsinkable aircraft carrier with its own espionage facilities, a constant destabilizing factor in a resource-rich region, to ensure that the Arab hordes never get together and organize and make it, you know, and create problems for Western supremacy, Western imperialism, control over the Suez Canal as well. That's the whole point. That was the reason why Israel was allowed to gain tremendous prominence in American politics, a foothold in American politics. That's why I always say, like, the Chomskyan analysis, regardless of what he's done, okay? But the Chomskyan analysis of Israel's role in American imperialism in the region and the Mersheimer analysis of the prominence of the lobby work hand in hand. They work together. They work side by side. You can't have such a prominent lobby, as no other country has been able to develop such a prominent lobby, if you aren't playing a very important role in American imperialism, a far more important role that no other country can replace, no other country can play. Israel made itself an irreplaceable force in American foreign policy for decades, and slowly but surely, in order to refeed loyalty, in order to get as many munitions as they want, in order to get like a serious foothold in American domestic policies, to make sure that there's no kind of protest movement against Israel that basically played a formative role in undermining the apartheid in South Africa, to ensure that boycott, divestment, and sanctions movements don't take root in this country. They were able to engage in tremendous amounts of influence peddling. But they wouldn't be able to do this if they weren't such an important part of the American foreign policy. As a matter of fact, even with the Biden calculation, yes, it was ideological Zionism. It was the ideological capture of Zionism from the Biden administration, but it also partially was the understanding that this was the last time. This was America's last shot at giving Israel as much as Israel can take, before this entire franchise falls apart, before we set the new battle lines and we completely redesign the security architecture of this region. And it failed. It failed because Zionists are overzealous. They were operating with tremendous amounts of bloodlust and a vengeance only born out of being morally wounded by what you perceive is an inferior group. Okay? That was a big part of it. Biting off way more than you can chew, especially when there's supposed to be a balance that you're supposed to strike, because you can't do any of this militancy. You can't do any of this belligerence, this belligerent behavior without unlimited support from the Western world. And there was always going to be an inevitability in the Western world where they see so much violence and so much arrogance in the demands coming out of Israel that they say, what the fuck are you saying? Enough, dude, enough. And that's where we're at. And this is also part of the reason why anti-Semites are fucking stupid. This is part of the reason why they just cannot grasp why they don't have the allies that they want to have, because their entire worldview hinges on immaterial nonsense. That's when you arrive at this strange phenomena where you have to assume that like genetically Jews are more superior to everybody else, and that's the reason why they've been able to like cultivate a level of control and influence over and over again. And that they're operating in this monolithic understanding of Israel. They're operating in this monolithic understanding of how Israel must operate and what it takes to continue American loyalty towards Israel. And of course, because Zionist organizations are very organized and powerful and prominent, that they in unison will communicate in a certain direction, regardless of what the American Jews broadly feel about Israel. There's varying degrees of support amongst the American Jewish population towards Israel, and there's varying degrees of criticism. But because the expression, the public expression of Zionism in the United States of America in the hands of Jewish organizations is seen as so monolithic that, yes, a lot of Americans inevitably arrive at the wrong conclusion. But even then, there is no productive output. There's no place for those people to go to in the Republican Party, and we've seen that with Thomas Massie. There is, however, a albeit difficult but more successful initiative for people who actually recognize what Israel's doing is wrong and want to recalculate America's relationship with Israel, want to actually put an end to the violence, an end to the bloodshed. But it's never going to be on the Republican Party side, because the Republican Party and its base are still far more loyal, because the Republican Party's base comes from Christian evangelicals. And Christian evangelicals are the most pro-Israel group in this country. They're just as organized, if not more organized, in terms of donations to Israel. They fundraise for Israel, specifically the West Bank settlement operations, to a way higher degree than American Jews do. Okay? And they are the backbone of the conservative movement. And for years and years, the Zionist movement has gone to the Christian evangelical churches and has made sure to continue their unlimited fealty, their unlimited support. I mean, the UN ambassador to Israel literally left the United Nations and went to Pastor Hagee's evangelical church to go and talk to his real base, to go and talk to his real supporters. He didn't go to a fucking synagogue. He went to an evangelical church. Why did he do that? Because he knows better than anyone else that Christian evangelicals are the group with tremendous amounts of outsized political influence. He did that while Biden was president, by the way. And there's a theological justification for why, you know, all Jews, the chosen sons of God, have to go to Israel, and then, you know, Jesus Christ and the forces for good are going to fight the forces of evil in Megiddo, and then the rapture is going to happen. They believe a bunch of nonsensical bullshit, right? But basically, that's that's where all of this support comes from. That's why Mike Huckabee is more of an ultra-Zionist than the average American Jew is, you know? Mike Huckabee cares more about Israel than his children. Anyway. Here, yeah, speaking of Mike Huckabee, look at this. Yeah, look at this, look at this, look at this. Hold on, where is it? The Wall Street Journal should have contacted me about Christians in Israel. I am one. Been coming here since 1973. Israel is only country in a region where Christian populations have grown from 34K to almost 200K. Israel, MFA. Yeah, the Wall Street Journal chose to write about Christians in Israel. The Wall Street Journal took radical voice in extreme cases and turned it into the face of an entire country while ignoring 200,000 Christians whose lives tell the opposite story. And he's mad about the Wall Street Journal reporting accurately about how Jewish settlers in the West Bank spit on, Christian Israelis and Christians visiting Israel. The old State Department slang is clientitis for when an ambassador gets lost in the sauce and thinks that their job is to advocate for the host government back in D.C. But this is more like client filling tubs of flavor aid on the embassy front lawn. Yeah. I mean, that's why he got the position. Not America's ambassador to Israel, but, you know, Israel's ambassador to America. We got two of those. Yeah, if you told Mike Huckabee that he loves Israel more than his kids to his face, he'd agree with you and then cite scripture about why that's good. 100%. Anyway. But yeah, it's just funny. It's funny that this guy has to sit there and entertain the notion that, like, there's a real sincere, concerted effort to, like, attack white people, and anti-whiteness is a real primary motivator for the left. He has to just, like, do this shit. And that's it. He's destined for this life. Even if he knows it's fucking bullshit.
It's almost like a Pied Piper effect to becoming far left, and they're supporting other far left positions. Like they're saying hands off Greenland and hands off Venezuela and hands off Cuba. And they're saying that ICE trained with the IDF and deporting Somalis.
It's true. Why are you upset about that?
Scammers is somehow a Zionist agenda, and on it went. I said, and so what we need to do this year is refine.
Anti-whiteness is a problem, clearly. The only person talking about it is a Mexican. Oh, no. They can't even do the whites, man. The whites don't even have their own advocate, man. How did this happen? Yeah, what is the most, like, overt pro-white movement in this country? It's the most diverse movement in this country. People say DSA so white. Okay, well, Groyper's so diverse. Is that any better? I think it's time to look at the output. I think it's time to look at the actual policies. It's time to look at the actual movement. You know what I mean? Oh, we need DEI for white people. That's true. Yeah, I mean, look at this. Yeah, Patrick Bet David, Vinny. Where are the advocates? I'm actually really worried about the Turkish insurgents. Me too, brother. Me too.
I've always thought that I'm grateful for my position because I get to espouse ideas that I care about. But the idea that people are like Ben Shapiro stands or they love Ben Shapiro, this has never been a motivating factor for me, nor do I think that, like, if I say something wrong, I'm fine with people calling me out on it. And also, like, when people come up to me, they say, I love you, but I disagree with a lot of what you say. Like, cool. Like, that's like, I'm glad that you I'm glad. I prefer you agree with everything I say and not love me as much. Meaning, like, I actually care about the positions.
Yeah.
I think for Nick, when you're trying to build a movement, which is clearly what he's tried to do, the unpredictability and the loyalty tests of it, like, I'm going left, no, I'm going right, no, I'm going this way, no, I'm going that way, follow me around. Like, that is all part of the game. I think that's true for Tucker, too. I think it's true for a lot of these people. Like, the more you can get people to buy into mutually contradictory assertions in loyalty to you, the more loyal they are. I'm very internally coherent in my politics, so I'm never going to ask you to buy into two propositions that contradict one another and prove your loyalty to me by doing so.
Are you surprised that him and Tucker are not more united?
Well, I mean, I think that that's a business thing. Meaning, I think that Tucker largely probably agrees with Fuentes, and I think Fuentes would probably think that too. I think that Fuentes was sort of taken aback by the fact that he went there and Tucker treated him really well and basically hugged him on his show. And then next thing you know, Tucker was sort of disassociating from him because he realized that it was bad business to be associated with Fuentes. So that whole kind of two-step is
You think deep down inside, Tucker admires Nick for him to be a little bit more free to say whatever he wants to say and doesn't give a shit about making money? He's just kind of like saying whatever's on his mind?
Well, I mean, I think that to a certain extent, Tucker thinks that Fuentes is going to drink his milkshake.
So you think Fuentes is eventually going to come inside with him? That Tucker thinks Nick is going to join Tucker?
No, the opposite. I think that Tucker is deeply afraid that Nick is going to drink his milkshake, that he's going to take his audience.
I got it. Okay.
That he sees him in a competitive space. And that's why he's constantly doing the, like, I'm patting you on the head. No, I don't want to see you again. I'm going to pat you on the head. No, you're a gay little FBI fat. Like,
can't do that to Nick.
Right.
Nick is not that guy.
Nick I tend to agree, by the way.
No, Nick is not that guy. Nick is, there's some guys that are, they have.
Dude, I cannot believe how much reverence and respect they have for this booger eating Nazi. It's so funny. Like, you're a grown ass man, brother. That is crazy. Like, talking about old clothes, this motherfucker used to say miscegenation is akin to bestiality. Nick Fuentes said that. Which is also crazy because, like, again, his parents were race mixing. So I don't even understand how he was arriving at that conclusion. Like, what does that say about his mom and dad? I don't know. What does that say about him? I don't know. But, it's just such a strange phenomena.
The street thug gangster side to them that they understand that part. They don't need flattery.
A Jewish man glazes a Nazi more than you, Jesus fucking Christ? Yes, because Ben Shapiro's primary concern is Israel. Okay? That's it. He doesn't give a shit about anti-Semitism. If Nick Fuentes was pro-Israel, Ben would literally hire him for the Daily Wire. Okay? That's it. He is not worried about bigotry. He is a bigot himself. Okay? These guys do not give a shit about anti-Semitism. They don't give a shit about any bigotry, really. They just care about someone doing anti-Israel output. And as an anti-Israel critic, as a critic of Israel, I am a much more dangerous force from Ben Shapiro's equation because I'm not actually invested in using criticism of Israel to feed into the anti-Semitic movement. I'm actually invested in the criticism of Israel because I want to criticize Israel, not Jews. So in that calculation, Ben Shapiro has worked with anti-Semites like Candace Owens, hired anti-Semites like Candace Owens when they were pro-Israel. Ben Shapiro then fired Candace Owens when she became an anti-Semite who is anti-Israel. That is the reason why. That is the reason why Ben sees me as a far more dangerous figure.
I think Nick's part of the flattery camp. I think that may work with certain people. I don't think that's going to work.
I tend to agree with that.
Yeah. So, okay. So what role do you think he's going to play in 28?
Not much. I mean, I think he'll play a role insofar as the GOP refuses to distance itself from people. I think he'll be used as a weapon for sure. I mean, this is the way politics works, right? I mean, like Hasan Piker campaigning with the Democrats is a weapon for Republicans.
Sure.
And refusal to disavow people or to say that you don't want the support of people who openly stand Hitler.
But you are in turn an anti-Semite? Like, how are you not? I'm in turn an anti-Semite. How am I a fucking anti-Semite? I don't understand how this is like a confusing process for people. I guess if you just associate Israel with Judaism and there's no other way there's no other way for you to interpret the situation, No, I'm anti-genocide. I'm an anti-Zionist. I'm an anti-fascist. So yes, of course, I'm anti-Israel. I'm not anti-Jewish. I'm not anti-Semitic. I'm an anti-fascist. I mean, when you've watched 300 plus slop videos repeating this lie, yeah. Not even associating, you would have to believe they're the same. Yeah, I think for a lot of people, they just don't really think about it, right? They just don't really think about it at all. They look at it and they go, that's the Jewish state. This guy hates the Jewish state. He hates Jews. But it's like a super simple concept. I mean, I criticize Saudi Arabia all the fucking time. Nobody says I'm Islamophobic. You know? We criticize America. Nobody says you're anti-Christian. I guess people do say that, but they're stupid people.
I don't think that ends well for people, typically speaking. And I think that the mistake, again, that the vice president is making with, the Tucker of it, or with the, he'll condemn Fuentes. He won't condemn Tucker. I think that's a very difficult line to draw to a certain extent.
Backfired when he, criticized Fuentes.
Yes. And so I think that,
You remember what he said?
What? The
Eat shit?
fans? Yeah. But he sort of had to, but the problem is that you can't play that game and then be like...
I think that was a bad move on the VP, honestly.
Well, I mean, if you're going to do it, man. What I mean by that is if you're going to condemn Fuentes, then condemn everybody who holds that point of view. Right? I'll do that. Right? Like one foot...
Not the VP.
I understand,
You're
but I don't...
the game.
But if you're in the... But again, I don't think that that's the audience he needs to be... Okay, so let me construct an alternative J.D. Vance for you. Okay, here's the alternative J.D. Vance that I would recommend the vice president pursue. Okay, so if I were J.D. Vance, and I were somebody who has a blue-collar appeal because, I go back to Appalachia and all of that, here's where I would not be aiming. I would not be aiming at the Fuentes-Tucker Catholic integralist crowd. That's not where I would be aiming, because that's a very small percentage of the population. I would be the version of J.D. Vance that you saw on stage with Tim Walz. Politically moderate, kind of avuncular, kind, a person who loves his wife and kids. I'd put them in all my pictures. I'd be talking in friendly terms about what I plan to do for you. I would be significantly less kind of acerbic and dyspeptic about my politics, the sort of kind of sour face that you see on JD sometimes. And I would be attempting to reach out to, he could do better with women than Trump. It's possible, but he needs to actually make that move. Right? He could do better with, say, college-educated than Trump, right? Trump did not do well with college-educated. JD is a Yale Law School graduate who's very smart. He could be reaching out to that crowd by making, kind of more intellectual appeals. Instead, he's sort of trying to drive home the blue-collarness of him. But the blue-collar voters are likely to vote for JD anyway. Like that's your home base. So again, I think that there is a way that he could be running, and he's choosing not to run that way. I think that's a foolish strategy.
What's more likely to happen? A sit-down with you and Tucker, or sit-down with you and Nick?
I mean, neither is particularly likely, I would imagine. The Tucker, I've offered 1,000 times. Open invite. Nick is a bit of a different story. And the reason that Nick is a bit of a different story is because Nick's entire mode, and listen, I admire it. I even sometimes get a bizarre kick out of it. But Nick's entire mode is he's a comedian. Okay, Nick is a comedian masquerading as a political pundit. He has political views, but in essence, he's a comedian. And you can't really have an honest political conversation with a comedian. It'd be more like interviewing Dave Chappelle or something, but like Nazi Dave Chappelle. Meaning, what does Nick believe? What does he not believe? I don't know. I mean, it depends on what's funny at the moment. And so trying to...
So you don't think he has core beliefs?
No, I mean, I do think that he has core beliefs, but I think that one of the tactics that he uses to avoid being pinned down on his core beliefs is diffusing with humor. And I think that when you try to pin him down with that, then the idea is that you're an uncool person for even asking him to be pinned down on that sort of thing. And so there's no sort of honest conversation that can be had about, what are your core beliefs and are they right or are they wrong? Because that's not what he does. I think when he's asked a tough question, then he immediately reverts to the sort of 17-year-old humor that, listen, people can find it transgressively funny. I, on occasion, find it transgressively funny. But that is not an honest conversation about his politics or his...
I think it's pretty wild that Ben Shapiro would never say a single thing. Fox is saying they need a Hasan Piker of the right.
Sage, will it work?
Yeah. I mean, I think
That's awesome. They went from Hasan Piker sucks, he's so radical, he's so dangerous, to never mind, he's actually effective, we need our own version. Will the Democrats understand that this is Will the Democrats finally pay attention to this? I don't know. It took like a week, by the way. It took them a week to be like, we need a Hasan Piker
Need to
on
do
the
a
right.
better job as a Republican Party, because in the past the Democrats have in many ways done this more efficiently. But go ahead and please keep replaying Hasan Piker saying that we deserve 9/11 and all the things he said after October 7th as well. Remind them of the facts of what they said. And who do we have on our side to counter as Hasan Piker? We need to have someone in that pipeline there. We desperately miss Charlie Kirk for so many reasons, but someone to reach out to these young voters that he is getting to listen to him. They are indoctrinated fully. And Ari, I would beg you to have Mike Rogers debate El-Sayed, because I believe he would crush him. He could totally crush him with these crazy socialist policies that he has put out there, and to throw all those.
Oh, that's going to be awesome. That debate is going to be fire. Oh, all right, I'm fucking bored of Ben Shapiro yelling about Nick Fuentes. That was like a lot more boring than I thought it was going to be. All right, so there's two stories that I would like to talk about once again. One is from John Hudson over at Washington Post, NatSec reporter for Washington Post. John Hudson has a new report on all of the additional information that the CIA had. So CIA had low confidence in Iranian threat to Trump and Turkey, but Secret Service took no chances. The assassination threat was relayed. Guys, you're going to be very shocked to hear this. By the Israeli government to the CIA, where analysts viewed the intelligence skeptically. No. Are you serious? You mean to tell me that Israel had intelligence that Iran was going to assassinate Trump right as they were going back and forth on the MOU, as Iran was actually dealing with Oman and trying to find a more reasonable outcome? No. This is a shocking turn of events. I'm shocked. I personally I'm definitely shocked. I know you are too. Despite U.S. doubts about the intelligence, the elaborate plan enacted by U.S. Secret Service was done out of an abundance of caution. The Secret Service has had 3 near misses with this president, so they're not taking any chances, U.S. officials say. Yeah, the greatest threat to Donald Trump's life is not Iranians. It's former Trump supporters who voted for Donald Trump or paid money into Republican campaigns and were bored one time, or former Trump supporters who got like mind melted by the Epstein stuff. It's usually, those are the guys, okay? With one exception, and that was the radical centrist that stormed the White House Correspondents' Dinner. But outside of that, you know, outside of the blue sky liberal, the blue sky rad liberal, mostly the numbers don't favor the Iranians in this. The numbers actually favor former Trump supporters. So, you know, you're looking at the both. You're looking at Ryan Ruth is literally a former Trump voter, chatter. For the record, that's who I'm referencing. Ryan Ruth voted for Donald Trump. That other guy that went down to Mar-a-Lago also was a Trump supporter. Yeah. Yeah, he's NATO's strongest warrior, but he was a former Trump voter. Anyway. Some U.S. intelligence officials saw Israel's sharing of the warning about threats to Trump's life as designed less to inform than to influence the president's decision-making and U.S. policy in the region. I will say this much. The fact that John Hudson is getting quotes from the intelligence officials that are very clearly saying something that would be considered a no-no anti-Semitic conspiracy by mainstream media broadly 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 1 year ago, is a sign that things are changing. As I've talked about before, there are different factions within the intelligence community. There are different factions. They're always competing for power. The CIA has a pro-Israel faction and an anti-Israel faction. Okay, and it's clear which faction has won in the last decade or so. But there's still a power competition going on within the CIA, and there's a power competition going on in all these other elements of the State Department, right? So for them to come out with this statement and then to have it be written in Washington Post by John Hudson, national security reporter, is pretty significant. To be threatened inside of Turkey's borders could weaken Trump's trust in the Erdogan government, which Israel views as a medium to long-term threat and is anxious about the personal rapport between Trump and Erdogan. It fit a broader pattern of Israeli intelligence reporting that some officials see as designed as much to shape presidential decision-making as to inform it, a former official said, because that is exactly what happened. You sound like Alex Jones? Dog, I'm literally reading one of the better national security reporters in the country. What do you mean? I didn't even say anything. I'm just reading the reporting in the Washington Post. It's on the screen. Do you know how to read? Do you just see a Twitter link and you go, oh, this guy, here he is again, looking at Twitter links. Fucking idiot. He literally had a bit about CIA factions. You sound like, oh, wait, factional infighting within the CIA is not a bit. That's real. That's a very real, there's a very real influence battle within the State Department. I can barely write. Okay. That's not. No institution is monolithic. Anyway, at least you recognize that you're not literate. All right, so let's continue. If it fit a broader pattern of Israeli intelligence reporting that some officials see as designed to shape presidential decision-making, which is true because that's precisely what it is. The Iranian threat to kill Trump and other senior U.S. officials has been a major concern since 2020. U.S. assassination of the head of Iran's Quds Force, Qasem Soleimani. Those worries have only grown since the killing of Iran's supreme leader in February, along with scores of other top officials. Trump has survived 3 known assassination plots dating back to his 2024 presidential campaign, although there is no known link between any of the suspects in those instances and Iran. So yeah, the CIA had low confidence in this, and then they leaked it to mainstream press. U.S. intelligence detected a potential Iranian threat to President Trump during his final day in Turkey, 2 officials tell the New York Times. Intelligence indicated Iran knew the exact hotel and floor where Trump was staying, while a person carrying a shoulder-fired missile was reportedly spotted near the NATO summit. Okay, so this is the other faction. This is the other faction, I guess, if it's an honest summary of the New York Times report. One guy goes to the Washington Post. One guy goes to the New York Times. The guy that goes to the New York Times says there was a very real threat, and thank God the CIA found out about this threat. And the Washington Post guy goes, the other guy goes to the Washington Post and says, no, it was Israel that gave us this information, and also it's fucking bullshit. How do you think we arrive at the same? How do you think we arrive at 2 entirely opposite stories? One U.S. intelligence officer makes the exact opposite assessment of the other.
Out front now, the Washington Post reporter who broke this major story, Dan Lamothe. And Dan, obviously, you've been breaking so much on this. I know you have new information tonight. What are you learning?
Yeah, the Washington.
Damn, I thought it was John Hudson's story. My mistake. It was, well, I guess he wrote on it too. And Dan Lamothe.
The Post will be reporting very shortly that the threat stream that raised all these concerns and prompted these extraordinary actions came from information shared from Israel. The CIA have.
Are these CIA whistleblowers, or are they literally just fighting each other and showing the beef in the process? Any information that you hear from the intelligence community, even for Seymour Hersh, okay, who is the GOAT of this, right? But any information that you read in the newspaper from the military or the CIA is planted, okay? it's real. It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be fake. It can be very real, but it is a consequence of some kind of factional infighting. It's a consequence of like influence peddling. It's a consequence of someone vying for a higher position for one reason or another. But it is virtually impossible for you to read a story from the intelligence community in the newspaper that came out through mere happenstance, through mere accident. Okay? That's why I said this story was planted by most likely an anti-Israel faction within the CIA that is frustrated that Israel is doing what? We know what Israel is doing. Constantly spoiling any kind of deal making in the Strait of Hormuz and slowly but surely crippling the entire planet's energy supply.
Low confidence in that information, but given the threat, given the seriousness of the issue, given the long-running concerns about Iran's interest in going after the president, they put all of this in motion.
Oh, also the other reason why you'll read in the newspaper, something like the missile supply is running out. That like when you hear something like the CSIS analysis, right, that shows that our stockpiles have diminished, our standoff munitions have diminished, our interceptor munitions, our interceptor stockpiles are diminished. The reason why you heard about this before we went to war with Iran was because they were trying to sidestep the closed door meetings where Trump was not listening to the general. So they literally went to the media directly to try to apply pressure that way. And it just didn't work. It didn't work at all. And then now we're in this quagmire, and obviously it's gotten completely out of hand. So they're just consistently leaking more and more information at this point, where they're even demonstrating incompetence, like openly, deliberately being like, oh, we have no options. Like, can you guys give us some advice on how to deal with Iran? Like, come on, Jesus fucking Christ. We just literally don't have the interceptor stockpile to attack Iran and then withstand any kind of retaliation from Iran. So that's the reason why you're hearing about these sorts of stories. And that's also part of the reason why you're hearing about this story, which I want to talk about more than I want to talk about this fucking CIA leak. The story of USS Abraham Lincoln. Now remember, back in April, Evan Hill found images of food being served to the sailors on USS Abraham Lincoln and USS Tripoli. This was published by USA Today. Supplies are going really low. That was back in April. The photos were disastrous, right? The photos were terrible. I mean, look at this shit. I don't even know if this is edible. It don't look edible to me. Supplies are going to get really low and morale is going to be at an all-time low. One sailor messaged his mother back in April. Okay. Months later, multiple family members have reported incidents of sailors attempting to jump off the USS Abraham Lincoln, the Military Times reports. The Lincoln's deployment was anticipated to end in May and has been extended indefinitely to support the war with Iran. So I wasn't joking when I said they're fucking swan diving off the short deck. Okay? They are straight up trying to kill themselves. Multiple USS Abraham Lincoln sailors have tried to go overboard amid extended deployment, families say. I don't even know how you could actually pull that off, by the way. It doesn't make any sense. But Annabelle Loma has spoken with her husband only a few times since he attempted to jump overboard from the aircraft carrier USS Abraham Lincoln during his current deployment. Communication has been difficult to come by, and he's now on medical hold. Loma, who lives in San Diego, said her husband had repeatedly overextended before he tried to jump from the carrier. He's scared, Loma said. He thinks he'll get a dishonorable discharge. And just because he was burnt out, his 13-year career is ruined. Just like that. That's not fair. That's not right. That's not what he should be worrying about right now. I think this is really messed up. It's really messed up what Trump is doing. Loma said she initially received a call from the ship's ombudsman after the incident, but has not heard from anyone with the Navy in recent weeks. Okay. Lincoln's roughly 5,000 soldiers and Marines remain on deployment that began on November 21st. The carrier had been deployed for more than 8 months while supporting U.S. military operations in the Middle East against Iran. The deployment, which was anticipated to end in May, has been extended with no publicly announced return date. Now, I want you guys to remember, this is why I always fucking tell you, do not join the military. It's not a joke. It's not a regular job. You can get fucked. Especially because, like, the best possible experience you can have is that you just like fuck around on a goddamn ship for a little bit. You don't do anything, right? Like that's the expectation. People literally join because they're like, oh, I'll get my college education paid for and I'll just like travel the world. I'll see different places. I won't have to do anything. You don't think like, oh, I'm just going to go out and like murder children, right? Like that's not what you're thinking, but you could have to do that. Okay, that's a thing that you could do. That's the output of the military at the end of the day. So that's probably the first reason why you shouldn't do it. But also, you shouldn't do it because it's dog shit. Okay? In a separate incident aboard Lincoln, a sailor on watch saw a shipmate preparing to go overboard, and he intervened, according to the soldier's wife, Maria Rodriguez. Rodriguez said her husband called out to the sailor before reaching the individual and grabbing their arms, pulling them back onto the deck. Her husband told her the sailor had not yet gone over the side when he got there. 3 other sailors heard the commotion and came running for help. Rodriguez's husband told her about the incident several days after it happened. Hasan Chop Piker, what's up, loser? How does it feel with Hong's loss? I mean, it's not great, but still a pretty good moment for the socialist movement. This is a very strong showing. But if you're a Republican, you shouldn't. What's the matter, cuckbag? Are you extra angry? No, not really. Would you like me to be? I don't understand. Why are you excited? You're still going to get fucked. Tom Tiffany's going to get ass blasted. Nope, no MAGA here. Oh, you're not MAGA? Okay, well then great. You know? Because you are easy to trigger, dues. But it's not working right now. It's not. Ha ha ha, always work. Okay, sure. I mean, I don't. Okay, you got me. Anyway, where were we? He said he hadn't felt adrenaline like that in his life, and he was just so thankful he was able to get the sailor in time to stop them from going overboard. She did not know what happened to the sailor afterwards. Separately, Stars and Stripes reported Tuesday the sailors described an incident in which watchstanders stopped the crew from jumping overboard. Stripes reported that the crew was informed about the incident through a ship-wide announcement. More than 200 family members attended a meeting in San Diego last week with the acting Secretary of the Navy, Hung Kao. During a separate virtual meeting later that evening, families raised concerns about sailors' mental health, exhaustion, and safety, according to the recordings of the meetings reviewed by MS Now. Hung Kao is also fucking insane, by the way. Like, that's why it's also another very funny moment. Because, like, he's one of those, like, QAnon guys because they fired the other guy. So now it's like a genuinely insane person. I forget like what Hung Kao has done. He's like one of those people. I mean, he's 5th place mayor, failed Republican mayoral candidate, and is a complete nutter, complete psychopath. Was he the person who wanted to nuke China? I wouldn't be surprised. But yeah, here's a video of acting Navy Secretary Hung Kao asking for KKK hood with slits as eye holes instead of circles so he can see better. Yeah, this video actually, this 15-second video perfectly captures what this fucking psycho is about, actually. Look, let's look.
this is great. I know I'll be attacked by the left and call me white supremacist, but I have one ask for them. It's just when you give me my hood, make sure it's got the little slits and not the circles so I can see better.
Captain Hung Cal, thank you very much for joining us. And
hey man, DI white supremacy. What can you say, baby? Groyper's not so white, you know? DSA so white. Groyper's not so white. What do you do? What do you fucking do? Get it? Because he's a Klansman. Anyway, and also because he's Asian. If you beat them to the punchline, it can't hurt you. True. Now, of course, I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to say anything. I don't want any clips. I don't want any clips. I don't want any clips of me making fun of an Asian guy who's saying he's a white supremacist. Can't have that. Republicans and liberals alike will turn around and say Hasan is so anti-Asian. Can't do that. I would never do that. I'm never going to make fun of Hung Cal. Okay? He's a perfectly normal acting Navy secretary. Best that we've gotten in the business. Best in the business. Anyway, here are some of the soldiers. What a predicament we're in, man. It's awesome. Okay. They do not have any fresh food. One service member questioned if the government is doing this intentionally to see how far they can push the sailors' limits. Why isn't there milk? So the supply ship that comes here can't bring fruits and stuff because it can't stay fresh long enough at the time it gets them to get here. Wow. Any idea who's supposed to come relieve you guys in August? So we haven't had anything fresh but meat because it's freeze. Sometimes it gets here rotten. Repulsive. Yeah, families are just as frustrated as the people on the boat. This deployment is the worst one, and I pray no other boat goes through the same. Even people that have been deployed 100 times claim this one to be the worst and believe it can get worse than this. The Navy does not care. The mission will always come first. I was talking to some random dude at the smoke pit, and he was saying it's an experiment the government is doing to see how far they can push sailors' limits of being out to sea with the worst experience. I don't know anymore. I know my family needs me, and the Navy is not being fair right now, taking me away for longer than expected. Worst part, my expectations were already at an all-time low, but as per usual, the Navy beat those two by going lower than hell. So there's that. I'm sure, given how large this community is, and given how large the Navy is and how large the military is, there's probably a couple HasanAbi heads in there right now thinking, you know, when Hasan was talking about the conscientious objectors toll, the conscientious objector hotline, I probably should have fucking called it. I probably should have called it. Okay? And guess what? You should have. Okay? Do not join the military. Okay? It is not going to be good for you. Just saying. Democratic nominee for Wisconsin Governor David Crowley says he won't campaign with Hasan Piker to win over Francesca Hong voters. I don't want to lend credibility to platforms that I believe further divides us. I don't plan on campaigning with Hasan. I mean, I don't care. All right. Well, hey, I'm a Crowley head. I respect Crowley's wishes. I respect Crowley's wishes. What can you do? What can you do?
Campaigned with, she raised money with Hasan Piker, the controversial streamer. Would you ever consider doing the same between now and November to win over that base of the Democratic vote?
Look, I think that we have to reach voters where they are, and wherever we have to do that. But I have my ways of doing.
Disavow from the jump. Damn. I mean, I don't care. Yeah, whatever. Like. This is going to really put a dent in all the investments I made into data centers in Wisconsin. God damn it. Oh man. I mean, look. Here's the thing. Hey, it's his campaign. I'm fine with this. Okay? It's his campaign. It's his race to lose at this point. I hope he wins, for the record. You know, I do not want a Republican governor in the beautiful state of Wisconsin. It probably would have been a very tough decision if he was like, yeah, I would love for Hasan to come campaign anyway, because, you know, it's tough to lend that level of support regardless. I'll just look at it from afar. I'll monitor the situation from afar. I'm good. I wouldn't campaign with someone who called me a slur repeatedly. True. I did say he is establishment, which he regards as a slur. I did say he's an establishment figurehead over and over again. So that's probably why there's bad blood.
That I don't want to lend credibility to platforms, if you will, that I believe further divides us as a community, further divides Democrats, or further divides this country. But I do know that we have to focus on bringing everybody under this tent. And so I'm always willing to have those tough conversations.
Just not with Hasan Piker.
But we also have to utilize not just myself, but there are many community members, there are many voters, there are many supporters that we can empower to bring people up to be a part of this big tent we call the Democratic Party.
When you're talking about dividing, are you talking about Hasan?
I'm talking about anybody who focuses on, divisive language.
So you are.
You know, the real truth nuke here is he's not even talking about Israel. You think he's talking about Israel. He's actually talking about the establishment word. That's what he's talking about. He's like, yeah, he's called me. He's called me that word. One too many times. Establishment.
You are leaving the door open or not to campaigning with him?
With Hasan?
Yeah.
No, I'm not. I don't plan on campaigning with Hasan, if that's what you're asking me. No.
Does he give off Eric Adams? No, he doesn't. What are you talking about? Eric Adams is awesome. He's just going to take corporate PAC money. Why would he need fundraising from us? Exactly. This is going to put a dent in the liberal contingency online that was like demanding my unlimited loyalty to David Crowley, which of course I have, given on my hands and knees, so what can we do, guys? I tried my best. I wanted to lend maximum support, and he doesn't want it. I mean, just last month, he wasn't planning on campaigning in general, but here we are. So it's up in the air. Keep your hopes up, champ. Yeah, this is, I do want this. I want. A devastating blow to the confidence of this movement. Anyway, all right. Now that I've been delivered, now that the saddest news story has been revealed to me. Now that I know how David Crowley feels about me campaigning with him, I guess I have no other option but to end the broadcast. Ladies and gentlemen, 8 hours. 8 whole hours. Gaming? No. You guys have an unlimited appetite. Okay? Not gaming. It's time for me to, I have an interview actually in a little bit. That's why I have to end the broadcast here, but I I have an interview, and then I'm going to go to bed, and then I'll be back tomorrow for more.
Starting
Peace.
off by introduction, starting off the day. All the chatter's trickling in, hostile people hate. Sunny in Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topics just begun. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There it is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kyle place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving Grinning's grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to see. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll play games real soon. Just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll move on real soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? Hey, that's PBS for you. But he'll pull your lungs real soon. Just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? Hey, that's PBS for you. But he'll do your advice real soon. Just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you. Just you wait. Just you wait.